Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Returned to Stop Madara? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 10 years. It was hard for him to believe, but it had truly been a decade since the Fourth Shinobi World War had begun. The man leaned back against the trunk of a tree, lost in his memories as he watched the sunset. He was a tall, athletically built young man with long, spiky, blonde hair that framed his face, falling past the whisker-shaped marks on his cheeks. His attire consisted of a simple dark green shirt, dark blue trousers, and a pair of black sandals. His allied shinobi forces Hitayate was worn over his forehead and across the left eye that even the regenerative powers of the Kyuubi were unable to replace after it had been gouged out during one of the more recent battles of the war, though his healing abilities had saved him from carrying any scars. It was a habit, he supposed, that he'd copied from his late teacher. Although he'd long since stopped wearing his leaf Hitayate out of respect for what the Shinobi Alliance had symbolized, he always carried it with him as a reminder of those who had first believed in him, and of his love for a home that he had not seen in years. Over the rest of his attire, he wore a black haori with stylized orange flames across the bottom hem. A swirling whirlpool-like design was emblazoned in red across the back as homage to his maternal clan. Partially concealed beneath his cloak, strapped to his waist, was a pair of combat knives. They were masterfully crafted, among some of Tenten's finest creations. The black hilts had been made with practicality in mind as they were able to be held comfortably in either a normal or reversed hand grip. The blades themselves had wickedly sharp edges concealed within jet black scabbards, each of which was decorated with a detailed image of a fox hidden behind leaves. The material that made up the knives was specially treated to be stronger, more durable and able to channel chakra. The twin knives were the perfect tools to complement his destructive wind affinity and preference for close-quarters combat. If only I had been stronger, thought Uzumaki Naruto, as he let out a deep sigh. None of this would have had to happen. The war, it had gone badly. Naruto and Killer Bee had entered the war against the wishes of the 5 Kages, turning the tide on multiple fronts of the battlefield. But momentum shifted against them and they were forced into a stalemate once they had come up against the masked man known as Uchiha Madara and the seven-tailed beasts that he had already enslaved to his will. The pair had waged a desperate battle, but just when Naruto appeared to be gaining the upper hand by beginning to free the tailed beast and gain the Kyuubi's trust, Madara played his trump card and revived the Jubi, the 10-tailed beast, using only a fragment of the chakra from Gyuki and Kurama, along with the other 7. He then proceeded to immediately subjugate it, becoming its Jinchuriki. By the time anyone else from the army had arrived, Naruto and Killer Bee had already been defeated effortlessly, so outclassed that they hadn't even been able to put a scratch on the strange mask Madara always wore. The combined might of the allied shinobi forces had simply been blown away after Madara had become a Jinchuriki. In the end, the entire army had been forced to retreat from a single man. Everyone knew that someone would have to stay behind to hold Madara off long enough for the others to get away with the unconscious Naruto and Bee. In the end, it had been the 5 Kage who had stayed behind. Although they were soundly defeated, they had given their lives to buy enough time for the rest of their forces to escape. The only consolation was that Madara had, for some reason, been unable to enact his plan and cast a genjutsu upon the moon. Shikamaru had surmised that, barring the possibilities that he had either been lying the entire time or had simply switched plans, his inability to cast the genjutsu was due to the fact that the Jubi was still incomplete without the full power of the Hachibi and Kyuubi. From the intensity with which Madara still pursued the last 2 Jinchuriki to this day, it seemed that this was at least part of the explanation. Naruto had secretly wished that he could simply kill himself to end such a large threat to the world, despite how he knew it would make his friends feel. However, since Kurama would simply be reborn somewhere else where he would be much easier to find and capture, Naruto had to fight back by evading capture and striking back whenever he could. The years had not been kind to the allied forces. What had once been a powerful army of 80,000 warriors had been decimated to fewer than 2,000 in the years following Madara's ascension. Over the years, they'd suffered defeat after crushing defeat, constantly having to fall back and regroup. constantly having to leave their brethren dead or dying on the battlefield, constantly having to watch towns and villages burn to ash. Even though the Allies were still united in their cause, that unity only amounted to so much. For while their army had been weakened, diminished and demoralized over the last decade, Madara's forces only seemed to grow stronger. Despite the loss of Kabuto, who the Allies later learned had been defeated by Sasuke and a reincarnated Itachi, and nearly all of the white Zetsu, Madara still had a massive and powerful army to be reckoned with. He continued to produce white Zetsu through some unknown means, although never on the same scale as the beginning of the war. Furthermore, he had even managed to recruit ninja from some of the smaller hidden villages that were too terrified to resist him after his victory over the 5 great villages that composed the Allied forces. The Allies had tried their best to keep going. They rebuilt their shattered chain of command, Naruto himself eventually rising to become the field commander of what was left of their army. The Alliance harried Madara's forces, constantly staying mobile, while they engaged in guerrilla tactics and sabotage to damage the villages and territories under his control. Unfortunately, this simply wasn't enough, and the Allies continued to lose more ninja as time wore on. These losses were what hurt Naruto the most. He had spent his entire life trying to be recognized and accepted by those around him. He had believed that if he pushed himself enough, believed in himself enough, he could achieve his dreams and protect those precious to him. The losses of Kakashi, Iruka, Sakura and so many others to the war had taught him otherwise. At this point, even though he would never admit it, he was starting to wonder if he would even be able to save any of those who were still left. And now with Madara finally managing to find our base, Naruto reflected wearily, it looks like the rest of US may have finally run out of time. I suppose we should be thankful that it's taken him this long. After their disastrous defeat at the beginning of the war, they'd needed a refuge from which to organize their resistance efforts, as well as a place large enough to protect the civilians that had been evacuated before Madara destroyed the 5 great ninja villages. They decided on using Mount Myaboku, the home of the ninja toads, as their main base. Overall, the sanctuary had served its purpose well, becoming the only true safe haven for the Alliance. They'd had other bases in the beginning, of course, and some had even managed to remain undetected for years, but now this mountain was all that was left. The only reason Myaboku had survived as long as it had was due to the fact that it was so well hidden and at least a few weeks' travel from any human settlements unless there was a toad summoner to facilitate travel. But even the best of secrets can only be kept for so long, and Madara had finally managed to track down their location. It had taken his forces the better part of a year to navigate the uncharted lands around the mountain once they had found the Allies' approximate location. Now, however, the enemy army was finally closing in, a few days away at most. The Allies could try to run, and some would most certainly get away, but there was simply nowhere left to hide. I wish we had more of a plan than what that old toad Fukasaku has cooked up. It's crazy and reckless, even for me, he mused. Shikamaru says that it may be the only choice we have left though. I wish you were still here, father, Jiraiya-sensei. You'd both know what to do, wouldn't you? Despite the hopelessness and adversity of the situation, he knew, deep down, that he would not give up. He couldn't give up. There was still something worth fighting for. As if on cue, Naruto sensed a presence to his right and smiled. Well, at least there's still one good thing left in this world, he thought as he turned towards his wife. Hey, Hinata, Naruto said, mood brightening, what brings you here? Like Naruto, Uzumaki Hinata had changed in appearance over the past 10 years. She also had an athletic build, though she was not as muscular as her husband. Her long dark blue hair fell gracefully past her shoulders, but her piercing white eyes, once so innocent, were now a little sad. She wore a light purple jacket, similar to the one she wore in her younger years, as well as dark blue pants and sandals. Hinata gave a small, tired smile as she walked over to stand beside him, laying her head on his shoulder as he put a comforting arm around her. I thought we could both use some company, she said in her usual soft tone, looking sadly to where his left eye was covered by his Hittite. It's been a hard few weeks for both of us. The years had caused a noticeable change in Hinata's personality as well. Although she was still soft-spoken, She now radiated an air of quiet confidence and strength that was in stark contrast to the innocent shyness she once possessed. In fact, though few would guess by looking at her, she had authority equal to her husband's as the commander of reconnaissance, infiltration, and special operations for the Allied forces. The war had left few unscathed, however, and like Naruto, there was always a touch of melancholy to her. Recently, though, she had become noticeably more downcast than before. It was little surprise, considering that she was now the last of the Hyuga clan. A gentle wind swirled through the tall canopy of trees above them, rustling the leaves. Naruto closed his eyes as he leaned back once again. "I was just taking some time to think," he admitted. "But you know I can always use your company," he added teasingly. They stood there for a while, simply enjoying each other's company. Suddenly Naruto's sky-blue eye turned red and his face grew feral. "While this is nauseatingly cute, don't we have a meeting to go to?" A new voice barked from Naruto. "Hello, Kurama," Hinata said as she lifted her head, rolling her eyes. "As polite as always, I see." Naruto's features curved to form an eerie grin. "I am being polite. I haven't killed you yet, have I now?" Kurama chuckled before Naruto's features faded back to normal. "I hate it when he does that without asking," Naruto said with a twinge of annoyance. "I think that's why he does it," she responded, sighing. "Even though I'd love to stay here for the rest of the evening, he does have a point. Besides, he sort of ruined the moment." Naruto nodded. "You'd think that becoming friends with us would have improved his attitude a bit more." "Not in your dreams, runt." A voice rumbled within his mind. "Now hurry up." "Stupid fox," Naruto muttered. Then, raising his voice, he said more loudly, "Let's go, Hinata." She nodded and they started off to meet with the others. As the couple walked in silence along the path, they maintained a slow and measured pace, the soft grass crunching underfoot. "So," Hinata began slowly as they neared the building in which they were to meet with the others, "are you still opposed to Shikamaru's recommendation? You know he's going to push it on us again, especially since this will be the last chance we will have to discuss the plan before we commit to it." Naruto gave a curt nod. "Of course. You." Hinata hesitated. "You know how I feel. It's not that I'm against the plan itself, it's just, the cost is so high, and we aren't even sure if it will work." She trailed off. "But it's not like I like your solution any more than his." "I know, Hinata. God knows I wouldn't like this plan if our places were switched." Hinata looked away, hiding the look of helplessness in her eyes. Naruto could sympathize. Time and again, the blonde-haired ninja had pulled off the impossible. He had become a legend because of it. But time travel? At best the idea was a desperate, far-fetched hope, even for him. It wasn't that he didn't think it wasn't worth trying, however. In fact, both he and Hinata agreed that it might be their last and only real hope, despite the seemingly impossible odds. It was only by luck 2 weeks ago that Fukasaku had uncovered a withered, dust-covered scroll lost deep within the Toad's library that detailed how to perform the complex time travel technique. The problem was that the ancient jutsu that he had found required an immense amount of chakra. An entire tailed beast's store of chakra to be exact. This meant that giving the amount of chakra necessary to power the jutsu would be draining to the point that doing so would kill the tailed beast's Jinchuriki host. Even then, there would only be enough energy to send back 2 people at most, with little more than the clothes on their back, and that was only if it even worked in the first place. This chakra cost was the reason why it had never been successfully used. This, in and of itself, wasn't a problem. Naruto was more than willing to make such a sacrifice for even the slightest chance of setting the world right. No, the problem was that Shikamaru had suggested sending Hinata and him back, saying that their strength, skills, and abilities, especially when working together, would offer the best probability of success. But, if he agreed with Shikamaru, then the sacrifice would have to fall to Killer Bee, and that was something he could not bring himself to allow. Unfortunately for Naruto, neither Bee, nor Gyuki, the Hachibi, seemed to share this sentiment. Although Hinata was not as close to Bee as Naruto, she also disliked the idea of their friend having to sacrifice himself to send the couple back in time. Unlike Naruto, however, she was also vehemently against the idea of her husband making the sacrifice. Still, she knew the sobering and inescapable truth. Regardless of her feelings, one life had to be forfeit to power the time travel technique. Naruto knew that she was simply too compassionate, too kind, to advocate that either her friend or her love die for the sake of the other. No, Naruto thought, there's no way I could ever agree if it was Hinata who had to be sacrificed. Still, you should know why this is necessary, why I have to be the one do this. I have to make up for my mistakes. No one else can die for me. No! She snapped, frustration and sadness flaring in equal measures. I know why a sacrifice is necessary. But if I have to watch you die right in front of me, it will not be because of your misplaced sense of guilt. Her voice lowered to a whisper. Our friends' deaths weren't your fault. Her death wasn't your fault. I don't blame you and neither did she. If you'd only open your eyes, both of your eyes, you'd see that you have nothing to atone for. Naruto's shoulders sagged. You're right, Hinata, I know that it's not really my fault, and believe me, I don't want to die. Not yet. It's just that sometimes I just wish I could have saved them. And this, he paused, this may actually be a real second chance to set things right. And I'd pay any price for that. I just want it to be me who pays that price and not another of my friends. I know, she said, I just need you to remember that you have nothing to atone for. We both know who's to blame for this. It was a conversation they'd had several times before, each having been at one time or another the one trying to console the other. Each trying to lighten the other's burden when the deaths of so many friends and loved ones over the years weighed too heavily on their mind. They finally reached the wood and stone meeting building and paused outside of it. Naruto gave her a small smile. What would I possibly do without you? He thought to himself. I'll remember, Hinata, for your sake. As they turned to walk inside, Naruto slowly lifted his hitayate, revealing a white eye exactly like his wife's. So quietly that he could just barely hear, he heard his wife whisper her sister's name. Hinata followed Naruto towards the meeting room, barely paying attention to anything other than her own chaotic thoughts. Despite the front she tried to put up for her husband, she was on the verge of breaking down. She had always known that it was possible for either of them to die any time, especially during the war, but it had always seemed a distant worry somehow. Now, however, her worst fear was staring her right in the face, and she wasn't sure how much longer she could handle it. Her sister's death a month ago had already shaken her to the core, and if she lost Naruto, she would fall apart. She simply wouldn't be able to survive losing him too. Hinata knew that she was the only person who might be able to talk Naruto out of what he was trying to do, but as much as she hated this situation, she couldn't bring herself to persuade him to change his mind. That was the worst part of all for her, the knowledge that she may be able to prevent his death, but that she wouldn't because she simply couldn't bring herself to be selfish enough to stop him from trying to save one of his closest friends. And now, she knew she may have to pay the price. You're late, a bored voice drawled as they walked into the room, bringing her back to the present. Nara Shikamaru, the chief strategist of what remained of their army, sat at a large table consisting of Fukasaku and the two other members of the allied forces privy to their insane plan. We're very sorry, Shikamaru-kun, Hinata said with a bow while Naruto stood looking slightly embarrassed. Physically, the strategist had changed little over the 10 years, though he looked much more like his father than before. However, mentally, he had grown a great deal, coming into his own as a leader with authority equal to both Naruto and Hinata's. It's fine, Shikamaru sighed as the latecomers took their seats. We were just continuing the same discussion as before. Basically, we've agreed, again, that we should send you two back, even though the dobe won't stop complaining about it, Sasuke said nonchalantly as he turned his closed eyes to the pair. Uchiha Sasuke had, for better or worse, decided to defect from Madara's side, for reasons he still wouldn't confess, during the beginnings of the war. Though she had not trusted him at first, and probably never would be able to fully trust him again considering the amount of times he had tried to kill Naruto, Hinata had to admit that Sasuke had, if nothing else, proven himself a great asset to their cause. Defeating Kabuto and neutralizing his reincarnated army had most likely saved them from being utterly destroyed within months of their initial disastrous defeat. Further, he had been the one to bring Naruto and B to safety after they had been defeated by Madara. He had been forced to use Izanagi twice, sacrificing both of his eyes, to keep the two protected from Madara's initial attacks long enough for the Kages to begin to repulse him. Even without his treasured eyes, however, he was still a formidable fighter and still continued to take on various missions. Not the words I would have used, but the boy is right, croaked the elder toad, Fukasaku. Besides, Naruto boy, you must remember that you are the child of destiny, and I believe the prophecy has not yet come to pass. You must not let your emotions cloud your view of the greater picture. Stop being a fool, it's not cool, Naruto. Killer Bee rapped. Of the 5 ninja present in the room, Bee had seemingly changed the least over the years. He was, in many ways, still the same boisterous, muscular and accomplished warrior with the aggravating hobby of creating bad rap lyrics. Still, to those who knew him well, like her husband, there were times when his personality would shift slightly and one could get a brief glimpse of his all-consuming anger and desire to bring the man who slaughtered his brother and students to justice. No, Naruto stated simply, already exasperated after a week of having the same debate. I've already told you hundreds of times that I will not agree to this. Isn't it enough that I have to abandon our army right before our last stand, because this is our only real hope left? Do you really expect me to let someone else die for me too? And B, Naruto added with frustration, how can you treat your own death so casually? This isn't something to rap about. It isn't a joke. I can treat my death casually for the same reason you can, Naruto, B said with an uncharacteristically quiet voice, because, like you, I would do anything for a chance to save all the friends I've lost. Besides, Sasuke interjected, if this really does somehow manage to work, B won't actually die. Or at least the past version of him won't. Then why can't you let me be the one to take that risk? Naruto asked. Calm down, Naruto. This is our last meeting and we don't have the time for this fight anymore, Shikamaru said tiredly. I've already explained this to you. This decision isn't about who lives and who dies or even about our army anymore. You have to understand that time travel is very troublesome. I can only make basic, short-term plans of what to do for whoever goes back. There are simply too many effects the slightest action could have on history for me to account for all the variables. He paused for a moment. You two are among the strongest ninja we have, especially when working together. Honestly, with your ability to turn impossible situations into victories and with Hinata there to help you and to keep you from doing anything stupid, I think you two are the last, best chance we have. The war is lost. We're due to be attacked any day now. All that's left is to make our last stand. You know that if I didn't think this was our only real chance, I wouldn't suggest we send 2 of our best commanders away right when we needed them the most. Naruto was silent for a moment. I'm sorry, Shikamaru, I just can't, he whispered. And you, Kurama, he said, still looking at Naruto, do you have anything to add? Naruto gave a wild grin. While I'd rather not deal with the inconvenience the pup's death would cause, I'd never hear the end of it if I stopped him. Besides, I can't leave this to Gyuki, he said with amusement. Who knows if that weakling even has enough chakra to power the jutsu without 9 tails? Shikamaru sighed. Hinata? What about you? You haven't spoken at all yet. Hinata looked down. This was it. The moment she'd been dreading. Her last chance to try and save her husband's life. Forgive me, she thought as she raised her head, barely holding back tears. I see your point, Shikamaru-kun, and you may even be right, but... She hesitated. In this, I cannot side with you, she finally whispered. There was a pause for a moment as the finality of their decision weighed on those present within the room. I suppose I never really did expect you to agree, Shikamaru said with uncharacteristic sadness, as he folded his hands in his lap. You both always did put others before yourselves, especially your friends. Maybe that's why I think you'll do so well. Suddenly, Naruto and Hinata froze, unable to move. Hinata's eyes widened with realization. Shikamaru and the others already made their decision, she thought frantically. They weren't planning on letting Naruto actually go through with being the power source for the jutsu. This was just a last attempt to get us to agree willingly. Shadow possession complete, Shikamaru said smoothly, raising his hands back into view. Sheet. Naruto thought, his teeth gritted, desperately trying to regain control. Damn it, Shikamaru, what the hell do you think you're doing? Naruto roared. Making the right choice, Shikamaru said simply, as he walked away from the table, Naruto and Hinata unwillingly mirroring his movements. Naruto's body flared with yellow energy as his chakra cloak formed around him. Before Naruto could attempt to break free, however, Fukasaku quickly flashed through some hand signs. Doton, swamp of the underworld, the old toad stated quietly, sinking Naruto and Hinata into the floor. Killer Bee then sprouted several octopus tentacles, wrapping them around the two and trapping them even further, while Sasuke simply stood by, ready to act if they made even the least bit of headway in freeing themselves. Naruto looked over and saw that Hinata was having as much trouble trying to get out as he was. Have all of you gone crazy? Naruto shouted, still trying to break free. No, Sasuke stated calmly, we're just making sure that we take best chance we have to prevent this nightmare. Fukasaku quickly began placing seals around the floor in a complicated design. I'm sorry it's come to this, Naruto boy, but we can't afford to let you have your way, he said with a hint of regret as he began a complicated series of hand signs. Not this time. B began to glow, and then purple chakra shot from him and began to swirl around Hinata and Naruto. Shikamaru and B released their hold on the pair, but they were still trapped within jutsu Fukasaku was performing. Shikamaru, Hinata said softly, as she ceased her now pointless struggling to look into his eyes. To force us to be the ones to do this, to save our lives instead of another's, do you really believe in us that much? I do, Shikamaru responded without hesitation. For what it's worth, I'm sorry we had to take this choice out of your hands. I hate to say it, pup, but I think we may be taking this trip after all, Kurama growled in Naruto's mind. Naruto released his chakra cloak and slumped, defeated. He had been prepared to make one last sacrifice to save his friends, and here he was, forced to let one of them die instead. I may be blind, but I still know that look on your face, Dobe, Sasuke said. This is not you failing to save a friend. This is your friends forcing you to be smart for once. Anyway, he added, like I've already said, if this works out then none of us have to die. Naruto looked toward Sasuke. I don't agree with this, Sasuke, but I understand. B glowed brighter and brighter, flaring like a miniature sun. The amount of chakra being released was incredible. I'm getting close to the end of the jutsu. If you have any last pieces of advice, now's the time, Fukasaku announced gruffly. First, I have warning for you three. I am not certain exactly what state you will be in when you return to the past. However, based upon my research, I believe that you will most likely be separate entities from your past selves with all of your abilities intact, except, perhaps for your summoning contracts, which you may have to reobtain. As for the QB, he will most likely survive the ordeal, though beyond that, I cannot predict what effects this jutsu will have upon a tailed beast since it was never designed with one in mind. Lastly, be careful. There's no telling how difficult a trip through time might be. As for my advice, all I have to say is this. Remember the prophecy, Naruto. Remember that you can still change this world for the better. Shikamaru stepped forward resolutely. There's little I can suggest for you to do, Shikamaru began. Like I said, this situation is troublesome. Fukasaku is sending you back to a bit before the Chunin exams, since that was when things began to fall apart. You should start by talking to the third and asking him for help. Remember that since we never did see Madara try to perform that ridiculous genjutsu, we still don't know if that really was his ultimate goal or if he was just lying and had something completely different up his sleeve, but it doesn't really matter. Either way, the keys to his plan are the 9 Jinchuriki, including Naruto. If you can find a way to protect them from Madara, you should be able to stop his plans. Naruto and Hinata nodded in acknowledgement, each with a look of determination on their face. Sasuke turned his sightless gaze towards Naruto, and for a moment, he felt like he could once again see his rival's piercing red eyes. It was not in Sasuke's nature to ask for help, but Naruto understood. He would do his best to stop Sasuke from making the same mistakes again. He wouldn't let him run off to Orochimaru or kill his brother. If I can, I will, Naruto said solemnly. Sasuke nodded, thank you. Naruto turned his head towards B. The muscular ninja was floating 10 meters off the ground, surrounded by a nearly blinding corona of purple light. Naruto could see that he was beginning to pale and weaken. I'm sorry, he whispered guiltily. "Do not be whack. Just make it be back." Killer be rapped, his voice hoarse and cracking with effort. "And be sure you two kill that BB and save the cloud for Emmy and Hachibi." "Don't doubt it," Naruto said with a slight grin. B's grin deepened as the light faded from his eyes and his face went slack. Shikamaru caught his body as it fell towards the ground. As if on cue, the last of the chakra drained from B's body and came to surround them. The chakra began to swirl faster and faster, until Naruto was unable to make out anything beyond the powerful torrent of energy. Naruto grasped Hinata's hand and looked towards her. As he looked deep into her eyes, he knew they were thinking the same thing. They may not have chosen this path, but they would not fail and they would never give up. After all, now they had everything to fight for. The torrent of chakra began to rage and howl, louder and louder, until suddenly the sounds ceased and everything faded to black. What a weird dream. Hinata thought blearily as she began to regain consciousness. She stretched out in the grass, trying to wake herself up. Grass? Thud. She slowly opened her eyes and what she saw jolted her back to full awareness. Rather than the bedroom she'd been expecting, she was in the middle of a dense forest. Wait, the jutsu, she thought, scrambling to her feet as her most recent memories surged to the forefront of her mind. Did it work? It definitely did something. Just then, she noticed Naruto beside her, still asleep. She knelt next to him and tried to wake him. Naruto? Naruto, wake up, she insisted as she shook him. Hinata? What is it? He asked groggily. I think it may have worked. What war dash? He stopped mid-sentence as his eyes shot open. Where are we? Are we back? He demanded, jumping to his feet. I'm not sure yet, but if it did actually work we should be somewhere near Konoha. She gazed up at the blue sky overhead. Let's check, she said. She quickly stood up and began to jump to the tops of the trees, Naruto close behind her. Please be here, please be here, please be here, thought Hinata desperately. She burst through the canopy and began to look around for her former home. Hinata froze. I can't believe it, Naruto whispered as he came up beside her. There in the distance, no more than a few kilometers away, was the hidden leaf village, completely intact. The monument, she whispered as her eyes began to water. Tsunatama's face isn't there. It worked, Naruto exclaimed, pulling her into a hug. Thank God, it worked. He choked. Hinata was at a loss for words. She had hoped that their plan would succeed, but until now, she honestly thought it was little more than a desperate fantasy. We can save them, she sobbed, gripping her husband. Our home, our friends, we can save them, we can change things this time. They stayed that way for a few minutes, too stunned to do more than hold on to each other and pray that it wasn't all just a dream. Hinata wiped her eyes, smiling as they pulled apart, truly hopeful for the first time in years. Let's get down from here, the last thing we need is to get spotted now. Good idea, Naruto nodded. They jumped down from the treetops and settled into the shadow of a large oak. So, Hinata began, what now? Naruto leaned against the tree and thought. I think we should follow Shikamaru's suggestion, he said. We need to find at least one other person to help us and the old man's probably our best bet. Agreed, but still, there's the matter of getting into the village itself. She paused. We could probably sneak past the patrols closer to the village and at the gate, but I'm not sure about reaching the Hokage himself. He's sure to have at least a few guards besides the ones we saw, and they're bound to be far from incompetent. While I'm sure we could incapacitate them, I doubt that acting like assassins would do much to help us make our case. You're right, we need to find a way to get a private audience somehow. We also need to figure out exactly when we were sent to. We may be back in the past, but that's no guarantee that we're exactly where Fukasaku aimed to send us. That's a good point too. She hesitated. The biggest problem, though, is our appearance. I doubt anyone would be able to connect us to our past selves. It's just too unrealistic to be believable, even if it is the truth. Still, you look too much like your father, and I look too much like a Hyuga for us to be able to simply ignore it. Most importantly, our eyes, Naruto. We have to hide our eyes. If my father even suspected that the Hyuga's Byakugan had been obtained by anyone outside the clan, he would be furious. And as far as he knows, we're both outside of the clan. Why does everything have to be so difficult? He sighed. At least my mother's clan isn't in Konoha to complicate things as well. Naruto paused. Wait, that's it? Hinata looked at him quizzically. What do you mean? My mother's clan, the Uzumaki, they were one of the most prominent clans of Uzushiogakure in the land of whirlpools. The village was destroyed in the Third Shinobi World War, but the village, especially the Uzumaki, had always had close ties to Konoha. If we say that we were survivors from the village that have come to join the Leaf, it should be enough of an excuse to at least get to see the old man. It would also explain why two unknown, highly trained ninja would suddenly want to join the Leaf instead of another village. That's perfect actually, Hinata smiled. I hadn't considered that type of approach, though we will have to be careful when anyone asks what we did during the time between the village's destruction and now. Also, only you should be a hereditary member of the clan. Even though it doesn't affect what we're trying to do, I'd rather our story include the fact that we're married instead of siblings or relatives. She sighed. Still, there's the matter of actually disguising our appearance. A simple transformation would be too unreliable. Actually, I have a solution to that problem as well, Naruto explained with pride. You don't mean, you actually managed to create that seal? Naruto chuckled, pushing himself off of the tree trunk. I finished it a few weeks ago, but we were so busy with this mess that I never had a chance to tell you. Are you really that surprised? You were the one who asked me to create it for your infiltration teams after all. Hinata laughed. Fair enough. Regardless, it's impressive, especially considering you never had much formal training in Fuinjutsu in the first place. How effective is it? Naruto shrugged. Effective enough, I'd say it's pretty much on par with whatever it was that Granny Tsunade did. As far as I know, it's virtually undetectable, will stay active even without conscious effort, and will still work while we're asleep. There are three main problems though. First, it will constantly feed of your chakra to keep active. Not that much, at least, not for ninja of our level, but it would still be a disadvantage in battle. Also, that means that if you don't have enough energy to sustain it, the transformation will fade. Second, you're limited to only one appearance, so you'd have to remove and reapply the seal to change how you look. Last, the seal will still be visible even during the transformation, though since I invented it, no one will know what its purpose is. He paused. Also, there's one more thing. It wouldn't normally be too much of an issue, but the actual creation of the seal is draining, so it'd be dangerous to do in the field. I see, Hinata said, nodding. Still, even with those drawbacks, that seal should be more than enough. She thought for a moment, recognizing a potential problem. We do have to test it though. If I can see through it with my Byakugan, it may make things more difficult. Naruto nodded. You're right. I guess I didn't have to take the Byakugan into account while I was working on it since your entire clan fought with us. Let's test it before we go any further then. He took a deep breath before beginning a series of hand seals. After about a minute, he finished and his right hand began to glow. Metamorphosis, he whispered as he pressed his hand into his left shoulder. An elaborate circular design began to form, spiraling out from where his palm met his shoulder. The shape shined brightly just as it was completed. After the light faded, it looked like nothing more significant than an intricate tattoo. Here we go, said Naruto, grinning at her. There was an explosion of smoke, but it was much larger and more powerful than the one that accompanied a normal transformation. When the smoke cleared, a new man was in the place of her husband, still wearing the same grin Naruto had seconds earlier. While his clothing was the same, his physical appearance was completely different. The whisker marks that were on his cheeks were now non-existent. His face was slightly different structurally and was a bit more angular and had more softness to it than Naruto had originally had. The most apparent change, however, was his hair. He had straight crimson hair that hung down to his shoulders, a bit of it framing the right side of his face. The only thing consistent with his original appearance, she noticed, were the striking blue eyes that always reminded her of a clear summer day, though now he had two instead of one. Naruto brushed a few strands of his new hair out of his eyes. So, what do you think? He asked in a voice that she'd never heard before. Well, she smirked, you look handsome. Not as good as the original, of course, but I think I can learn to live with it. Naruto laughed, though the sound had an edge of fatigue to it. I'm glad you approve. Can you take a look? Of course, just a second, Hinata said as she made a hand seal. Byakugan. Her range of vision increased exponentially, expanding outwards for miles in every direction. She took some time to steady herself against the sense of vertigo and strangeness that accompanied the activation of her eyes before focusing on Naruto. It's hard to describe. I can't see through your transformation like I would be able to normally, but when I focus intently on you, you become blurry, but only slightly. She paused for a moment. Considering how proficient I've become with these eyes, I doubt most of my clan would even be capable of noticing it, no matter how hard they tried. Still, she turned towards the direction of the village, though I doubt they'd activate their eyes within the village just to study us. Be careful of the stronger members of my clan. My father, Niji and Ai-san, and maybe a handful of my other relatives, they may be able to see through our disguise. There's no way they'd guess the truth, but still, I'd rather them not become suspicious of us. I guess that's not too surprising, Naruto said, face pensive, but do you think it's worth the risk? It's not perfect, but in a village filled with Hyuga, it's the best anyone could ask for, so I do think it's worth it. Besides, it's not as if we have much of a choice. Good point. Well then, he added, becoming excited, that means it's your turn. What do I do? She questioned. Imagine what you want your appearance to look like and how you want to sound, just like you would when performing a normal transformation, and keep the image firmly at the front of your mind as I apply the seal. After it's applied, you simply will it to activate by channeling chakra to the seal and having conscious desire to switch to your alternate appearance. You deactivate it the same way. Hinata thought for a minute, deciding on an appearance that she thought would be appropriate. Ready, she said. Naruto nodded before beginning the same set of hand seals he had used before. Once he finished, his hand began to glow again. Metamorphosis, he murmured again as he placed his hand to her left shoulder. Immediately she felt an odd sensation. She felt as if her body had somehow become water, constantly flowing and moving, never staying in exactly the same shape for more than an instant. It wasn't an unpleasant feeling, it was just odd. And then the feeling suddenly ceased, and as she looked at her shoulder she saw a design identical to her husband's. Naruto began to rock on his heels, steadying himself against the next to him with one arm. He seemed utterly exhausted. Are you okay? She asked him cautiously. Yeah, I'll be fine. Like I said, the seal is tiring to create. Tiring is an understatement, Hinata mused as she looked him over. Taking in his weary appearance and ragged breathing, he looks about ready to fall over. After a few moments, Naruto had managed to catch his breath. Well, don't keep me waiting, he said, beaming. Let me see. That man, she thought, rolling her eyes inwardly. You'd think he'd have learned to take these sorts of situations more seriously by now. Sighing inwardly, Hinata began her transformation. Around her there was a large explosion of smoke through which she couldn't see. As the smoke cleared, she found Naruto staring at her. Well, how do I look? She asked nervously, not missing that her voice had changed to how she had imagined it as well. He seemed to fumble for something to say. Gorgeous, he whispered, but not as good as you normally look. I was just caught off guard, he added hurriedly. Hinata felt her cheeks flush slightly. She held her hair in front of her eyes. It had a silvery white hue, just as she'd imagined it before he'd placed the seal on her, and fell past her shoulders in a fashion similar to her original hairstyle. Her skin, she noticed, was a bit darker than it was before, as if it had been tanned slightly. She took a kunai out of her tool pouch and caught a reflection of the rest of her appearance. Her face, like her Naruto's, had become slightly more angular. Her eyes, however, were quite different. They were no longer stark white, and now had visible irises of a deep violet color. After a moment, she smiled. Well, I'm glad you like it, Hinata said as she put her kunai away. Now that our disguises are taken care of, Is there anything else we need to do before we go to the village? She considered it but couldn't think of anything else. I think we should be fine, she said, though the headbands will have to go, she reminded him as she took off her hitayate and stored it into her pouch. Thanks for reminding me, Naruto said, doing the same with his own forehead protector. When we get there, I'm sure the old man will give us an audience. He always was willing to hear people out and he's not about to turn down new ninja. Still, there's no way that he's ever left alone with strangers or that anyone will blindly believe we're really who we say we are, which we aren't. I'm guessing he always has 2 or 3 NBU somewhere in addition to the regular guards, just in case. Can you take care of them while I seal the room? Hinata raised an eyebrow. You do remember who you're talking to, right? She teased with a smirk. Naruto laughed. You know what I mean. Besides, it's not like I could do it, not quietly at least. Hinata chuckled as well. I know, no. You have many strong points, but subtlety has never been one of them. Well, he began, we should probably make our way over to the. He stopped, abruptly staring off into space. Naruto? Naruto! Hinata said, waving her hand in front of his face. He sighed, sorry about that. It looks like we have a problem. A problem? He can explain it better than I can. After Naruto finished, his transformed face took on animalistic features as his eyes turned red. Girl, a familiar voice growled. Kurama. What's wrong? My power, he paused, it's gone. Hinata froze, eyes narrowing, gone, she whispered. Yes. The trip was more dangerous than the toad thought and I had to use all my chakra just to keep you two from being torn apart from the ravages of the time stream. Somehow though, using my chakra to protect you from that trauma had an effect on me. I've been attempting to gather my power since before you regained consciousness, but it seems that I've been weakened somehow. I cannot give Naruto any power right now, nor can I regenerate it to what it was before. Perfect, she thought, another problem. Naruto is powerful in his own right, but without Kurama to help right now, countering Madara is going to be much more difficult. You don't have any good news, I'm guessing? There is one thing. Like I told the runt, I can feel my chakra returning gradually. It's slow, disgustingly slow, but it should still come back on its own in time. How much time? She asked. Kurama looked away. Months? Years? I cannot be sure. All I know is that it will be a long time before I can grant Naruto the level of power I could before. Until then, I will do what I can. Try to not get killed while I recover, though, I've just begun to tolerate you two slightly more than other humans. With that, Kurama was gone and Naruto's face returned to normal. Hinata sighed. Him in it? Yeah, this is definitely going to make things harder, Naruto replied. Still, there's not much we can do about it, so it's probably better to just not worry. You're right, Hinata agreed, though she was still concerned. Let's just focus on what we can do right now. That's my girl. Naruto grinned, though it didn't seem quite as confident as it normally would. Hinata laughed, her apprehension melting away just a bit. Everything will be fine as long as we're together. Let's go, she said, motioning towards the village. Naruto nodded, and with that, they were off. Naruto walked down the main street of the village, captivated by sights he'd never expected to see again. Well, that was easier than I'd expected it to be, he thought. Kotetsu and Izumo had been surprisingly willing to let them into the village. They'd simply sent a messenger to the Hokage Tower and told them to go there to await an audience. I guess this is what it means to live in peace. I'd almost forgotten. He looked over to his side. Hinata seemed just as out of place as he was. It's been so long it surprises me, he whispered. I feel the same, but it's nice, she said smiling. Naruto smiled as well. He couldn't disagree. It had been a long time since he had felt such a sense of solace. Hey! Get back here! Someone shouted. You'll never catch me, a child shouted back. Naruto looked towards the commotion. Hinata laughed next to him. It can't be. It is, Naruto said, face-palming. Running through the street right towards them was a young boy with bright blonde hair, carrying a bucket of paint and a brush. He ran past them laughing happily as he was chased by a pair of older ninja. I guess we know when we got sent back to now, Naruto said, embarrassed. I'm impressed you haven't gotten caught by those two yet. Well, he chuckled, I did have a lot of practice at pulling those pranks off. That one was definitely one of my favorites though. What are you doing, Naruto? A familiar voice yelled. Until that part, Naruto sighed. Was that Irika-sensei? She asked. Yeah, he was usually the one who caught me. He always seemed to know where I was somehow. Naruto trailed off. Just then, they arrived at the Hokage Tower. It's just like I remembered it. Feels like old times, Hinata said. Are you ready? As much as I'll ever be. If nothing else, it'll be good to see the old man again, Naruto said. He walked inside, Hinata right beside him. Honestly, Sarutobi thought, sighing, sometimes I wonder if I spend more time filling out paperwork than actually watching over my village. The third Hokage lit his pipe once again as he sat back in his chair. And today would have had such a light load, too, if Naruto hadn't decided to vandalize an entire mountain, he thought with annoyance. What am I going to do with that boy? I know he wants attention, but right now all he's doing is wasting his potential. Hokage-sama, a man said, opening the door to the room. The two ninja from Whirlpool have arrived. Thank you, Genma. Please send them in. Yes, sir. Genma replied. Well, he thought, at least this will be a welcome diversion. It's been some time since I've met anyone from Uzushiogakure, and even longer since any asked to join our ranks. And an Uzumaki, perhaps I should introduce them to Naruto if nothing else. As he contemplated this development, two individuals, a couple he recalled, entered the room. The man was striking. Sarutobi did not miss the characteristic red hair of the Uzumaki clan, as well as his piercing blue eyes. He wore a black cloak that seemed oddly similar to the one Sarutobi's successor had worn, though that couldn't be anything more than a coincidence. Strangely, however, the man's entire demeanor, while powerful, seemed to also hold a hint of playful mischievousness about him. He couldn't quite put his finger on why, but it somehow reminded him of another red-haired Uzumaki that he hadn't thought about in a long time. The woman, on the other hand, seemed to complement him perfectly. She had flowing, silvery white hair and glowing violet eyes. She was more graceful than he was, but the Hokage had no doubt that she was his equal in strength and ability. Both of them exuded a quiet sense of power and confidence. Furthermore, though he doubted many would be able to notice it, both of those in front of him had the unmistakable bearing of one who was experienced, not just in training or fighting but in war as well. These were individuals who knew the true meaning of loss and sacrifice. However, Sarutobi had seen veterans of the Third War who seemed to carry less of a weight on their shoulders than the two before him, and he wondered what, exactly, they had experienced to make them this way in a time of peace. Oddest of all, the Hokage noted, was how they looked at him. Though he only saw their reactions for a second before they were hidden, for some reason both looked as if they had seen a ghost. Uzumaki Sora and Uzumaki Naomi, correct? I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. I must say, it is a pleasure to see survivors of your clan alive and well. It has been quite some time since I've had the chance to meet with one of you. Sora and Naomi bowed to him. It's a pleasure to speak to you as well, though not one I'd have ever expected to have, Sora said. So, the Hokage replied, moving past the oddity of his statement, what brings you to Konoha? From what I understand, you wanted to join us. That and another reason, he said. He looked towards his companion, Naomi, and she nodded at him. Sorry, Toka-sama, but we need to speak with you privately, she said. Immediately, the woman began to move. The veins around the woman's eyes bulged out and she began performing a series of hand seals. It happened so quickly that Sarutobi couldn't react in time to stop them. As the woman finished, the Hokage felt a wave of power flow throughout the room. Just as she finished, the man threw a set of tags around the room, one for each of the 4 cardinal directions. He waited a few seconds, and then puffed one last time on his pipe before putting it down. Fuinjutsu? He asked. It appears to be quite skillfully done. I take it no one can hear or see us in here? The man inclined his head. You are correct. Well, considering that no one has come rushing in here, it looks like you've managed to put 3 of my ANBU members, in addition to my normal guards, under a genjutsu just long enough to seal the room, but not long enough for them to notice it. I must say I'm impressed, he said as he rose unhurriedly from his chair. At this comment, the woman smirked. Well, I did have an excellent teacher, she said. I don't doubt that. It's rare to find a genjutsu master of such talent. He paused. You know, it's been quite some time since I've had an attempt on my life. I do wish you'd come some other time, though I've had a long few hours, he sighed. Well, let's get on with it, I don't have all day. At this, the two strangers shared a look. Then the man burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Sarutobi asked, confused. Of all the actions he could imagine of an assassin facing a Kage-level opponent, laughing seemed the least likely of all of them. Sora grinned. Now that you've mentioned it, I do wonder how well I'd match up to you. However, if we wanted to kill you, do you really think we'd walk into your office in broad daylight to do it? Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. Is there any other reason a random stranger would have for putting a seal on my office so my guards don't come rushing in? He has a point, Naomi said, shrugging, so much for trying not to look like assassins. I guess you're right, he replied to her. We should probably just show him. Show me what? What are you talking about? Sarutobi asked. To this, Sora just smiled. Then there was a burst of smoke and two new people were standing in front of him. No, it can't be. The Hokage whispered. He paused, his thoughts in complete disarray. Minato? He asked, unable to hide his shock. After his initial surprise, Sarutobi brought himself to focus on the woman standing next to this man, finally noticing her stark white eyes. And are you a Hyuga? What is the meaning of this? The strange man, for the Hokage was now certain that Sora was not his true name, looked away. Well, you have one of us right, old man, she is a Hyuga, but no, I am not my father. The Hokage frowned at the way he was addressed, trying to mask his confusion. Father? Do you really expect me to believe that Minato had a son? The man turned back towards him, grinning. Of course, old man, you did take care of me for the first 12 years of my life after all. I'm Naruto and this, he said, placing his hand on the woman's shoulder, is Hinata. The Hokage narrowed his eyes once again, not bothering to hide his skepticism. He did see the resemblance. Indeed, the man looked much like what Sarutobi would have imagined Naruto to look within the next 15 years or so. However, ignoring the fact that this man also had what appeared to be a Byakugan for one eye, he was obviously not the same 12-year-old that he constantly had to look after. Furthermore, though he claimed his companion was the Hyuga heiress, she, too, was obviously not the same shy 12-year-old girl he had come to know. Still, he admitted, for this man to know that Naruto is Minato's son, or perhaps he's just making assumptions based on their similar appearances and is fishing for confirmation. Do you really expect me to believe that two 12-year-olds from my village lied to get an audience with me, placed a genjutsu on all of my guards, and managed to seal this room? Without even the slightest bit of trouble? Sarutobi asked dryly. Not exactly, the man said, looking away again. He is Naruto and I am Hinata, the woman chimed in, but not the ones that you know. It may sound ridiculous, but we're from the future, she said, almost sounding as if she herself was unsure of the truth of what she was saying. The Hokage's first thought was to simply scoff at them and ask for the truth, but for some reason he couldn't do that just yet. He had seen and heard strange things in his life before, though this was without a doubt the most far-fetched. However, if what the woman said was true, then everything that they were saying, all of the inconsistencies, would make sense. Why should I believe you? He hazarded, ignoring the absurdity of even considering their claim. Suddenly, the man's face changed, contorting into a feral snarl, because, Hiruzen, a new voice spoke. If you don't believe them, your precious village will burn. The Hokage froze. This presence, he thought to himself, no genjutsu or ninjutsu would be able to mimic it so perfectly. You're the QB, he stated, taking a step back from the possessed man. So, that really must be Naruto. Then a terrible thought occurred to him. And now you're possessing him. How did you manage to break the seal? At this accusation, the demon just scoffed. Please, he said, rolling his eyes. The brat himself unlocked that seal a decade ago. He turned his head towards Hinata. I've proven your identities, so I'm done talking with this fool. You two can finish dealing with him. With that, the man, who the Hokage now had no choice but to admit was Naruto, returned to normal. Sorry, Naruto apologized. Kurama does that sometimes. At this point, the Hokage could honestly say that he had never been more confused and dumbfounded in his entire life. I believe you, he murmured, slumping back into his chair. You do? Naruto asked, blinking in surprise. Even will admit that this all sounds pretty impossible. Yes, well, impossible or not, there's little other choice considering that the last I heard, the Kyuubi was still locked behind his seal and his Jinchuriki was busy running around vandalizing monuments. The Hokage sighed. I'd rather you'd simply been assassins, it would have been easier. So tell me, why have you two come back, Naruto, Hinata? I didn't even know such a thing was possible. The two before him instantly took on the appearance of individuals who were very old and very tired, and from seeing their faces Sarutobi could tell that they had gone through worse than even the survivors of the Third War. Naruto sighed heavily. War, old man, he whispered. A war that razed the entire world to the ground. For a moment Sarutobi was silent, thinking while the implications of what Naruto said dawned on him. Why? He asked. What happened? Naruto simply covered his eyes with his hand, growing a bitter smile. But to feed the ambitions of a single madman, he said, letting out a sad laugh. So many dead, and in the end, all we did was slow him down. As he lowered his hand, the Hokage both sadness and rage in his expression. You've heard of Akatsuki? Hinata asked as she looked towards Naruto, laying a hand on his shoulder. Scattered reports, mostly from Jiraiya and... He trailed off. We know the truth about Itachi, Naruto supplied. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, the Hokage replied. But yes, I've received reports from Jiraiya and the occasional correspondence from Itachi, but other than their major objective I know little about the organization. But what do they have to do with this? They're the cause, Hinata said sadly, looking back towards the Hokage. Their leader is Uchiha Madara, and he was winner of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Madara? Sarutobi asked, frowning. He's still alive? I knew he was strong, but to challenge our entire village and win. Not just our village, Naruto said. All 5 of the great villages joined together to fight him. All 5? The Hokage exclaimed, astounded that the formation such an alliance, as well as its defeat, could occur only a few years into the future. How could he possibly have defeated the power of all of the villages combined? This time Hinata answered. He couldn't normally. Though we'd killed most of the members of Akatsuki by then, they'd still managed to capture the first 7 of the tailed beasts. They'd also managed to obtain portions of the chakra from the Hachibi and Kurama. Somehow Madara was able to combine them to recreate the Jubi and become its Jinchuriki, effectively becoming a second sage of the 6 paths. He claimed his goal was to use all of this power to cast a genjutsu on the entire world, Naruto continued. For some reason though, he was never actually able to do it. Unless he changed his mind or was just lying the entire time, we think it must have had something to do with him being incomplete because he lacked 8 and 9 tails themselves. Either way, for the last 10 years our army struggled to fight back and find some way to defeat him, but we never could. Sending us back in time was the best chance we've had since the war first went downhill. 10 years? The Hokage thought to himself sadly, I became Hokage to protect these children from the horrors of war. It seems that I have failed them terribly on that account. Uchiha Madara, the sage of the 6 paths, the 10 tails. Sarutobi whispered, this all sounds so impossible, but it's true, isn't it? Naruto and Hinata both nodded. How long do we have? He asked. Thankfully, Akatsuki didn't begin to move in earnest until a couple of years from now in our time, and even then it was still quite a while before the war itself broke out, so we'll be able to prepare, Hinata answered. However, there are still other problems and dangers which hurt the leaf that we hope to prevent. Those began during the upcoming Chunin exams. I see, well it is good to know that we still have some time. However, I must also ask about the Kyuubi, Kurama you called him. did you really unlock his seal? I did, Naruto replied. But to be honest, I trust Kurama with my life. There's no way I would have survived this past decade without his help. Then Hinata spoke up. Furthermore, Kurama didn't attack the village of his own will. It was Madara who'd initially released him from Kushina. He also used his Sharingan to control Kurama and force him to attack the village. I see. The Hokage murmured. That certainly does answer some questions I had from that night. As he studied the faces of those in front of him, he remembered something. Also, Naruto. That eye of yours. Sarutobi finished, letting the question remain unspoken. Naruto reflexively reached up towards his left eye, before turning away. Hinata looked towards him with a sad expression on her face. It was a parting gift from Hanabi, he answered quietly. Sarutobi was quiet, studying the young man for a moment. His grief is still fresh, he obviously hasn't had that eye for very long, but I can't help but wonder why he seems to feel so guilty. What do you plan to do? The Hokage asked them, changing the subject. Naruto looked towards him resolutely, determination evident on his face. We'll fight. We'll win. He smiled. I'm not someone who gives up after just one try, even time can't stop me. Sarutobi nodded. Perhaps he hasn't changed as much as I'd thought. I'd never have expected myself to feel this way, but I'm happy for that. You've grown, Naruto, Sarutobi complimented. Tell me, did you ever achieve your dream? At this, Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. To tell you the truth, old man, I never made it past Genin. Genin? Sarutobi asked, shocked. I was almost certain that he'd really managed to become Hokage. Hinata just sighed. No, he didn't, but that's only because he spent 2 years training with Jiraiya-san. After the war began, we didn't bother wasting time on unnecessary titles. But for some reason, she said, rolling her eyes as if she'd had to deal with this situation too many times before, he likes to conveniently forget that he was the field commander of our army, effectively making him the equivalent of a Kage in all but name. We simply haven't had an official Kage from any village since Tsunade-sama and the others died 10 years ago. Come on, Hinata-chan. Naruto griped playfully, you know I haven't cared about being a genin in ages. Sarutobi nodded distractedly in acceptance of Hinata's explanation, barely even noticing Naruto's response. Training with Jiraiya? And Tsunade as Hokage? He whispered. Then he quickly reined in his curiosity. I apologize, I'm getting off track, he said, looking towards the couple in front of him. I'm sorry, but at this rate our conversation will continue for the entire day. We can discuss more of your knowledge of the future later, but you should leave soon so that my guards don't become too suspicious. First, though, tell me, did you two only come here to inform me of these upcoming events? Hinata shook her head. While we thought it best to hide our true identities from all but you for now, we actually would like to rejoin the village, to help with both this and other matters. I understand. Sarutobi said, smiling, Konoha would be more than happy to have you. The cover you've developed was quite clever. There shouldn't be too many questions about Whirlpool Shinobi joining our village. So how exactly will this work? Naruto asked curiously. Standard procedure for joining. Konoha is rather simple. All shinobi who wish to join the village only need to obtain my approval, which I will give to you. After that, regardless of ability, all of these shinobi must serve a mandatory probationary PRD as a genin before they are eligible for promotion. The Hokage sighed. I apologize for this, especially given the fact that you are already Leaf Shinobi and are obviously among the most capable in the village, but I do not want to draw too much attention to you by excusing you from this requirement. Don't worry, Naruto assured him. Like Hinata said, we haven't put much emphasis on rank in a long time. Besides, he added as he looked out the window towards the village, I'm just glad to see my home again. I'm glad you understand. Still, know that I will promote you as soon as I am able. I wouldn't be so cruel as to make you two take the Chunin exams to progress. Furthermore, despite your official status as genin, you will still be assigned higher-level missions due to your abilities and be compensated accordingly. Given the circumstances, I will also give you the autonomy to operate independently and do what you deem necessary to prevent this war that you've told me of. In the meantime, I'll trust you two to inform me of any important events or developments. Of course, Hinata replied, you can count on us. Before you leave, we'll have to make sure you have enough to live on for the time being. Take this, he said as he pulled a few envelopes from his desk. These are the equivalent to what you'd get for completing several S-rank missions. You'll find enough money in there to support yourselves for the next few months while you get settled down and begin to complete your own missions. Naruto eyed the envelopes apprehensively. Old man? I insist, Sarutobi said. Besides, I'm sure you've more than earned it through the past 10 years. Thank you, Naruto said as he took the envelopes and put them away. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Hinata repeated. We also need to find you somewhere to live as well. The village keeps empty housing for occasions such as this. You can take one of those to live in as long as you need to, he said as he began to look through his desk for a list of vacant homes. However, you should probably live together since I believe that being married was also a part of your cover. I hope you don't mind. At this statement, both of them fidgeted in embarrassment. Sarutobi looked up, confused. Is something wrong? He asked. Actually, Naruto began before trailing off quickly. We really are married, Tokasama, Hinata finished, blushing slightly. Sarutobi stared at them for a moment, and then laughed. Really now? He asked with amusement. Well, I can't say I'm too surprised, I suppose. The Hinata I know has been following Naruto around for the past few years after all. Following me around? Naruto asked with a puzzled look on his face. What are you talking abo? So yes, sharing a home won't be problem, Hinata interrupted hurriedly, slightly redder than she had been seconds before. The Hokage smiled at the two of them. Yes, he thought to himself, now that I think about it, those two do work well together. Here we are, the Hokage said, finally finding the set of papers he was looking for. He handed the papers over to the couple and waited silently as they looked through and discussed them. We'll take this one, Naruto said, pointing to one of the entries. Sarutobi scanned through the entry. It was an apartment on the far end of the village, opposite the Hyuga estate. I couldn't detect it, but you're worried about your clan seeing through that henge of yours, aren't you? He said. Hinata nodded, yes. The technique we used is rather advanced, but someone skilled enough with the Byakugan may still be able to spot some abnormalities. I see, Sarutobi said, understanding her apprehension. That is a danger that is best avoided, especially with your eyes. Very well, this apartment also happens to be fully furnished, so that will make things easier as well. He filled out the necessary paperwork to allow the two ninja to live in the home, as well the forms necessary to grant them the status of genin within the village. These forms contain my approval for you to become ninja of the village and to live in the apartment you chose. Take them to the personnel office downstairs and they will take care of the rest. Thanks for everything you're doing, old man, Naruto answered. We're very grateful, Hinata affirmed. They both bowed. We'll leave for now, Naruto said, but we'll contact you if anything comes up. He paused. Also, it's not much to worry about, but I'm sorry about what my younger self is going to do tomorrow. All right, Sarutobi said warily. I wonder what he means by that. It's probably just some prank to celebrate his final exam. The Hokage watched as Naruto and Hinata transformed back into their disguises and took down the tags around his office. As they were about to open the door to leave, he remembered Naruto's earlier comment about never being promoted and stopped them. Naruto? He asked. Naruto and Hinata both stopped and turned towards him. I want you to know that I believe you would have made an excellent Hokage had you been given the chance. Naruto stared at him for a moment and then grinned. Thanks, old man, really it means a lot, but it's alright. It doesn't matter to me whether or not I'm a Hokage, all I really care about now is saving this village. The Hokage nodded in response and Naruto turned to go. But don't you see, Naruto? Sarutobi thought with a small smile as he watched the couple leave. That desire to save the village, regardless of fame or recognition, is exactly why you would have made such a good Hokage. I'm so proud of who you've become. As the door closed, Sarutobi calmly picked up his pipe and lit it, his paperwork forgotten, as he pondered what this day's events meant for the future of his beloved village. That went well, Hinata said a few minutes after they left the building. Yeah, Naruto agreed. Shikamaru was right, the old man definitely was the best person to talk to. He looked back towards the tower. What did you do to stop them from noticing us anyway? I used a subtle technique to misdirect their senses, she answered. I only made it strong enough so that your seals wouldn't be noticed, and only held it for a moment, so none of them noticed the change. That's amazing, Naruto complimented her. Sometimes I wish that I wasn't so horrible at genjutsu, it really does seem like it'd be useful. Hinata smirked. I have my tricks and you have yours, she reminded him teasingly. We're a team for a reason, you know. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, you're right. They walked in silence for a bit longer before Hinata remembered something. Now that I think about it, she began as they walked through an empty side street. Why did you apologize to the Hokage right before we left? Naruto stopped walking and shifted uncomfortably. She paused, looking at him. What is it? She pushed, becoming concerned. Well, you see. He trailed off. Yes. It has to do with how I passed the academy exam and became a genin. She thought for a moment, digging up old memories. That's right. She said, I remember now. You failed that exam, but still managed to become a genin. You never did tell me how. He shifted again. Yeah, it had to do with that. I didn't want to make you angry. Angry? She thought to herself, why would he be afraid that I'd get angry? Naruto may be exasperating sometimes, but I don't recall either of us ever being truly angry at the other. She raised an eyebrow at him. You see, he continued, responding to the unspoken question, I sort of maybe stolen the scroll of seals from the Hokage's house. Hinata frowned. The scroll filled with forbidden techniques? I can't say that was smart to do, she chastised him, but I don't know why you'd think I'd be angry about it, especially since it happened so long ago. Or at least it did for us, she amended. Besides, I've done my fair share of dumb things too. She started to walk, but Naruto grabbed her hand and she turned to face him again. Actually there's more? He paused. The reason I did it was because Mizuki-sensei told me if I stole it and learned one of the techniques inside that I could graduate. That's actually how I learned the shadow clone jutsu, he added. But Mizuki-sensei lied to me so that he could steal the scroll himself. Hinata froze, staring wide-eyed at her husband. Naruto hurried onward. I didn't know that it wasn't allowed, so a bunch of ninja were sent after me. Irika-sensei was the one who found me. Right when I was trying to explain, Mizuki-sensei came out of nowhere and tried to kill us both. Naruto looked away. He was the one who first told me that I was the Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails and that it was the reason why everyone hated me growing up. But Irika-sensei said that he believed in me and I beat Mizuki-sensei to protect him. After that, he said that I graduated and could become a genin. He finished, looking slightly afraid of how she'd react. Mizuki-sensei, she whispered, I always wondered what had happened to him, but I never thought. She clenched her fist. He tried to kill you? That BSRD, she growled. I'll put nightmares so terrible in his mind that he'll wish I'd killed him instead. She narrowed her eyes and suddenly her Byakugan activated unconsciously in reaction to her anger. Where is he? And I knew she'd be angry, he muttered, looking around to make sure no one had heard them. Hinata. Naruto said, that's probably not a good idea, especially since none of this will even happen until tomorrow. Besides, if we stop Mizuki-sensei from tricking the younger me, there's no way that will change things for the better. He won't become a genin or become friends with Sasuke, Sakura and everyone else if we stop Mizuki-sensei. I'm not sure if I'd even get the chance to become friends with you, he said, looking into her eyes. And he has a point, she thought to herself, sighing as she deactivated her eyes. You're right. I'm sorry, I didn't really think that through all the way, she admitted, though she was still angry. Naruto took her hand, squeezing it. I understand. I know you're protective of me. After all, I still remember that time you almost got yourself killed saving me from pain, he said with a grimace. But considering how I reacted, I may be even more protective than you are. She nodded, remembering the stories she'd heard of Naruto's rampage after she was struck down. "I guess we'll just have to be careful with what we do sometimes," she said. As they began to walk away, Hinata's anger was still simmering despite her acceptance of the situation. "Naruto?" she asked as a thought came to her. Did you ever see Mizuki-sensei again after that night?" "No, I didn't." "Why?" "Just because I'm not chasing after him right now doesn't mean I'll forgive him. Make no mistake, if I ever see him again after tomorrow night, I will shatter his mind," she threatened. "Remind me never to get on your bad side." She smiled. "You could never get on my bad side." She squeezed his hand a bit harder as they continued to walk through the village. As the sun was beginning to set, Naruto and Hinata walked towards the outskirts of the village in a direction leading them away from their new apartment. Neither had actually suggested or commented on their route. There was no need to. Both had felt the same, constant, pull to their destination ever since they had arrived in the village. "There it is," Naruto said, seeing their goal as they walked into a clearing. In the center of the area was a large, beautiful, stone memorial. Once they stopped in front of the structure, he watched as Hinata reached out, gently laying her hand on it. "Our friends' names may not be on this stone, but still, I'm glad we came here," Naruto thought to himself as he bowed his head. "Even if everyone's alive now, it wouldn't be right to just forget the people we knew, the ones who fought and died to give us this chance," he reflected as an image of B flashed through his mind. They stood there for a few minutes before Naruto broke the silence. "I think everyone would have laughed at us if they had heard the crazy plan we gambled on," Naruto said, a touch of amusement in his voice. Hinata smiled fondly, shaking her head. "I don't. Betting on this might have been foolhardy, even a bit crazy, but still, I'm sure that the others would have been proud knowing that even when things were at their darkest, we still had the courage to keep fighting. To try and defy destiny itself." Naruto chuckled. "Well, I guess when you say it that way, it does sound more impressive. Maybe you're right." They continued to watch the monument, content to simply stay lost in their respective thoughts. Well, a familiar voice said, "It's rare to see other visitors out here." Naruto turned, smiling at the man. "I should have guessed that he might show up here." "Yo," the silver-haired man said, "I don't think we've met." "Hatake Kakashi, at your service." "I'm Uzumaki Sora," Naruto answered, "and this is my wife, Uzumaki Naomi. We've just joined your village as genin." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hatake-san," Hinata added. "The pleasure is all mine, and please feel free to call me Kakashi. We're going to be comrades after all," he replied. "Uzumaki? It's been a while since I've met one of your clan, though we do have one of your members in our village." He chuckled. "It's also been a while since I've met such obviously skilled genin. I'd forgotten about that rule for new additions." Hinata shrugged. "It's just a rank, so we don't particularly care that much about it. We're just happy to have been accepted into the village." "That's a good attitude to have. Skill always meant more to me than rank. Anyway," he looked behind them towards the memorial, "I'm curious. Since you've just joined us, I doubt that you're old enough to know any of the names on this stone. I wonder, why would you come here?" "Because it's a reminder," Hinata answered, looking towards the stone. "Of others we've known and lost. But more than that," Naruto continued, "we came because it helps us remember that we never want to see another name have to be etched into that stone." Kakashi was silent for a moment. "You know, I plan to test some academy students in the next few days to see if they are ready to become genin. In the off chance that they actually pass and I become their instructor, I would be honored if you would join us during training one day. I don't know who they are yet, but I get the feeling that any genin would have something to learn from you too." Naruto frowned. "You would ask complete strangers to train with your genin?" he asked, in surprise. "Well now," Kakashi said, a hint of a smile appearing underneath his mask, "you are now Konoha Shinobi and I have no reason not to trust my comrades. Besides, the reason you came here, for some reason it reminds me of my old sensei. If you are even the slightest bit like him, I would want my students to meet you." Naruto nodded blankly at the unexpected comparison to his father. Think about it," he said honestly, looking towards Hinata who also seemed a little surprised. "Please do," Kakashi said. If they do pass, we will train in this area on weekdays. If not, he shrugged, you'll probably find me here at least. To be honest, I would like to speak with you again, regardless of whether or not I have genin to train. Naruto smiled, looking back at Kakashi, so would I. He turned towards Hinata and she nodded. Unfortunately, we have to leave now, but I'm sure we'll see you again, Naruto said. It was nice to meet you, Hinata added. Kakashi nodded at them, you as well. Good night. He gave them a lazy salute, then turned back towards the stone to begin his silent vigil. With that, Naruto and Hinata left the clearing, walking in the direction of a home that they'd never dared hope to see again. Again, Naomi instructed him. Sora got up shakily, taking a deep breath. Byakugan, he cried, forming a hand seal. Immediately his sense of perception changed drastically. He could see nearly everything within 50 meters around him. More than that, he could also see the chakra networks of every living thing within his field of perception. The experience was beyond his wildest dreams, even after having his wife describe it to him. It was also too much. He gasped, falling to the ground as his vision returned to normal. He felt terrible, as if he were experiencing a horrible mix of vertigo, nausea and mental fatigue, all at the same time. How can you stand this? He groaned for the 100th time. Naomi knelt down next to him, rubbing his back soothingly. Practice, she told him again. You just need to practice. The couple was in a secluded area of the forest, about 3 kilometers away from the village and, more importantly, prying eyes. As the pair had only been in the village for 10 days, they still had a great deal of free time, so they had been coming to the same spot every morning so Sora could begin to learn how to use the Byakugan that now served as his left eye. Sora sighed. At this rate, it will be months before I can actually use this in a fight, and that's only assuming I get the chance train every day. Naomi pursed her lips. Actually, she corrected him, you're doing quite well. The first few weeks training with the Byakugan are always the worst. You can already handle using it for about 5 minutes, so I doubt it will take longer than a month or so for you to be able to handle keeping it active indefinitely. After that, actually learning how to fight with it and how to read chakra networks will be a lot less uncomfortable. Sora pushed himself up and into a sitting position, still feeling nauseous. Really? It's that common to have this much trouble? Naomi smiled at him. Did you really expect adjusting to 360 vision with a huge sight range would be easy? Honestly. Yes, it's common. Learning to use the Byakugan isn't about motivation or training. It's more about getting your mind used to your new sense of sight than anything else. Otherwise you'd be able to master it in a day with your shadow clones. She laughed lightly. You're doing well, Sora, she said, hesitating slightly at having to use his assumed name. I promise you that. Better than most do, that's for sure. Just remember this, you mustn't try to focus on everything at once, that's impossible. Using the Byakugan is not about what you can see, it's about being able to focus on what matters while ignoring all of the distractions. Distractions? Sorest. Yes, she answered. While you are able to see everything for an incredible distance, it doesn't matter unless you can ignore what's unnecessary. Otherwise you'll be too focused on your surroundings to be any use in a fight. That makes sense, he said, getting up and stretching. I guess I just didn't expect this to be so complicated. I figured I would be able to just push through and train like I normally do. How many times do I have to explain that you can't just learn everything by training? Naomi sighed. Sora laughed at her, rubbing his head in embarrassment. Naomi rolled her eyes at him. She looked up towards the sun and saw that it was about an hour before midday. Anyway, we've been here for 5 hours, so that's enough for today. Do you want to go back home now? Or maybe we should stop by the Hokage's office again. I'm sure he's not too mad at you for the scroll anymore. He grimaced at the memory of how annoyed the Hokage had been with him for his younger self's actions when they'd visited 4 days before. Maybe just a couple more days? He thought. Actually, Sora answered, I was thinking about Kakashi's offer again. I think we should go by and see them. Naomi pet her head questioningly. Are you sure? Weren't you the one who said we shouldn't interfere with things, like the other day with Mizuki-sensei? I know, he said, But stopping him would have had many more consequences, most of them bad. It would have changed everything and made the future too unpredictable. Giving our friends a little push, on the other hand, shouldn't change as much or make anything worse. Sasuke especially. He trailed off. Anyway, I didn't mean we should do nothing, just that we need to weigh the consequences before we intervene in the bigger events. Naomi pursed her lips. You have a point, she admitted. I suppose we already started to get involved the second we met with the Hokage. Then she smiled. Let's go. If we're going to see Team 7 though, we might as well try and see everyone else too at some point. Frowned. My younger self, especially, could use a little help. What? Why? Sora asked, confused. I never remember there being anything wrong with you. Naomi laughed and kissed him on the cheek, which only served to confuse him further. What was that for? Not that I mind. For not knowing what I'm talking about, she answered happily. Don't worry, I can handle her. Sora thought, I wonder what she meant by that. Anyway, he said, changing the subject, if we leave now we should be able to get there before they start doing anything too important. Sora, she said, looking puzzled, you know it's around 11, right? Shouldn't your team have started practice hours ago? I don't mind going, but I still don't want to barge in right in the middle of whatever exercise they're doing. He sighed. Don't worry, I doubt they've been doing anything for too long. But, she started, I'm sure I saw all three of you at that training ground hours before this time at some point or another. Sora frowned. Let's just say Kakashi-sensei was never the most punctual of teachers. If you say so, she said, obviously still skeptical. Trust me, he said, starting to leave the clearing. To be honest, there's a good chance that he's not even there yet. Wow, Naomi said with astonishment. I never thought Kakashi-sensei would be so unreliable. Sora rolled his eyes. Oh, he's reliable when it counts, it's just that when it doesn't matter. He trailed off, letting the implication hang. The pair was hidden in a tree at the third training ground watching three miserable-looking genin complain as they waited for their teacher. What was wrong with your teachers? She teased. First an irresponsible and eccentric flake, then a perverted old man. Ero-Sennin wasn't that bad, Sora insisted. You only say that because Jiraiya-san never peeked into your bathhouses. He chuckled quietly. You know, Naomi said to him, a thought coming to her, when we go down there we'll probably have some trouble with Sasuke-kun, right? Sora sighed. I know. He's actually what I'm worried about the most. Sasuke never was very good about respecting other people's teachings at this age. Even Kakashi-sensei had trouble. It'll be even harder for us once he finds out we're genin. Still, we owe it to him to at least try. Just remember to be forceful, he added. I know you don't like to be that way, but we don't have much choice with Sasuke. Actions will mean more than words ever could to him, so we may end up having to beat some sense into him as a last resort. She smiled at him. It's okay, I don't mind. We'll get through to him somehow. She let the conversation drop and continued to watch the children for a few more minutes. You know, it's hard to believe we were like that all those years ago, she whispered fondly, breaking the silence. They seem so inexperienced, so carefree. He smiled slightly at her, a bit of nostalgia in the expression. It's weird, right? But still, this is the way things should be. They are only 12 after all. I know, she agreed softly. But it's not the way things will be, she thought to herself sadly. They sat there, quietly lost in thought. After about 10 more minutes of watching, however, there was a large puff of smoke in the middle of the field where the three genin were waiting. Yo, Kakashi called out nonchalantly to his students. You're late. Naruto and Sakura yelled. Kakashi looked away. Well, you see, there was a little boy who was looking for his lost dog and… Liar! Sakura interrupted him. You're never on time. Naruto shouted. Sasuke just quietly stared daggers at him. Kakashi laughed sheepishly before noticing their hidden guests. Not bad, he thought to himself. It took me this long to notice them and it doesn't even seem like they're trying. So you came, he said, smiling, which earned looks of confusion from his students. I wasn't sure if you would. He watched as the couple jumped down from their perch, surprising his young students. "Well, you did invite us, Kakashi-san," Naomi said to him, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Though you forgot to mention that you weren't going to show up until hours after your students arrived." "Well," Kakashi answered quickly. "Like I was explaining to them, there was this little boy and—" Sora just sighed, rolling his eyes. "Don't even try," he said tiredly. It was as if he was far past the point of caring about Kakashi's habit, even though Kakashi had only met the pair once before. Kakashi laughed again, embarrassed. "Sensei?" Sakura asked, "Who are they?" "Ah, I haven't mentioned them yet, have I?" Kakashi said. "This is Uzumaki Sora and his wife Uzumaki Naomi. They just became genin of this village." "What?" Naruto shouted towards him. "Uzumaki! When did you meet them? Why didn't you tell me about them?" Kakashi shrugged. "I forgot. Besides, you were bound to run into them at some point or another." Kakashi turned his attention back to the couple, noticing their confusion at the exchange. "I mentioned before that there was an Uzumaki in our village?" He told them, as luck would have it, he was one of the students I tested. "This is Uzumaki Naruto." "I see," Naomi said as she turned towards Naruto with a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, though I believe we saw you when we first entered the village. I must say, I rather enjoyed your decorations to the monument," she added with a twinkle in her eye. Naruto ran towards them, grinning hugely. "If you like that, just wait until you see." "Naruto," Kakashi said plainly. "We've discussed this. Please don't encourage him, Naomi-san," he added, which earned him a laugh from her. Naruto flushed. "Oh right, I'm not allowed to do pranks anymore, but still I didn't know there even was an Uzumaki clan or that I even had any family." Kakashi looked away at the comment, reminded again of how lonely the boy's life had been. "It'll be better from now on," he told himself. "Now that I'm his teacher, I can make sure that he isn't treated so poorly anymore. I'll train him to be the hero Sensei wanted him to be. And those two, surely they'll help him too, right? They are his family, even if they've only just met." "You idiot," Sakura said, sounding annoyed, though she was still smiling slightly at his discovery. "You realize that we learned about the Uzumaki clan at the academy, right? They were an important clan in the hidden Whirlpool village." "Oh, of course, Sakura-san," Naruto exclaimed hurriedly. "I knew that, I just forgot until now." He rubbed the back of his head while laughing. Kakashi coughed, regaining everyone's attention, and waved Naruto back over to their group. "As for my other two students, this," he said gesturing toward Sakura, "is Haruno Sakura. And this," he said gesturing toward Sasuke, "is Uchiha Sasuke." "What are you doing here?" Sasuke asked quietly from beside Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Sasuke. He sounded annoyed, but there was a hint of something else. King, Kakashi thought. Naruto suddenly having family members appear out of nowhere? I should have known he'd be at least a little jealous. It wasn't much of a surprise. The reaction would be natural for anyone, especially someone who went through the things Sasuke had. Kakashi sighed. Although they would never admit it, he could see that Naruto and Sasuke were starting to grow on each other in their short time as teammates. It wasn't much, it hadn't even been 2 weeks after all, but the signs were still there. Kakashi suspected that one of biggest reasons for this was because neither of them had a family. That commonality, though unfortunate, had still helped to begin bringing them together. I'll just have to hope this won't push Sasuke away. He's already difficult enough to work with as it is. He turned his attention to Sasuke. I ran into these two last week, the day they arrived in the village. It was a few days before I gave you your genin test, actually. We talked, and I decided that any new ninja could benefit from their knowledge, so I asked them to come by during training one day. Though I wasn't sure whether or not they would or not. They're genin, Sasuke said in annoyance. Sensei, they look like they're your age and they're still genin. What could I possibly learn from them? His expression became smug. I guess I'm not surprised, though, if they're related to the Dobe. What did you say? Naruto yelled. Sasuke? Kakashi warned. Sora held up a hand, cutting Kakashi off. It's all right, he said, showing no sign of being offended. He turned his attention back to Sasuke. It's true that we're genin, but you're wrong if you think that means there's nothing we can teach you. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. I have nothing to learn from people who are weaker than I am. He looked towards Kakashi. I'm going to train on my own. I won't waste any more time with these weaklings. He turned to leave. Kakashi shook his head. He still has much to learn. Just as he was about to call out to the boy, Naomi's voice rang out. It's true that we are weak. Or at least, too weak to protect what was important to us. She said wistfully, gazing towards the sky. But that does not mean that we are weaker than you, she finished, lowering her eyes to stare intently at Sasuke. Sasuke stopped. What did you say? He asked dangerously. Hey! Sakura interjected. Sasuke-kun isn't weak. Now's not the time, Sakura, Kakashi thought in frustration. Still, maybe this will be a good chance for Sasuke to learn to stop being so disrespectful and arrogant. He looked towards Sora and saw the hint of satisfaction in his face. And perhaps they see that too. Naomi just smiled at him. I don't wish to insult you, Sasuke-kun, but I knew a man quite like you when I was younger. He was my husband's best friend, she said, looking towards Sora, but his arrogance and pride blinded him, leading him to make bad decisions. You would be better off not making the same mistakes. I've already said that there's nothing for you to teach me, Sasuke said coldly. Now stop trying to lecture me. He started to walk away again. If you really believe that you're stronger than us, prove it, she said. Sasuke turned around, glaring at the woman. Then he smirked smugly. Do you really think a regular genin can beat an Uchiha? He asked. Yes, she said flatly. Though honestly, I'm not sure I'd call either of us regular. Fine, he said, walking to stand in front of the pair. I'll fight both of you at once, that way you might have at least some chance. Sora looked towards his wife, and she nodded at him. I'll pass, he said calmly, stepping away from her. I'm sure Naomi will be more than enough to match you. Sasuke's smirk grew wider. It's your loss. But just so you know, I'm going to beat you after I'm finished with her, he said, pointing at Naomi. I won't let you hide behind that woman. I'd be careful about underestimating Naomi, Sora responded, ignoring the insult. I will warn you though. If you want to have any chance of winning, you should have your friends help you, he said as he looked at the other two genin. I'm not helping that BSTD. Naruto yelled. Sasuke-kun doesn't even need our help. Sakura said, unless you want me to help, of course, Sasuke-kun. She added hesitantly. They're not my friends. Sasuke said. Besides, all they'll do is drag me down. Kakashi sighed in exasperation. After they passed my bell test, I was really hoping they would be able to get along more easily than this. I guess I shouldn't too surprised that a few lectures on the importance of teamwork aren't enough. Naruto and Sakura walked away from Kakashi, trying to get a better view of the match. Sora, on the other hand, walked past them, completely unconcerned as he came up beside Kakashi. Kakashi nodded towards Sasuke. You did that on purpose, I assume? Sora nodded, though it was a bit hesitant. In a way it was. We actually learned a bit about all three of your students before we came here. Sasuke-kun seemed the most difficult to deal with of the three. We didn't plan for things to happen like this, but if we wanted to have any chance of him respecting and listening to us, there wasn't much choice but to do things this way. Though honestly, it may have happened anyway. Naomi, she's never been fond of those who show arrogance. Either way, I'm sorry about this, he finished. Kakashi shook his head. It's fine. Truthfully, it will probably be a good lesson for him. He still doesn't seem to value teamwork as much as he should. Besides, I did ask for you to come as a favor. It would be wrong to question your methods. Thank you, Kakashi-san. Still, he said, I'm curious. If you knew who my genin were beforehand, you must have known you were related to Naruto. Why hadn't you spoken to him yet? This is hardly the place for a family reunion. Sora just closed his eyes. Maybe not, he said with a hint of sadness in his voice, but to someone who has never had a family, I doubt that the setting really matters too much. No, he added, shaking his head, it's better to meet him this way than as some random strangers introducing themselves as your clanmates from another village. I see, Kakashi said quietly. A sad expression flickered across Sora's face. This seems important to you for some reason. You may be his teacher, but it's only been a week. Why would you be so concerned about him? He looked Kakashi in the eye. Is it because he's a Jinchuriki? Kakashi froze, staring in surprise at the man. You know about that? Sora nodded solemnly. It doesn't take long to learn that the village treats him very poorly. After learning that, it wasn't too difficult to learn the reason why. So, he continued, I can see why you may be concerned about him because of the Kyuubi, but… No, Kakashi interrupted, shaking his head. That's not why. There was little I could do to help him directly as he was growing up. There were so many rules because of the Kyuubi, but I owe it to someone to look after him. I actually requested to be his teacher for that reason as well. Sora's eyes widened slightly. I didn't know that, he said softly. Kakashi noticed the reaction and spoke hurriedly. That isn't why I asked you two to come see my genin, however, he said, trying to clarify his intentions. Make no mistake, I was being sincere when I asked you two to come here. Before I spoke to you, I'd heard that he had failed the academy exam and wouldn't be able to become a genin yet. He looked towards the boy. It wasn't until the next day that I had heard he had passed because of special circumstances, and it was another day after that when I'd heard that I would be his sensei. I apologize, Kakashi-san, for questioning you, Sora said. And I believe you when you say that you were sincere in your invitation, he added. Kakashi relaxed. Don't worry, Sora continued, we will do what we can to help him, regardless of him being a Jinchuriki. Thank you, Kakashi said with sincerity, for doing what I can't. Sora smiled slightly at him. I'd say that you are doing more than you give yourself credit for, Kakashi-san. Sometimes there are just things beyond your control. Besides, as you've said, we're comrades. Even if he weren't a member of my clan, I would be worse than trash if I did not help him. Kakashi smiled as well, noticing the similarity between the line and what he had told his own genin only the week before. There it is again, he thought, that inner strength and spirit. He sounds just like Sensei and Obito did. Truly. Thank you, Sora-san, Kakashi reiterated. Now if only we can figure out a way to help Sasuke and Sakura. Sora chuckled. Only a few minutes and we're their teachers too now, he teased. Kakashi flushed. I didn't mean to imply. Sora just laughed again. I'm just joking, Kakashi-san, it's fine, we're happy to help. We wouldn't have come otherwise. Besides, he added mischievously, it's been a while since I've seen Naomi have a chance to practice without a bunch of people trying to kill us. Kakashi frowned. Surely wherever you came from can't have been that dangerous? He asked. The man beside him looked away, his eyes dark. It was, he stated simply. Kakashi inwardly cursed his mistake and changed the subject. So what will she do? He asked, noticing that neither Sasuke nor Naomi had moved. Sora looked towards the two, distracted from his thoughts, and smirked. You'll see, he said, an edge of amusement to his voice. Kakashi nodded and turned his attention to the fight. Well? Sasuke asked, obviously impatient. Are you going to do anything? You've just been standing there for the past few minutes ignoring me with that stupid smile on your face. Naomi gave him an innocent look, still smiling as she folded her arms. What are you talking about? She asked. I started a while ago. Hey, Naomi. Sora called loudly from across the clearing. Make sure that everyone can see, all right? I will, she called back to him. What's he talking about? Kakashi thought to himself. As if on cue, he heard a low rumbling noise as the ground began to shake and the sky grew dark. He saw shadows moving from behind the trees and began to notice even stranger noises. Then something stepped into the clearing. A terrible, grotesque monster shambled into the field. It was nearly 8 feet tall, with 3 arms and 4 legs. Its patchy red and black skin flaking off as it walked. This thing's face was terrifying. Its skin was pulled tight against its skull, as if the bones were struggling to get out, and in the center of its forehead was a single, bloodshot. The worst part was the noise. That awful, grating, miming noise it made as it moved slowly towards Sasuke. And then more of them emerged from the trees. Kakashi counted 10 of them, each terribly disfigured and monstrous in a different way. All 3 of his genin were frozen in place, obviously disturbed by the sight. Sasuke backed away a few steps. "What the hell are these things?" he cried. He didn't wait for an answer, instead jumping up and attacking them with ball of fire. Kakashi let out a low whistle. "So this is what you meant by letting everyone see genjutsu, I'm guessing? I've never seen summons quite so horrific." "Yeah," Sora confirmed, nodding. "It's genjutsu." Kakashi watched as Sasuke continued to attack the seemingly unstoppable monsters. "This looks like a pretty complex genjutsu," he commented. "She's even having them move when he attacks them, as if they're actually real. And to make it so all of us can see it as well, she must be very skilled." Sora grinned. "Naomi's genjutsu," he said. "She knows the normal things, of course, misdirection, confusion, stealth, but this sort of thing is what she's best at. Monsters, fear, nightmares, worse things." He trailed off. "To be honest, she's being pretty nice if this is the worst she's going to use." "Really?" Kakashi said, impressed. "I can only think of one other genjutsu specialist that could match something like this." "A genjutsu specialist?" Sora laughed, earning a look of confusion from Kakashi. "Sorry, I should have mentioned this before. Naomi's specialty isn't genjutsu, it's taijutsu." "What?" Kakashi asked, dumbfounded. For her to be this skilled at genjutsu, without it being her specialty. He regained his composure. "That's amazing," he said honestly. Sora chuckled quietly. "Isn't it? She's so good at genjutsu that when she actually gets serious and starts using her taijutsu, well, let's just say most people don't even have the chance to be surprised. Sasuke made a mistake when he challenged her by himself." "You're right," Kakashi commented quietly as he watched Sasuke continue to struggle. "Sasuke wasn't the only one. I could tell she was strong and still I managed to underestimate her myself," he thought. Sasuke landed away from the illusory monsters, panting heavily. "This can't possibly be real," he muttered. "This has to be an illusion." Naomi smirked at him. "I was waiting for you to figure it out. But just because you know it's an illusion doesn't mean you can stop it." "Release!" Sakura yelled from the side as she made a hand seal. "I'm impressed that one of you already knows how to break genjutsu, but I'm afraid that won't work," Naomi said, shaking her head. "My techniques are too powerful to be broken that easily, even if this one happens to be a bit clunky and obvious." "Who cares?" Sasuke yelled, glaring at the woman. "If this is an illusion it can't hurt me, and without your tricks, you're nothing." Naomi just sighed. "If I wanted to actually hurt you, I'd have done more than make you see fake monsters." "Then you should have done that before, when might have had a small chance at surprising me," Sasuke said arrogantly. He jumped up, forming hand seals. Great fireball," he yelled, a torrent of flame escaping his mouth. Naomi waited calmly, watching as the attack came closer to her. Sasuke's fireball crashed into the ground, but when the smoke dissipated, she was gone. "Where did she go?" Sasuke asked, looking around wildly. Suddenly, Kakashi's sense of sight disappeared, and everything became pitch black. After half a second, his vision returned, the monsters had disappeared, and the clearing looked as if nothing had happened. Then there was Naomi, her palm extended outward, as Sasuke fell away from her towards the ground. "Lesson number 1, she stated calmly, "unless you want to die, never underestimate your opponent." Sasuke groaned, lying on the ground in shock. She beat in just one attack? He realized in disbelief. How could this have happened? "She's just a genin, isn't she?" "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura yelled out, running over. "Are you okay?" Naruto just stood to the side, laughing. "Serves you right, Bisudi." "How?" Sasuke croaked, ignoring his teammates. "How are you so strong? You said you were weak." Naomi kneeled down beside him. "I said I was too weak to protect what I wanted to," she corrected him, smiling sadly. "But I didn't say that I wasn't strong." Sasuke, with a bit of trouble, pushed himself up and looked away from her. "You're stronger than me," he admitted. "You're just a genin, but still, I couldn't beat you." "Actually," Kakashi said, walking over to him with Sora at his side, "they're only genin because they just joined our village." They're both easily as strong as most of the jonin in the village, if not more. I would have explained that if you had been willing to actually listen for more than 5 seconds. Sasuke's eyes widened. What? He asked in surprise. Naomi smirked at him. Sora told you not to underestimate me, Sasuke-kun. You should be careful when you make assumptions about people. Sasuke looked down. I guess she has a point, he thought to himself. I don't want to admit it, but I made a mistake. I never stood a chance. His spirits dampened further as another thought came to him. I believe Sensei when he says that you're as strong as a jonin. He paused for a moment. Still, you said that you were too weak to do what you wanted. If you're that strong and still can't accomplish your ambitions, then how am I supposed to? Do I have to become even stronger than you? There is more to accomplishing a goal than strength and ability, Sasuke-kun, she told him, expression softening. You said that you didn't need your teammates to help you and that they would only drag you down, but you will learn that there are times when you can't accomplish your goals by yourself. I can't promise that you will always succeed if you work with them, but if nothing else, you stand a better chance fighting with allies than you would fighting alone. She turned, smiling at her husband. That's one of the reasons we came to your village. We couldn't accomplish our goals on our own, but with allies, maybe we'll have the chance to make things right. I see, Sasuke said, turning to look at his teammates. I still don't think I need them, he thought to himself, but maybe I should at least give them one chance. Sensei did say something similar. What? Naruto complained loudly. Work with that BSRD. Why should I? Naruto-kun? Naomi interrupted, turning towards him with a hint of exasperation in her voice as if she had dealt with his antics many times before. This applies to both you and Sakura-san as well. You must all learn to work together. But he... Naruto-kun, she interrupted again, an edge to her voice. Would you like to see more monsters? He fumbled. No. Then at least consider what I say before dismissing it, she said, a hint of mischief in her eye. Okay, he grumbled in annoyance. So are you all right, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked, holding her hand out to help him up. I don't need, he started to say, before remembering the lesson that had just been beaten into him. He sighed and took her hand. I'm fine. Sakura beamed at him, and began to talk about how well he had done and that he would definitely win the next time. Sasuke groaned, but out of the corner of his eye he could see Naomi smiling slightly at him. They stayed for a few hours longer, fulfilling Kakashi's request and actually helping the young genin in their training, rather than simply fighting them. After the scheduled time ended and his students began to file away, Kakashi invited them to come back whenever they wanted, seeming rather pleased about the day's events. Thank you, Hinata, Sora said, using her real name after they had walked out of earshot. For what? Teaching your younger self some manners. Naomi teased. He pouted. I don't think he's that bad. That's only because you barely have any manners yourself, she said with amusement. Just one of the many things I love about you. It was a nice change of pace from the stuffiness of my clan, she added, wrinkling her nose. Still, that doesn't mean he couldn't still stand to learn a few of them earlier than you did. He let out a light chuckle. Thanks, I think. Anyway, he said, trying to get back on track. Sasuke-kun, she asked. He nodded in confirmation. Honestly, I'd expected that you would have been the one to talk to him since you know him better than I do. He just dismissed us so quickly. I guess I just thought that I was in the better position to bait him into a challenge. No, he said, you did the right thing. I really had planned on handling Sasuke myself, but I think you might have taught him things in a way that was better than I ever could have. You're wrong, she told him. Though I appreciate the compliment, you would have done at least as well as I did getting through to him, just in your own way. Besides, I'm sure you'll get your chance. He's not going to change overnight, so he'll probably need a push in the right direction from time to time. She paused. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to really trust him, not after seeing what he was capable of, but maybe there is a bit of hope for him. There is, Sora affirmed. He redeemed himself before when he saved me and B. He's a good person. I'll just make sure he doesn't have to prove it this time. That aside, Naomi said, switching topics, I'm glad you convinced me to go. If nothing else, it was nice to see Sakura-san and Kakashi-sensei again. He nodded. It's been a long time since they... He trailed off. Anyway, I'm happy with the way things went too. Naomi let the conversation lapse, and they continued to walk for a few more minutes. Suddenly Naomi smiled. I was wondering when he'd show up. You do know, she called, that we've already noticed you, right, Naruto-kun? They turned, watching as Naruto dropped from a nearby tree. Hi, he said, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment at being caught. Guess I still need to practice my stealth more. That and you're trying to follow the two people who know you best, she thought, suppressing a laugh. You know that you don't have to try to sneak up on us, Sora said to him. Sorry, he said, looking down. I didn't mean to be rude. It's a habit I picked up to get around easier. Less people. A shadow flickered across Sora's face. It's okay, he said quietly. I know what you mean. Anyway, Naomi said, steering the conversation in a different direction, was there something you needed? I thought you left with Sasuke-kun and Sakura-sen. Sort of. I didn't want to ask in front of the others, but... Naruto paused. Well, I didn't even know that I had a clan, so I wanted to know if I could just talk with you sometime. It's okay if you don't want to, he added hurriedly. I'd understand, you barely know me. Naruto-kun, Naomi said comfortingly, resting her hand on his shoulder, even if we don't know each other yet, you are family. We would be happy to spend time with you. Family? Naruto whispered quietly, longing in his voice. He looked down. I don't want to lie to you though. Almost everyone in the village hates me because He struggled with his words. That, Sora interrupted, does not matter to us. But You are no monster, Naomi reassured him. You know, Naruto said in astonishment. Then he hugged her. Thank you, he said softly. Naomi looked over at her husband and saw him smiling slightly. My Naruto, she thought, you endured so much loneliness and sadness, yet still you became the best person I've ever known. Naruto pulled away, eyes a little wet, beaming at her. Sorry. She smiled at him, and he still bounces back just as quickly as I remember. I'm glad for that, she thought with amusement. How about you come have dinner with us? Our apartment isn't too far away from here. Sure. Naruto said happily. Naomi-chanin? Sora called out suspiciously. She looked over and saw the expression on his face, causing her to sigh theatrically. Fine, she said, rolling her eyes. Can make ramen. Yes. Sora and Naruto yelled with delight. Follow me. Sora told Naruto before racing away. Naruto cheered and ran after him. Some things never change, she thought. Watching them leave, Naomi just shook her head and casually walked after them, a bounce in her step. You're going to be okay. Naruto promised. The woman smiled faintly at him. It's too late for me, she whispered. No, he shouted. Dimminute, don't give up now. She chuckled quietly. I'm not sure I have a choice anymore. Hinata will be here soon, he pleaded. Please just stay with me, he cried. She reached out to hold his face in her hand. It's okay, she whispered. She perked up. I have an idea. You asked me once if I knew a way for you to become stronger. Better. I didn't think of it then, but now I know how. What the hell are you talking about? He yelled. A small smile came to her face. Take this, she said, gesturing towards her left eye. What? Let me see the end of this nightmare with my own eyes, she whispered. Her eyelids fluttered and began to close. Hanabi! Sora woke up in a cold sweat. Another nightmare? Naomi asked after a moment, rolling over to look at him. Apparently he'd woken her. He nodded. Sora had been having nightmares for years. Even the past 10 days they had spent in the past had been unable to soften his memories. His sister-in-law's death a month and a half ago only made them worse. It was Hanabi this time, he said quietly. The day she died. No, Naomi said adamantly, as if reading his thoughts. Naruto, I've told you before that it was not your fault. But, no buts, she said. My sister chose to die protecting you because she believed in you. She wouldn't want you to blame yourself. Sora felt horrible, but he felt even worse for his wife. She'd lost the last member of her family and still she tried to comfort him. "Stop thinking stupid things," Naomi reiterated. "It was not your fault. Just hold me, please." He complied, holding on to Naomi without another word. Neither said anything as they both drifted off into sleep once again. Sora walked down the street, lost in his thoughts. Though he was still shaken by his nightmare from the previous night, his wife's words had helped him to feel better, even if only a little. Besides, he told himself, "She's not gone. No one is anymore." He shook his head to clear his mind, and then looked to his right towards his companions. He couldn't help but crack a small smile at the sight. Sora's younger self was babbling happily to Naomi, while she cheerfully laughed and nodded at whatever he happened to be saying. Naruto had enjoyed having dinner with them the day before and had asked if they would spend time with him again, to which they readily agreed. Therefore, it was of little surprise when he'd come barreling towards their apartment straight after his training had finished early for the day. "I have to admit, I was a bit worried that Hinata wouldn't be able to stand the younger me for very long. I remember that I had a knack for getting on people's nerves," Sora thought. "But honestly, she looks like she's enjoying herself as much as he is." "Hey, Naomi-Nizan," Naruto said loudly. "Yes, Naruto-kun," she answered, taking the new honorific in stride. "You two are married, right? Aren't you supposed to have rings?" "That's a weird question, especially coming from him," Sora mused. "We do have rings," he cut in a way at least. He held his hand close to Naruto, showing him his ring finger. In the place where a ring would usually be was an intricate green tattoo that wrapped around the whole of his finger. The design shimmered and danced. It almost seemed like it was constantly flowing in a circular motion. Naomi held her hand out as well. Her tattoo was identical to Sora's except that instead of green it was red. It seemed to glow in the light and looked as if it was burning. The pair of tattoos was one thing that neither had changed with their transformations. Naruto looked back and forth between their two hands before pulling back and scratching his head. I don't see them," he said in confusion. "The rings are the tattoos, Naruto-kun," Naomi informed him. "We don't have actual rings. Those could get in the way during a fight. Besides, where we come from we didn't have enough metal to spare on anything other than weapons." "Oh," Naruto said, finally understanding. His face lit up. "Those are so cool. How do they do that?" "You mean the way mine looks like it's moving?" "Sorest. It's because we used a special ink that changes based on chakra affinity. These tattoos take on some of the aspects of your natural affinity." "Well, ours do at least," he added. "Some people just create a false effect to try and throw off their enemies, which basically does nothing but guarantee that no one pays them much attention to begin with." What's a chakra affinity?" Naruto asked. "It's sort of complicated," Naomi said. "Basically, it's the element that comes most naturally to you. For example, someone with a water elemental affinity will be able to cast stronger water jutsu more easily. Everyone has at least one affinity, though a small amount of people have more." "Whoa," Naruto said. "I want to learn mine." "I'm sure Kakashi-san would be happy to teach you how to test yourself when you're ready," Sora said. "I just hope he can learn it earlier than I did. So many things happened so fast last time that Sensei never even got the chance to teach me about elemental affinity until long after he should have. If it comes to that again, I'll probably just teach him myself. Anyway, Naruto-kun, why are you so interested in our rings? Don't you think that you're a bit young to be wondering about something like that?" Naomi asked him with curiosity. "Well, I'm going to marry Sakura-chan one day, and if I want to beat that BSRD Sasuke, I need to learn all I can right now." Naruto answered with a large grin. Sora's eyes widened slightly. "Oh shit," he cursed to himself, "this is bad." He glanced over towards Naomi. "I see," she answered with a grin, humoring the boy. "That's great," Sora added, starting to get nervous. As they continued walking, Sora noticed Naomi hide her hands in her sleeves. Please, please, please let her not be angry, he thought desperately. "Are you okay, Sora-Nizan? You look a little sick," commented Naruto. "I'm all right," he lied. Just as they rounded into an empty street, the sky above him appeared to grow dark. though neither of his companions seemed to notice. Sora stopped walking and began to back away slowly. Naruto and Naomi kept walking, apparently having failed to see him stop. An exact copy of his wife appeared in front of him, flanked by a large grotesque monster on either side of her. She started to crack her knuckles, an annoyed expression on her face. I'm sorry? Sora said meekly. The copy of Naomi raised her fist. Sora held his hands in front of his face and closed his eyes. He waited a few moments for the onslaught to hit him. It never came. He opened one eye slightly. He saw that the sky was back to normal and the monsters were gone. The copy flicked him on the nose and giggled. Sorry, Naruto, she said, still laughing. Once I saw your face, I just couldn't help myself. You should know by now that I wouldn't hold what your younger self says against you. The copy smirked, most of the time. The illusion broke and the copy of his wife faded away. Soren-san? Naruto asked in confusion, are you all right? You were acting strange for a few seconds, Sora, Naomi added. Her expression was worried, but her eyes had a playful gleam in them. Sora knew she was trying hard not to burst out laughing. He let out a relieved sigh and walked back to the two. I'm fine, he said. I was just a little distracted for a second. It's fine, Naomi assured him, smiling slightly. Not a bad prank, he thought. I guess I've rubbed off on her more than I thought. They continued to walk aimlessly through the village. They passed through the main shopping district and began to walk towards what looked like a park. Unsurprisingly, Naruto had kept talking the entire time. Hey, Soren-san, I still haven't seen you fight yet. Naomi-san is amazing. Are you as strong as her? Naruto asked. Sora pondered the question for a moment. We're about equal in skill and ability, he said truthfully. We are when I don't have Kurama's power, at least, he thought ruefully. I'm a bit stronger, but she has more. A finesse would be a good way to describe it. We haven't sparred in a while, but it's usually close whenever we do. Wow. You've got to help me train again, Naruto said excitedly. Naomi smiled warmly at him. I'm sure we'll fin. She paused, stopping in her tracks. Naruto and Sora stopped as well. Is something wrong? Sora. She shook her head. Just a moment. Naomi walked forward a few more steps and stopped in front of a tree. What's she doing? Sora thought, puzzled. Then, for some reason, she bowed before it. My name is Uzumaki Naomi, she told the tree. She then gestured towards Sora, and that is my husband, Uzumaki Sora. It's a pleasure to meet you. Before Sora could open his mouth to question her, the tree shimmered and fell away. In its place stood a red-eyed woman, along with a young girl with stark white eyes, who was hiding behind her. He smiled. I guess that answers that question. The woman smirked, looking impressed, before she bowed as well. I am Yuhi Kurenai. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Kurenai was surprised that this woman had managed to notice her genjutsu at all, let alone so quickly. Kakashi was right, she decided. She is good. If I didn't know better, I'd think that she'd seen my techniques before. Kurenai had gone out for drinks the previous night with Asuma, Guy, and Kakashi, who was, of course, late. While they had often met like this in the past simply to socialize, the gatherings now allowed them to speak with each other about the progress of their students. It especially helped to talk to Guy when he wasn't ranting about something, since he'd been a sensei for just over a year. Last night, however, Kakashi had mentioned that he'd met two intriguing ninja who'd just joined the village. Usually she wouldn't have given them much thought, but they'd seemed to impress Kakashi, which was something that Kurenai had rarely seen. What most intrigued her, though, was the woman whom Kakashi mentioned was a genjutsu user. There were very few genjutsu users in Konoha, and the idea of meeting another excited her. When she had noticed the pair walking towards her, she couldn't help hurting Hinata to the side and testing the silver-haired woman. Though Kakashi did say that her specialty was in taijutsu. For her to be this skilled in genjutsu as well is amazing. She looked from the woman to the red-haired man and the young genin beside them. Ah, she thought, I'm glad to see that they're treating Naruto well. He could probably use the support. I'll make sure to mention it to Kakashi the next time I see him. A genjutsu specialist, I take it? The woman asked, interrupting Kurenai's thoughts. Kurenai nodded. Kakashi mentioned you two to a few of us last night, so I've been keeping an eye out for you too, though I didn't expect to meet you so soon. I was interested in meeting a fellow genjutsu master, she admitted. I'm not sure I'd call myself a master. Naomi objected. Kurenai smiled. From what Kakashi has said, you aren't giving yourself enough credit. Naomi gave her a wistful, almost sad look. I suppose you would know. What do you mean? Kurenai asked, somewhat confused. Nothing, she said quietly. She pet her head to the side. And who might this be? She asked, changing the subject. Kurenai looked behind herself, seeing that Hinata had not yet moved out of her hiding place. At this question, the younger girl poked her head out to the said, Hey Hinata-chan. Naruto greeted loudly. Eep. Hinata squealed, ducking her head back behind her teacher. Hi, Naruto-kun, she said quietly. All right, I'd forgotten about that, Kurenai thought with amusement. This is Hyuga Hinata, she told them, stepping to the side so that Hinata was in view. We just finished training for the day and I was taking her with me to the shopping district. Naomi started when she saw Hinata, disturbance flickering across the woman's features. I'm sorry, Hinata said sullenly, bowing her head. It's the eyes. Most people think they look sea-creepy. To her credit, Naomi recovered quickly. Before Kurenai could reassure her student, Naomi simply knelt down and rested a hand on the girl's shoulder. It is I who needs to apologize, Hinata-san, she said in a comforting tone, causing Hinata to look up in surprise. There is nothing wrong with your eyes and you should never let anyone tell you otherwise. She seemed to hesitate for a moment before forging onward. I've befriended some of your clanmates in my time, and seeing a pair of Byakugans simply reminded me of the friends I'd lost. It is nothing you are at fault for. I am sorry for making you feel otherwise. Hinata pushed her fingers together and nodded. It's okay, she said quietly, accepting the apology. Thank you, she added. Naomi smiled at the girl and stood again, turning to face Kurenai. You've met members of the Hyuga clan? Kurenai asked, a bit nonplussed. More than you might think, Naomi responded, looking away from her. Full of surprises indeed, she mused. I wonder how a traveling shinobi without a village managed to befriend members of the Hyuga clan. So, said Sora, speaking for the first time, I understand that you wanted to meet with Naomi, but was there anything else you wanted from us? Kurenai shook her head. Not in particular, she said, though I will extend the same offer as Kakashi regarding meeting my students. She focused on Naomi. You managed to make an impression on that idiot, and you seem interesting for some reason. Then she smiled, especially for Genin. Sora chuckled. We aren't going to hear the end of that until we're promoted, will we? Kurenai laughed in response. Probably not. She looked down to her side to see Hinata watching the pair intently. So you're from the Uzumaki clan? Hinata asked the couple with curiosity. I didn't know there were any in the village other than Naruto-kun. Though her voice was still quiet, Kurenai was sure she heard an inkling of disapproval in her tone. It's not much of a surprise she'd be a little upset. I wonder if she's even realized how protective she is of that boy yet. There weren't until just recently, Kurenai clarified. They arrived less than 2 weeks ago to join the village. I'm not surprised you hadn't heard yet. Oh, Hinata murmured, shrinking in on herself. Kurenai guessed that she felt guilty for judging them so quickly. Aren't they cool? I just met them yesterday. Naruto exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. You've got to see them, Hinata-chan. They're amazing. Naomi Nizan showed that BSRD Sasuke when she beat him yesterday. Naomi looked down slyly at him. You do know I could beat you just as easily, right? She asked, a bit of exasperation in her voice. I'd still last longer than Sasuke, though, he declared, laughing confidently. I've got an idea. We should all train together, it'd be great. What do you think, Hinata-chan? Hinata started to redden at the sudden question. I think that's a wonderful idea, Kun, she said, stuttering slightly. She looked up towards Kurenai, obviously nervous. As long as Kurenai-sensei says it's okay. I suppose it can't hurt, Kurenai answered Hinata. I was considering having you 3 train with Team 10 soon anyway. I'll speak with Kakashi about it. She turned her attention to Sora and Naomi, who both clearly found the situation to be very entertaining. Seeing as how Kakashi and I have both offered you an invitation, you two would be free to come if you wish. If we actually end up going through with this idea, I'm sure Naruto will be happy to tell you when and where to meet us. Right? Naruto affirmed. Naomi smiled. I'm sure we can find the time if we're in the village. Kurenai looked at the two children. Naruto was grinning hugely, while Hinata looked as if she was mortified that he was even speaking to her. So different, what she sees in that boy, I'll never know. Konoha will be a hole in the ground before she'd ever admit it to him though. God knows he's too dense to notice it himself. She shook her head, returning her attention to the conversation at hand. We have to leave soon, but I should probably warn you. As I said before, Kakashi mentioned you to a few of us instructors. I wouldn't be surprised if you ran into Asuma. If nothing else, he'll probably looking for you just because he wants something to do, but the one you really need to watch out for is, she was cut off as a flash of movement caught her eye, a green blur that streaked towards Sora's back. In the fraction of a second before the impact, the first thought that flashed through Kurenai's mind was that the blur was moving much faster than it usually did. There was no way the red-haired man would be able to react in time to dodge, even if he had noticed the attack. Dynamic entry! Guy's loud voice bellowed. Just before Sora was hit, though, something happened. Somehow the man was simply out of Guy's path in the blink of an eye. Guy continued forward, impacting the ground and creating a small crater where Sora had once been standing. There was a short moment of silence, a slight breeze in the air. What did he just do? Kurenai thought, dumbfounded. Impressive. You must be overflowing with youth to have dodged my magnificent attack. I have been searching for you. Sora-san, Guy said loudly. What? Sora asked, confusion evident on his. The one you really need to watch out for is Guy, Kurenai finished with a sigh. Greetings, Guy said, ignoring her warning. My name is Mato Guy, Konoha's sublime green beast of prey. He gave a thumbs up, beaming at them. I think he's wondering why you attacked him, Guy, not who you are, Kurenai said with irritation. Ah, Kurenai. You found them before me? I must do 10,000 push-ups to make up for this loss. What are you talking about? This isn't a contest. Kurenai said in frustration. What an idiot. She thought. Of course it's not. Guy proclaimed, but if I had better fanned my flames of youth I would have found them much earlier than now. There was another moment of silence before Naomi spoke up. Why were you looking for us? Ah yes. Guy said with a laugh. You have gained the respect of my eternal rival Kakashi. You have even helped to train his students. I must not fall behind him. Therefore, I must pit the flames of my youth against yours. Naomi hesitated. That makes no sense at all. Guy! Kurenai snapped. What the hell is wrong with you? Can't you at least try to be polite? It's fine, Kuresan, Sora said with a grin. He wants a fight, right? It's been a while since I've had a chance to spar with someone, so I don't mind. If you are sure, she said, relenting. Perfect! Guy exclaimed happily. You are truly within your springtime of youth. Let us do battle in the park down the road, he said, pointing towards the end of the street. Guy ran towards the park without another word, Sora walking leisurely behind him. Wait! Naruto yelled, running after them. I want to watch. Kurenai looked towards Naomi with a sigh. I apologize for Guy's eccentricities. Are you sure it's okay? It's fine, the woman assured her. He was telling the truth when he said he didn't mind. Honestly, I think he'll enjoy the chance to practice. If you say so, Kurenai replied. Still, the way he moved out of Guy's attack, what was that? Naomi grinned at her. It's hard to explain. I know you and Hinata-san were about to leave, but if you have the time, I'm sure you'd find this fight interesting. Kurenai looked to the girl beside her. Hinata, she asked, do you want to watch? Hinata started, having been watching Naruto so closely that she hadn't expected the question. She glanced up at Kurenai, then back towards the young boy. I don't mind going, Kurenai-sensei, she said quietly. Kurenai nodded to Naomi. Well then, let's go see what your husband can do. As Kurenai and the others arrived, they decided to stand off to the side, next to where Naruto was. She noticed that the match had still yet to begin. Sora was simply standing a short distance away from Guy, watching as he did one-handed push-ups. I figured you three would want to watch, Sora remarked casually to the girls. Are you ready? He asked, turning to face Guy. Of course. Before we begin, I should warn you. If you don't take off those weights of yours, I'm not sure you'll be able to keep up. Guy gave a hearty laugh. So you noticed those? Thank you, but I must decline. I only allow myself to remove these weights during missions or when I must protect something important. If I am unable to match your speed, it only means I must train harder. Sora smiled slightly, inclining his head. As you wish. Kurenai looked to Naomi. I don't mean to be rude, but does Sora-san know what he's gotten into? Even with his weights on, Guy is one of the fastest ninja within our village. To her surprise, Naomi just shook her head. He's not boasting. I doubt Guy will be able to keep pace with him too. Really now? She asked, though she was still skeptical. A breeze began to blow through the park. Let's see if you can outrun the wind, Sora challenged. The breeze picked up, and Sora rocketed towards Guy at an incredible speed. Though the attack was sudden, Guy smoothly shifted his stance to counter the man's attack. Just as Sora came within striking distance, Kurenai noticed the same strange movement as before. Without even sidestepping, Sora flickered to Guy's right and brought around his leg in a roundhouse kick that swiftly thundered towards his opponent. Guy was caught off guard and was barely able to move his arms in time to block. Still, the kick connected and sent Guy rocketing into a nearby tree. What? Was all Kurenai could say at the sight. Naomi shrugged. Sora did warn him. Guy recovered, shooting back towards Sora. Leaf whirlwind. Guy shouted. Sora blocked the attack, but before Guy could follow up, Sora shifted to Guy's side again, hitting him with another kick, though Guy was able to keep from being thrown back this time. How is he doing this? Kurenai asked in astonishment. You should have felt it by now, Naomi commented. Kurenai frowned for a second, thinking. Then her eyes widened once she noticed what was happening. The wind, she said quietly. It's acting oddly. Naomi nodded. The breezes you notice are the after effects of the technique he's using. Sora uses wind to augment his movements. He constantly generates a tailwind which pushes against his body, increasing his overall speed. He also uses the wind to speed up his arms and legs when he's attacking, which is why his attack speed is so quick. She paused, watching as Sora landed a combo of punches. In addition, Naomi added, he can use the technique in short bursts to move at a very high speed for a fraction of a second. When he shifts to the side without having to take a step, it's because he's using a gust of wind to maneuver himself, though the bursts are too tiring for him to constantly use them. He calls the technique wind walking. Sora and Guy might be about even in their regular movement speeds right now, but with his weights on, Guy has no chance of keeping up with Sora's wind bursts or his attack speed. During the explanation, the battle continued to rage on, with Sora still being able to dodge the majority of Guy's attacks. During a brief lull in the fight, Kurenai responded. I've never even heard of something like that before. Not with the wind element at least. She turned her gaze on the woman. Still, should you even trust me enough to explain his technique in such detail? We've only just met. Unexpectedly, the woman smiled slightly. Perhaps not, but something tells me that you're trustworthy. Besides, it's not as if wind walking is the only trick up his sleeve. Kurenai nodded, noticing Sora dodge another attack with a burst of wind and produce a pair of knives. I just can't believe it. I've never seen anyone with that much control over an element before. He's one of a kind. I, myself, barely have half as much control over fire that he has over wind. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. So you have a fire affinity? For you to counter your husband's wind. Fate has a sense of humor, it seems. Naomi chuckled. I've had people tell me that before, but I think you're looking at it the wrong way, she said. After a puzzled look from Kurenai, Naomi continued, it's odd, you know. Wind dissipates lightning, lightning obliterates earth, earth impedes water, And water extinguishes fire, but fire? Fire does not fight against the wind, it is simply made stronger by it. Much in the same way that my Sora strengthens me. I never thought of it that way, Kurenai told her with a smile. Her attention was brought back to the fight with a crackle of lightning. Right-un, thunder slash. Sora cried. 2 large arcs of lightning generated by his daggers streaked through the air towards Guy. Guy was able to dodge the attack and close in on Sora. Leaf strong whirlwind, he yelled. The attack connected, managing to throw Sora backwards. Before he went too far, however, he suddenly decelerated, thanks to his bursts of wind, only a few meters away from Guy. You are very skilled. Guy complimented his opponent. I can see how my eternal rival was inspired by your youth. Sora let out a laugh, grinning in excitement. You're very youthful too, Guy-sen. I haven't had this much fun in a while, he said. Actually, how about we start taking this a bit more seriously? Sora sheathed his right dagger and raised his hand, chakra beginning to gather in his palm. Sora! Naomi interrupted, causing him to freeze. What do you think you're doing? She asked as she walked over to him. The man's hand dropped, his technique fading away. Getting to the good part? He asked sheepishly. Perhaps, Naomi said exasperatedly, we should try to avoid destroying this park or maiming each other for today? An attack that she was worried about being used on Guy? Considering how strong his normal attacks were, whatever that technique was must have been powerful, Kurenai thought, becoming even more curious about the man's abilities than she'd been during his fight. Sorry, he apologized, seeming to notice the destruction the fight had begun to cause for the first time. I guess I started to get a little carried away. Naomi sighed. I think you two are done for the day. If you start fighting seriously, you'll destroy buildings. You make a good point, Naomi-sen. Do not worry, Sora-sen. I'm certain that your next technique would have burned with the flames of youth had we not been forced to stop. Guy said, I am sorry, but now that our match has concluded I shall take my leave. I must do 10,000 push-ups to make up for my loss against Kurenai. Guy, how many times must I tell you that this is not contest? Kurenai shouted in frustration. You must come meet my students as well at some point. Guy continued, ignoring the outburst. I refuse to be beaten by Kakashi. Alright. Sora said, most likely to appease the man. Thank you for the match, Sora-san. He turned to regard Naomi. I look forward to testing the fires of my youth against yours another day, listen. Guy flashed a final thumbs up and leapt away. After Guy's departure, there's silence for a few seconds before it was broken by a loud Naruto. That was so cool, he said, speaking for the first time since the fight had begun. For her part, Hinata had spent the entirety of the match standing a few meters behind the boy, staring at him every few moments before quickly looking away again. Hinata! Naruto exclaimed, shocking the girl. Isn't Soranizan amazing? I've never seen anyone fight like that before. Why yes, she replied hurriedly, he's really strong. Too bad he's not strong enough to stop himself from tearing this park down, Naomi interjected, rolling her eyes. Hey, that's not fair. This place is fine. Sora complained. Naomi raised her eyebrow at the man. Mostly fine. He amended. Kurenai just shook her head. For some reason, when that man says things like that, he reminds me of Naruto. I suppose some of that childishness just runs in the family. At least he's not as bad as Guy. God knows we wouldn't survive another villager like him and that protege of his. Kurenai continued to watch the couple bicker playfully for another minute. Once they settled down, Naomi looked at her. I suppose we should part ways now, it's starting to get a bit late. You're probably right, she agreed. Are you ready to go, Hinata? If we hurry, we may still be able to get to the market before the shops start to close. I'm ready, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata said. I've got to go too, Naruto added, somewhat regretfully. I have to meet Irika-sensei at Ichiraku's. He started to run off, but stopped and turned around. I'll see you soon, Soranizan, Naomi-nizan. Oh, and bye Hinata-san, see you soon too. Bye, Naruto-kun. Hinata said quietly, while Sora and Naomi gave him a wave of farewell. Kurenai turned to the couple and nodded. Keep my offer in mind. I hope we meet again soon. I'm sure we will, Naomi replied with a smile. And I look forward to it. As Kurenai turned to walk away, her student at her side, she couldn't help but think that she had just made two very interesting friends. So, Kakashi began nonchalantly, switching the topic from their current discussion about their students. I hear two of you met my new friends. The three jonin had been gathered around a table at one of their favorite haunts for the past 15 minutes. Surprisingly, Kakashi wasn't the last person to arrive, even though he'd arrived half an hour late. He was losing his touch. You mean the Uzumakis, yes? I did, Guy answered with a grin. Sora-sen was most impressive. Oh, did you decide that before or after you spontaneously attacked one of them? Kurenai asked with thinly veiled annoyance. Here we go again, Kakashi thought. She's been complaining about this all night. Guy must have really gotten on her nerves yesterday. I already told you that I simply wanted to test their strength. Were you not doing the same thing yourself, Kurenai-san? Guy responded. Not by nearly taking someone's head off. I saw how much stronger than usual that ridiculous kick of yours was. Kurenai snapped. For God's sake, Guy, if Sora-san had been any less skilled, then you may have actually injured a comrade that you didn't even know. Would it kill you to at least try to act responsibly every once in a while? That he managed to avoid me proves the strength of his flames of youth, Guy stated, nodding sagely. I don't even know what that means. Also, can you please stop talking like that in front of people who don't know you? It might be fine around us, but the Uzumakis probably already think that you're some kind of lunatic after that display of yours. Now Kurenai-san, Guy said, flashing a thumbs up. I am certain that I have absolutely no idea what you're referring to. There was a glimmer in his eye that Kakashi recognized as amusement. Guy knew full well what his friend was referring to. Why am I friends with you? Kurenai-emmed, dropping her face to her hand. I'm never quite sure how much that idiot actually believes what he says, Kakashi thought, sighing inwardly. Sometimes I wonder if it's all just an act so we'll forget how intelligent he is. Or maybe I'm overthinking things and he really is just the smartest fool I'll ever meet. He paused for a moment. Him and Naruto, that is, he corrected himself. Everyone's attention shifted suddenly at the sound of footsteps approaching their table. Sorry I'm late, Asuma said, taking the empty seat next to Kurenai. Our mission for the day took longer than I thought it would. Though I did just run into that pair of newcomers that Kakashi's been raving about for the past few days, so it's not all bad. They were on their way to meet with my dad. Probably still have a few more things they need to clear up for their security check. Well, that was quick, Kakashi said offhandedly. I didn't actually expect you three to chase after them. I almost feel bad now. What are you talking about? Asuma asked. Kurenai-san and I have met them as well, Guy answered. What? Asuma asked, clearly surprised. It's only been 2 days since Kakashi mentioned them. What can I say? They're pretty easy to notice, Kurenai said with a shrug. Though, she added snidely, I'm not sure I'd say Guy met them, so much as attack one of them for no reason. I've already said, Guy began before being cut off by a wave from Kakashi. Yes, you were testing the flames of their youth, we know. He rolled his one visible eye, looking at Asuma. They've been at this the whole time, please save me. The man just chuckled. Come on now, he said, turning to the woman. You know what Guy's like. Cut him some slack, I'm sure he didn't mean to actually hurt anyone. Kurenai sighed. I know. I'm mostly just annoyed that he ruined our conversation. I actually like them, so it would be nice if I could try to become friends with them before they lump me in with that madman, she finished, glaring at Guy. I think I made a great impression, Guy said proudly, flashing a grin. I'd just settle for them not thinking we're all insane because of you, Kurenai replied, rubbing her temples. Anyway, Kakashi began, forestalling the chance of another exchange, back to our conversation. What did you three think of them? Asuma took a cigarette out of his pocket, lighting it and taking a drag before speaking. I only had the chance to speak with them for a few minutes, but from what I saw, they seemed relatively normal to me. Relatively? Kurenai asked, ping an eyebrow. Well, I can't really say why exactly, but there was something different about those two. So he noticed it too? Kakashi thought, rubbing his chin. I got the same impression, but it wasn't until our second meeting that I realized what the feeling came from. They reminded me of some of the veterans from the Third War. Not the younger ones like us, but the older ones, the ones who had taken on the worst missions. Sora-san hinted that wherever they had come from was dangerous, but that just makes me wonder where in the world could be that dangerous these days. Now that you mention it, Kurenai added, Naomi-san said a few things that struck me as odd. She also seemed to have a great deal of trust in me. Comrade or not, it was surprising considering I've only just met her. Kakashi sighed. I told you they were interesting. Still, as long as they don't pose a threat to the village, and I don't think they do, it's not our place to dig into their past. Not when it seems to be so painful for them whenever they mention it. I suppose you're right, Kurenai agreed. Either way, you were correct about their skills, Kakashi. Guy had mentioned something about a test, Kakashi said, remembering what the man had said. Kurenai nodded. Naomi-san was able to see through a genjutsu I'd created. It wasn't my strongest one, but the ease with which she detected it was remarkable. That truly is impressive, Guy interjected. There are few in this village who could counter your ability with genjutsu. I'm not that surprised, Kakashi told them. After seeing her fight, even if it was only against a fresh genin, I could tell she was talented at genjutsu. Asuma looked at the three of them thoughtfully. Didn't you say that she was a taijutsu specialist, Kakashi? Kakashi nodded. Asuma took another drag from his cigarette. Then we have to assume that she must be even more skilled in that area. If that's the case, she's probably stronger than most of the jonin in our village. For someone that's strong to not already belong to a village is rare. Rare for people aren't a missing nin anyway. I think you're right about that, though we can't say for sure until we've really seen her in action. Though I'm curious about Sora-san, they talk as if they're about equal in strength. He's strong, Guy said, his tone gaining a bit of seriousness. Agreed, Kurenai said. How do you know? Kakashi asked, intrigued. I sparred with him, Guy said simply. I thought he was simply underestimating me when he warned me to take off my training weights. After all, even with these weights on, I am one of the fastest ninja in Konoha. He paused. I was wrong about him. We were about equal in speed, but when he attacked and dodged, Guy trailed off. I'm not sure I can explain it, but his movements became incredibly fast for a single moment. It was difficult for me to land my attacks, and I could not always react in time to avoid him. I'm sure that it had something wind chakra, but I couldn't discover anything else in so short a time. Asuma frowned. He has a wind affinity? I've never heard of any wind techniques that work like that. Kurenai nodded. It's true, she confirmed. Naomi-san explained it to me. It has something to do with using wind to increase his attack speed and to move himself short distances in only a few instants. He has that much control? Over wind? Kakashi asked, astonished. Fire, water or earth would be one thing. Keeping tight control over those elements is difficult, but still within the realm of possibility. But to control either wind or lightning to that degree, it's almost unthinkable. If I'm to take Naomi-san's word for it, then yes, Kurenai replied. Well then, Asuma said, grinning, it sounds like I should talk to this man again. If he can do that, then I'm certain there are at least a few tips I can learn from him for my own wind techniques. My only regret, Guy said, his voice regaining its usual boisterous joviality, was that I could not continue my wonderful bout with Sora-san any longer. Kurenai chuckled. That's because you two idiots would have demolished a park. It's a good thing Nimi-san was there to rein you both in. It sounds like it's just one surprise after another with those Uzumakis. I'm just happy they're joining our side, Kakashi said. As am I, Kurenai said with a smirk. Looks like you showed us something interesting for once, Kakashi. And before you try to suggest it, know your disgusting books are not interesting. Guy and Asuma both laughed at him while he tried to hide his embarrassment. Oh, and Kakashi, Kurenai began, I thought you'd like to know that they're treating Naruto kindly. He already appears to be quite attached to them. Kakashi nodded. Thanks for letting me know, that is good to hear. I was hopeful after talking with them, but I wasn't completely sure whether or not they'd treat him well, knowing about the Kyuubi. They already know about that? Asuma said with a frown. They do, Kakashi answered. But I suppose it's not too surprising that they learned about it so quickly. It's not as if most of the village is very subtle in their discrimination against him. Sora-san said that once they noticed it, they simply listened in on a few whispers and put the truth together for themselves. So much for the third's law stopping that, Kurenai said with a shrug. I may not always see eye to eye with my father, Asuma said, but I do know that his heart was in the right place. There was little else he could do for Naruto in that situation. We know, Kakashi said reassuringly, no one's to blame, honestly. I may not like how the village treats him, but as much as I hate to admit it, it would be unfair for me to expect for them to not be afraid. Not after the destruction the Kyuubi caused. Hopefully things will become better once they learn to separate Naruto from the demon that's inside of him. He smiled, though it sounds like things are getting better for him already. Kurenai steepled her fingers as she thought. It's not just him though. I had Hinata with me when I ran into them. The way Naomi-san interacted with her was, well, it was unexpected. How so? Guy asked. Well, by her own admission, Naomi-san had some prior acquaintances who were members of the clan, so I'm guessing that she's somewhat familiar with the Hyuga. Even if she isn't, I wouldn't put it past those two to have found out at least some information about some of our more influential clans like the Hyuga, especially if they have history with some of their members. Asuma snuffed out his cigarette before speaking. What are you getting at? Well, I just would have expected Naomi-san or Sora-san to have become excessively polite or respectful to Hinata since she's supposed to be next Hyuga clan head. Perhaps go out of their way to try and make a connection with her for the sake of ingratiating themselves to her family. She paused. They didn't do anything like that. In fact, they didn't even mention it. I don't really see what the problem is, Kurenai. From what you've told us, that girl would hate people acting like that to her, Asuma said, a puzzled look on his face. We know that, but since I sincerely doubt that they followed a 12-year-old around to learn about their personality, they shouldn't know Hinata so well after just meeting her. Kurenai sighed. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or that I'm suspicious of them. It's just odd that Naomi-san was so good at knowing just what to say to her. Even though Naomi-san barely talked to Hinata, the few times that she did, Hinata really seemed to take her words to heart, and part of me envies that ability. I know I've only just started training that girl, but knowing how many problems she has because of how her father treated her, well, of all of my students, she's the one that I'm most worried about. I think I'm making a little progress, but I'm just not sure that I'll always know how to help her. That sounds a little like when they knew how to get through to Sasuke, even if it was just a little bit, Kakashi mused. There were a few seconds of silence before Kakashi spoke. Trust me, Kurenai, I understand where you're coming from. Dealing with both Naruto and Sasuke is going to be a challenge, and I'm guessing that Guy and Asuma have their own worries as well. You have to remember that this is a learning process for us too. It's not as if any of us except for Guy even has a clue on how to best teach our students yet. No one's expecting you to change all of your genin overnight, or even to solve all of their problems in the first place. I know, she said, biting her lip. If you think Naomi-san can get through to Hinata, why don't you just ask her for help from time to time? From what I've heard, both of the Uzumakis sound like they're more than willing to help anyone, Asuma suggested matter-of-factly. Asuma has a point, Kakashi said. Ever since he lost to Naomi-san and was lectured, Sasuke seems to be willing to at least consider working with his teammates sometimes. I know that Sora-san had a hand in that plan, so he could probably help you as well. Kurenai shook her head. I've already invited them to train with my students. Anything beyond that seems like an imposition. Please, Asuma scoffed. If you don't ask them for help, I'm sure Kakashi will be more than happy to pawn his students off on them. We all know how lazy he is. I doubt he even shows up to his own practices on time. I resent that accusation, Kakashi told the man. The only reason I'm ever late is because I can't bring myself to ignore a citizen of Konoha in need. Asuma raised an eyebrow at him. Kakashi shrugged. There's a lot of citizens in need. It's not my place to complain about their predicaments. Ha! Guy bellowed, putting an arm around him. I always knew that you were a hero to the people, Kakashi. You truly are a worthy rival. Asuma waved them off. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Kakashi. Isn't saying that technically a response? Kakashi asked as he attempted to free himself from Guy's grasp. Smartus, Asuma muttered, turning towards Kurenai. Anyway, Kurenai, there's no harm in just talking to them. I know asking for a favor isn't usually the best way to start a friendship, but I don't think they'll resent you for trying your best to help one of your students. Kurenai looked upwards, blowing out a deep breath. Maybe you're right, Asuma. I don't like it, but I'll think about it. Thanks, she added, smiling as she placed a hand over Asuma's. Then she blushed slightly, taking the hand away. Ah, Kurenai, I'm not sure why she's so embarrassed. Does she really think that no one's seen this coming? Kakashi thought, suppressing a laugh. Kurenai cleared her throat, bringing Kakashi out of his reverie. That reminds me, I wanted to discuss some joint training exercises with you three. Kurenai began to ask questions and outline some ideas as they continued to talk into the evening. Sora sat quietly with Naomi in a small lobby, awaiting a meeting with the third Hokage. He was tapping his foot, becoming increasingly restless and fidgety as time went by. Though he'd gotten better over the years, it wasn't in his nature to be patient. In fact, there were only 3 instances wherein he was able to bring himself to be still: when he was on a mission, during a battle, and while he was gathering natural energy. Unfortunately, sitting in a waiting room fit none of those criteria. How much longer is this going to take? He asked aloud. Naomi rolled her eyes at him. You asked that 2 minutes ago. But this is taking forever, he complained. His wife fixed him with a flat stare. It's been 20 minutes, she reminded him, pointing to a clock on the wall. It feels like longer, he replied in annoyance. Would you stop complaining? I'm trying to take a nap. A loud voice rumbled within his mind. Quiet you, he said in his mind. Go eat a squirrel or something. If you don't show me some more respect, I'll eat you soon, the fox growled. Humans, he muttered. Naomi just chuckled at Sora, unaware of the exchange. I will always wonder how a grown man that is capable of splitting waterfalls can have so much trouble sitting in a chair. It's because splitting waterfalls is much more entertaining, he joked. She smiled at him. Then her expression became thoughtful, and she hid her hands within her sleeves and looked away. A few seconds later, an exact replica of Naomi appeared before him. Sora had to admit that despite the fact that she might use the technique to tease him occasionally, it was one of the most useful genjutsus that she knew. By casting a genjutsu on him, she would be able to talk to him without any possibility of another person listening in on whatever she had to say. He couldn't respond openly, of course, nor was he skilled enough to reply with a genjutsu of his own, but he could still react to whatever she said with subtle gestures or simple words. Either way, whatever he did would unintelligible to any outside observer on the off chance that they thought the couple was trying to communicate in the first place. That reminds me of something I wanted to tell you, the illusion said. Sora ped his head slightly in question. I know that we've talked about hiding our Byakugan, but we have to be careful to avoid using some of our other techniques well, unless it's necessary or possible for us to hide the truth. The last thing we need is to have to explain how we know the Rasengan or Kaiten. That's the main reason why I stopped your fight with Guy yesterday. That's a good point, Sora thought. It's something that we both already knew, but we haven't actually said it out loud until now. Still, even though it might take me a little while to adapt my fighting style, I'm more worried about Hinata. Her taijutsu style revolves around the use of gentle fist. Without it, I'm sure you knew to be careful already. The apparition reassured him with a smile, as if she had heard his first thoughts. I just wanted to remind you. You have a tendency to go overboard sometimes. He looked over towards the real version of his wife, frowning slightly. The woman met his gaze and smiled warmly at him. It was the almost exactly same expression that her illusionary self was wearing. Don't worry, the illusion told him confidently, placing a hand over his cheek. I can fight without using the gentle fist. Besides, she added, I'll have you there to help me. Sora watched as the genjutsu faded away. He turned to face Naomi, who was looking at him expectantly. After a moment he grinned slightly, nodding. Her response was to simply reach over and grasp his hand. After a few minutes, however, her grip tightened at the sound of an unexpected voice. "Was there any point to that meeting at all, father?" a child asked. "As the clan head, I am obligated to meet with the Hokage regularly. You should know this by now," an older man informed the child. Of all of the people that could have been here, Sora thought sorrowfully. Hyuga Hayashi and his daughter Hanabi strode into the room as they talked. Thankfully their eyes weren't activated, so there was little chance of them noticing the couple's transformation. Not that there would have been much of a reason for the two Hyugas to have used their Byakugan in the first place. "But father," she insisted, "wouldn't your time be better spent elsewhere?" "No," he said firmly. "It matters not what I discuss with the Hokage. What is important is that he is reminded that he must keep our clan in mind during all important decisions concerning the village. To ignore that responsibility is to do all of the Hyuga a great disservice." "Do you really believe that it's possible that the Hokage would ignore the needs of our clan?" Hanabi asked. "You would be surprised," Hayashi responded coolly, a hint of annoyance in his tone. The pair walked past Sora and Naomi with barely a glance, though Sora could feel the tension radiating from his wife. "She's always so kind and level-headed that sometimes I forget. Just because she doesn't blame me for her sister's death, doesn't mean that she doesn't blame herself for so much more than that." "Uzumaki Sora? Uzumaki Naomi?" a voice called. Shiranui Genma appeared from the hallway leading to the Hokage's office. "The Hokage is ready to meet with you. Now." Naomi rose stiffly before Sora could even think of what to say to her. She quickly brushed past Genma, walking towards the Hokage's office without a word. The third Hokage watched silently as the couple calmly walked into his office. As the door closed, he performed a few hand signs to activate the various seals that would protect his office from eavesdropping and make sure that his guards didn't hear anything they shouldn't. Sarutobi took a deep breath as he watched his guests walk further into the room. Perhaps my worries were misplac. As soon as she noticed that the seals were activated, Naomi made a hand seal of her own, creating a single shadow clone. "Naomi-san," the Hokage began. She ignored him, slamming a palm into the clone's chest before he even had the time to be surprised. The clone flew away from her, disappearing into a cloud of smoke as it crashed into a wall. "Hinata," he said worriedly. "Sorry," she whispered. Sora looked at her, a sad expression on his face. "Or perhaps not," he sighed. "My apologies," he began, looking at the pair. "I did not mean for you to see your father or sister here. Especially not without warning. I understand that you did not have the best of relationships with them." Naomi scoffed, shaking her head. "You misunderstand. I made peace with my father over a decade ago, before that blasted war even began. And Hanabi..." She paused. "She may seem cold sometimes, but we were never on bad terms with each other. We were always close." Hiruzen simply waited, not wanting to push her. She would say more if she wanted to. "Would you have guessed that none of my clanmates would care that I married Naruto? That my father wouldn't?" Naomi asked the Hokage, a wistful smile appearing on her face. "I wouldn't have. I'll never forget the day I tried to tell my father that I could no longer be his heiress because I was going to marry Naruto. He surprised me when he just calmly looked at me and said, 'No. You are the best choice and you will be the next leader of the Hyuga. Because of this war, the clan will need you more than ever when I am gone.'" The woman sighed. "I was confused. By the Hyuga's own laws I knew that I was giving up my right to even be considered a member of the clan. I thought that he was trying to change my mind, so I told him that the decision was already made, that there was no point in even trying to argue over it. But he only smiled at me, saying, 'You should know that the Hyuga have more important concerns right now than antiquated rules or procedures. Who you marry or what you call yourself doesn't matter, you will always be one of us. And you will always be my daughter, Hinata. Never doubt that.'" Naomi shook her head. "He'd changed a lot by then. More than I would have ever thought possible. And the rest of the clan agreed with his decision. Everyone told me that they had faith in me." She chuckled. The stuffy and inflexible Hyuga clan had just flown in the face of tradition for my sake. I couldn't believe it. She paused for a moment and her bleak smile faded. Soon after that, my father was killed. I honored his wishes by taking up his position. The woman stopped talking for a moment, mustering the will to keep speaking. She seems so remorseful, so full of regret, Hiruzen realized as he studied her. He already knew that her story would not end happily. Naomi looked down, but not before the Hokage noticed the tear rolling down her cheek. I was supposed to protect and lead my clan. For years they believed in me, believed that I would make the right decisions, believed that I would save them. In the beginning I thought that I could do it. I thought I could keep them safe. I tried so hard. She covered her face with a hand, voice lowering to a whisper, but I was a fool. Instead I only got them all killed. They trusted me, but all I did was watch as my clan slowly died around me. My sister was just the last in a long line of tragedies. God, I miss her. God, I miss all of them so much. Naomi turned her head to stare up at the ceiling and Sarutobi could see a few small wet streaks staining her cheeks. Then she startled him with a quiet, humorless bark of laughter. It's ironic in a way. I fought in countless dangerous and desperate battles, but I survived. I suffered through years of war, fighting and death, but I survived. So many mornings I woke up, wondering if that was going to be the day that would finally be my last, but still I survived. Whatever happened, I always managed to survive. But I was the only Hyuga to survive. A clan head without a clan, she finished, voice laced with guilt. No, I'm not angry that I saw my father and sister here, she reiterated firmly, shaking her head. Seeing them just reminded me of all of the mistakes I'd made. Reminded me how wrong my father was to trust me to be his successor, she finished, her expression filled with grief. Sarutobi closed his eyes. He hadn't expected either the information the woman had told him or the desolation that he could hear in her voice. He had had some suspicions, of course, but he had never truly believed that the entire Hyuga clan had been reduced to one person. He wanted to say something to the woman, to help her somehow, but this wasn't a wound that he could heal with a few words. Sora placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. He did not seem at all caught off guard by her words. Evidently, her anguish had been something he was already familiar with. That isn't true. I know you, know how hard you worked to protect your clan. You did everything in your power to help them, there was nothing more you or anyone else could have done, he gently assured her. You're the only reason so many of the Hyuga survived so long in the first place. Your clan held together for years longer than many of the others because of you. A worthless consolation for those who died, Naomi spat bitterly. How can you constantly be able to remain objective when looking at the actions and mistakes of others, of me, but still be so unfair when you judge yourself? Sorest, you have a habit of blaming yourself for everything, of taking responsibility of things you have no control over. This is different, the woman said, voice barely a whisper. The Hyuga were my responsibility, they were my family, but I failed them anyway. It's different, she repeated, though it sounded as if she was talking to herself more than anyone else. She shook her head. I know you mean well, Naruto, but this isn't the time or place for this and I wouldn't really feel like talking about this anymore even if it was. We have more important things to discuss than my failures anyway, she said solemnly, turning to face Sarutobi. Again, I apologize. Please forgive me, Hokage-sama. The Hokage took a long look at the woman before nodding in agreement. As much as it pained him to admit it, she had a point. If this visit was any indication, there was still much to be done. There is nothing to forgive, Hinata. You did nothing wrong, he told the woman kindly. Now I believe that you too wish to see me? Hiruzen would be lying if he said he wasn't anxious about the request for a meeting. He had only spoken with them twice before, after all. First, when they had just arrived in the village, and another time a few days after that, when the two had come by briefly so that Sora could apologize for the actions of his younger self. Initially, the Hokage had been somewhat annoyed with Sora for his younger self's actions in stealing the scroll of seals, as well as his refusal to stop the occurrence. Despite his annoyance, however, he had come to accept the decision as being the right one. As Sora had pointed out, too many large deviations from his and Naomi's own timeline would run the risk of greatly diminishing the value of any knowledge they might have of future events. Further, by Sora's own admission, the way in which Naruto found out about the demons sealed inside him ended up being one of the most positive and defining events of his life, Mizuki's betrayal notwithstanding. Sora glanced at his wife, clearly still concerned about her. We haven't had the time to really go into detail about what happened in the future, but we decided that if nothing else, we needed to tell you about the events that will happen during the next few months. Just a moment, Sarutobi said, reaching into his desk for his pipe and tobacco. He could already tell that this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. He lit his pipe, then nodded for them to continue. There are two things that we need to talk about. The first is of a more personal nature, Sora began. In the next few weeks, you're going to get a request for a C-rank mission from a bridge builder, asking for an escort and protection while he completes the construction of a bridge in the Land of Waves. Around the same time, my younger self should complain about how Team 7 has had too many D-rank missions and that he wants something more exciting. I want you to give them that mission. Even if my younger self doesn't ask for it for some reason, just make up an excuse to give it to them anyway. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. I take it that something important occurs during this mission? He asked. Sora nodded. As you might guess, it won't go according to plan. The bridge builder lied about the danger of the mission because he couldn't afford anything higher than C rank. He looked away. It turns out the mission is closer to an A rank in difficulty. Our most dangerous opponents were Momochi Zabuza and his apprentice, though we ran into a couple of Chunin along the way. The Hokage looked at him for a few moments before rubbing his eyes. Let me see if I understood you correctly. You want me to knowingly send 3 recently graduated genin on an A-rank mission where they will come into contact with the demon of the hidden mist, one of the deadliest missing nin alive, without even informing them or their teacher of the danger? Yes, Sora said flatly. May I ask why? It was during that mission that I first tapped into Kurama's power. It was also during that mission that Sasuke first activated his Sharingan. Sora hesitated. I won't say that I like having them go in blind when it's avoidable, but do I think it would be better to make sure that those children improve as quickly as possible when we know that Akatsuki is going to try to attack them eventually? Sometimes I hate this job, Hiruzen thought with a sigh. He waved his hand in acknowledgement. Fine. I suppose that when I know what comes next, being overprotective will only do more harm than good. At least Kakashi will be with them, though I have to wonder why he would be foolish enough to let you continue with that mission the second he knew it was going to be more dangerous than he was led to believe. He fixed the man with a stern gaze. You're sure that they'll be fine? To be honest, we were the ones who asked Kakashi-sensei to continue, though I'll admit that I never really understood why he let us go through with it either. Still, I doubt he expected to run into one of the 7 swordsmen. Knowing him, he probably just lied to keep us happy and sent a reinforcements request to the village that was blocked by Zabuza's men or something. As for my squad's safety, Sora shrugged, we were fine when I went on the mission. But since we've already come into contact with Team 7 and some of the other villagers, I can't say that I'm 100% sure. He paused. I won't pretend that I even have the slightest clue exactly how our presence will affect everything. A word here, a chance meeting there. For all I know, it will completely change how the team acts when they run into Zabuza, though I doubt we've affected things to that degree. He met Sarutobi's stare with a look of his own. If it makes you feel any better, I'm planning on tailing them. Hinata says that I'll start getting used to this. New eye of mine within the next few weeks. I won't have mastered it, but I should be able to keep track of 5 people walking down a road without too much trouble. I see. That does give me some relief. Are you sure you don't want me to just send you along with them officially? Sora shook his head. I'd prefer not to interfere unless it's necessary. Not until I'm sure that Sasuke has activated his Sharingan and my younger self has had his meeting with Kurama, at least. If I'm lucky, though, I may be able to stop them from killing Zabuza or Haku. They don't deserve to die, and if nothing else they could be valuable contacts when we try to track down the 6 Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, and the 3 Tails. The Hokage nodded, impressed by the young man's foresight. He turned his attention to Naomi, who had yet to contribute to the conversation. And will you be staying here? He asked. Sora was beginning to nod, but she interrupted him, shaking her head. No, actually. I've been thinking that this may be the perfect time for me to take care of something. What do you mean? Sora asked her, clearly not expecting her announcement. My contract, she said with a weak smile, a small amount of her good humor returning. If you're going to be out of the village for a few weeks during this mission, now's as good a time as any to go to the valley. Sora nodded to her in acknowledgement. Hiruzen furrowed his eyebrows. What are you talking about? He asked. We both had summoning contracts before coming here, Sora explained, but they aren't something that we have anymore since we came back to a time before we'd actually signed our contracts. I have some thoughts on how I could get mine back, but Hinata's is another matter. I've decided that the easiest thing to do is to simply go to the source. Unlike Naruto, I don't have a perverted old hermit that runs around with the contracting scroll that I want. I've already told you he wasn't that bad, Sora said, taking the jibe in stride as he rolled his eyes at the woman. She's talking about Jiraiya-sensei, he added for Hokage's benefit. The banter gave Sarutobi a feeling of warmth. When he looked at Naomi before, she just seemed so fragile to him. As if she was struggling just to find the energy to keep going. He got the same impression from Sora as well, that first day the man came to his office. But whenever he began to worry, the Hokage saw them like this, laughing or smiling as if they hadn't spent nearly half of their lives on the battlefield, as if they were still able to believe in the possibility of a brighter future. It was of little surprise in Sora's case. The boy would never let events crush his spirit completely, no matter how horrible they were. And given that Naomi seemed to hold that same fire within her, it seemed to Sarutobi that some of Sora's stubbornness might have rubbed off on his wife. Or perhaps it was simply that she had always stronger than he had given her credit for under the shy exterior of the young girl he knew. Either way, after everything they'd experienced, he was glad that they could still find some happiness in their lives. As long as they had each other, he knew they would both work to keep the other one grounded. However, as the pair put their joking aside, turning their attention back to the Hokage, the room started to take on a more somber air. As for the second thing we wanted to tell you, Naomi began softly. Konoha is going to be attacked during the finals of the Chunin exams. Sarutobi gaped at her, his pipe falling unnoticed from his mouth. What? Was all he could ask, too stunned by the woman's revelation to say anything more. Then his mind caught up and he glared at his guests. His earlier positive thoughts disappeared in a flash of anger as his temper flared. And you couldn't mention this during our first meeting? He yelled. To his credit, Sora didn't appear to be the least bit offended. He only looked away sadly. I hate to tell you this, old man, but after seeing Madara annihilate all 5 of the great villages, this became little more than a footnote for us. Besides, Konoha fared better during this first invasion than it did during the next 2 times. Next 2 times? The Hokage whispered dully. The second time was a couple of years from now by a member of Akatsuki, Sora said with a wave of his hand. He turned the entire village to rubble by himself. Thankfully, after I talked some sense into him, he saw fit to bring everyone back to life. He glanced at the Hokage. Don't ask, it was so complicated that I still don't really get how he did it. Anyway, for the most part that whole situation worked out in the end. As for the third time, he said, expression becoming dark, that was Madara. It was a slaughter. Sarutobi covered his eyes with a hand, shaking his head. I knew things were going to be bad, but how am I supposed to be prepared for them telling me that our village is going to be attacked 3 separate times? He thought. It, he cursed. Sora looked at him sympathetically. It's not that we don't care, it's just that there isn't much we can really do to stop this from happening. If we start to prepare too much, he'll know something is wrong and just attack some other time when don't expect it. Who is this he? Sarutobi asked, sighing heavily. Madara again? Naomi shook her head. It's Orochimaru. Hiruzen wanted to be angry, but at that moment he only felt very old and very tired. Let me guess. He wants revenge? After all these years, he still can't understand that it was his own twisted nature that precluded from becoming Hokage and got him exiled in the first place, he said regretfully. And the worst part is that this is my fault. What a failure of a teacher I am. It's more complicated than just Orochimaru, Sora added. I'm assuming you've heard of the Hidden Sound Village? It's nothing more than a cover for him and his followers. To make matters worse, he'll ally with the Hidden Sand to attack us. The Hokage closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts. It was in situations like these that he had to be strong. He couldn't afford to waste any more time being surprised. What details can you give me? Not much more, I'm afraid, Naomi said. Temari once told me, she stopped herself. Sorry, I'm not sure whether or not you know who that is yet. Temari was the fourth Kazekage's daughter. She once told me that her father plotted with Orochimaru to attack the village. Apparently it had something about economic decline or some other nonsense that shouldn't have been nearly enough justification for an attack to begin with. Anyway, Orochimaru killed him before the invasion even began so he could take his place. Then he used the sand to take the brunt of the assault. Anything else? He asked hopefully. Do you know how large of a force they'll bring? Sora shook his head. Not really. After the battle, we never stopped to think of anything like that. Besides, we were young, it's not like they would have told us anyway. We did try and find out more when the group of us started planning for this crazy trip into the past, but none of us knew the specifics and anyone who might have was gone by then. That makes sense, the Hokage said, massaging his temples. We know a little bit about their strategy, though, Naomi clarified. When they'll attack, or at least when they attacked in our time, for instance. We also know that they plan to use a Jinchuriki so they can unleash the Ichibi in the middle of the village. She saw the look on his face. Don't worry, she reassured him, they didn't really have much control over him so he never actually ended up attacking the village. In the end Naruto was able to take him and the One-Tails down. That Jinchuriki Hinata mentioned, he really was a nice guy, Sora chimed in. After he stopped trying to kill everyone, that is, but that was his village's fault more than his own, given how they treated him. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. I know a bit about the children of the Kazekage, but not much. I'm impressed that you managed to fight off another Jinchuriki though, Naruto. Especially because from what you've said, it sounds like you had to face the Ichibi as well. Sora shrugged. Gamabunta helped, and it's not like I really had to beat the Ichibi himself. I only had to snap Gaara out of a sleep trance so the One-Tails couldn't control him anymore. I believe you're selling yourself short. Either way, I'm glad to hear that it did not take you very long to begin to live up to the potential I've always known you had. Thanks, old man, Sora said as a faint grin formed on his lips. Sarutobi studied them. For the most part they seemed to be completely calm, but something about their demeanor bothered him. Could it be that they seemed just a little bit too calm? They're nervous about something, he realized. Something they haven't told me about yet. What's wrong? He asked bluntly. What? Nothing, Sora replied, frowning slightly. You haven't changed so much that I can't tell when something's bothering you, Naruto, Hiruzen said gently. The couple both averted their eyes, not answering. We weren't sure if we should tell you, Naomi finally said. Tell me what? He asked, wondering what they could possibly be so worried about. There was another pause. Tell you that this is when you died. Killed by Orochimaru, Sora said quietly. Ah, now I see the problem, Sarutobi thought. Pushing himself out of his chair, he walked to stand in front of the pair before placing a hand on each shoulder. They looked at him in surprise. I appreciate the sentiment, he told them kindly, but you don't have to concern yourselves with me. But, Sora began to protest before he was cut off. I have lived a full life, you too. I don't mind if I die protecting my village, he said, smiling at them. That doesn't mean that I plan to, though. Perhaps this warning will be all I need to survive. Sora shook his head vigorously. Stupid old man, he whispered. Sora locked eyes with him. You're right about one thing though. You won't die. I won't let you. Sarutobi patted the man's shoulder before returning to his seat. I'll start seeing what I can do to discreetly prepare for this invasion you've warned me about, but you do have a point. If we're dealing with someone like Orochimaru, we can't afford to tip our hand and reveal that we know what he's scheming. I'm not sure how I'll say I acquired this information, but I won't tell anyone else about this until the exams draw closer. Even then, I'll make sure to only tell a few select people. We'll be ready to ambush Orochimaru when the time comes. The sand may be attacking us, but I suggest that we try to focus our counterattack on the sound, Naomi said. Our villages became allies once Orochimaru's betrayal came to light, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't do so again. Besides, I don't believe it would be right for us to simply destroy their army because of the mistakes of their leader or the actions of a maniac. The Hokage nodded. Usually I would not be so merciful to an army that set out to attack my village, but given the circumstances and motivations surrounding the attack, I believe you may be correct. Furthermore, it sounds like we will need all of the allies we can find when the time comes, and I will not let Konoha fall because I am stubborn. If you are sure that they will be willing to ally with us after this, then we will do what we can. Hopefully both of our villages will come out of this with the least casualties possible. The Hokage leaned back in his chair. I'm still curious about more of the events of the future, but I suppose this is enough to keep me occupied for now. Worried about getting a heart attack, old man? Sora joked. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. I see that you still haven't learned to respect your elders, he chided. I could only do so. Much, Naomi said, giving the man a light shove. Don't worry, we'll tell you everything eventually. It's just that it's a lot to take in all at once, even for us. I still have trouble wrapping my own head around this whole mess sometimes. You speak the truth. And to think, before you two appeared at my doorstep, I had actually come to believe that I had already seen too much to be surprised anymore. The Hokage said, chuckling. His laughter faded and he looked squarely at the couple. I've only seen you a few times and already I'm starting to rely on you. Thank you for helping me. For what you are doing for this village, the Hokage said genuinely. Of course, Sora said with a grin. Old man, for my entire life, you protected and believed in me, even if I didn't know it. Helping you like this? That doesn't even begin to pay back what you did for me. For the entire village, really, Naomi added. I'm not sure if you even realize just how important you are to the people Konoha. More than that, Konoha has always been our home, even after it was destroyed. We are proud to protect it, there is no need to thank us. With that, they waved at him and exited the room. The Hokage picked his fallen pipe up from the table and relit it. It had been a long meeting, full of more revelations than he could count. Strangely, however, he wasn't very worried. True, he had just heard of an impending attack on his village. And true, it would be led by one of the most dangerous ninja alive. But for some reason, the individuals that had delivered the news had him feeling hopeful. And now it falls to me to make the best of their knowledge, he thought with determination. He took out a stack of papers and a pen, beginning to write down ideas on how to weather the coming storm. Are you sure you're okay? Sora asked her again. I think so. I'm okay as I can be given what happened at least. While it was beginning to get late and she was starting to feel tired, they were still awake. The couple was sitting together on a couch in the living room of their apartment and Naomi was leaning against her husband, his arm around her. The apartment was rather nice and quite a bit larger than the cramped Spartan quarters that they had been expecting. It had a fairly spacious living room, a main bedroom, a smaller additional bedroom, a medium-sized kitchen with a dining table and a medium-sized room for training and exercise. Finally, it was fully furnished, so there was very little they had needed to do, besides buying some basic necessities and equipment, before they settled in. However, Sora had taken the liberty of setting up seals around their home, so they were able to talk freely there when they wanted to. Overall, they were pleasantly surprised with their accommodations. Over the past 2 weeks, they'd come to the conclusion the Hokage had purposely gone out of his way to only show them a list of nicer apartments in the village so that they wouldn't have the chance to protest his generosity. Not that they were about to complain about it given their previous dreary living conditions. Despite the coziness and warmth of her position, she couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Still, she was doing better than before when she'd nearly broken down in the Hokage's office. She shook her head. I'm sorry I fell apart like that, she told him. His grip around her tightened. I've already told you that you don't need to apologize for what happened. I understand. I know, she said quietly as she snuggled further into his embrace. But I'm apologizing anyway. She paused. It's just seeing those two? I knew I would have to eventually, but I didn't expect to run into them like that. It was harder than I thought it would be, she admitted with a sigh. Even though I know everyone that died is alive now, it still hurts to remember the people they will become. The people that we lost. I can't help but feel these aren't quite the same people we knew. I know. I feel the same way, he said softly. But I think it might be better that way. We shouldn't just forget about the people we knew because we're seeing their past selves again. It wouldn't be right. I could never forget them even if I wanted to, she whispered. But I agree. To forget our loved ones or ignore their sacrifices would be an insult to their memories, even if we do get to see them alive again. She sat for a minute, reflecting once more on the day's events, but she could still see Sora glancing at her from the corner of his eye. I'll be fine, she reassured him. I just need a little time is all. You really do worry too much. Sora relaxed and his grip loosened a little bit. Maybe, but it's not like you wouldn't be the same way if it was me. She sighed. I guess he has a point, she admitted to herself. Maybe, she conceded. His frame rumbled a bit as he chuckled to himself. Naomi looked up, seeing his smirk. What is it? She asked. I was just thinking. Are you completely sure you want to go get that contract? She turned her face so she could see him better and noticed a spark of mischief in his eyes. I don't think I'm going to like where this is going, she grumbled, though she couldn't help the small smile that came to her lips. No, just hear me out. Sora insisted. I have a great idea. You should sign the Toad contract instead. She burst out laughing at the suggestion. Now that's funny. I hope that was a joke, she said, wiping a tear from her eye. You really want me to join up with your frogs? They're toads, he whined. I'm not a big fan of frogs, Naomi teased, ignoring his correction. I like my cats more. He groaned. Cats? Those things aren't cats. The first time I met one, it almost bit my arm off. Naomi giggled at the memory. She was only trying to say hi. It was nearly as big as I was, Sora said with a shiver. Those things are terrifying. You mean adorable, Naomi corrected. He looked at her, becoming a bit more serious. Will you tell them who you are? She sighed. I think I have to. It's not as if they'll believe me unless I prove myself, and since they're too picky to have formed a contract in decades, the only way to explain how I know so much is to tell them truth. Besides, I trust them. I guess you're right, though I really hope they don't give you as much trouble as the last time. Oh, that was just them testing me. It's all part of the fun. Naomi let out a yawn and her eyes began to droop. They really are quite friendly once they stop trying to kill you. Yeah, loads of fun, Sora said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Hey Naruto, she asked. Emichim? Thanks for trying to cheer me up, she said, her eyes beginning to close. It really did help, even if that suggestion of yours was stupid. She snorted. Frogs? Please. He just grinned at her. I'm glad. But I still think it would be a good idea. Also, they're toads. She chuckled, and her words coming out sluggishly. If I didn't have my cats, though, she murmured, voice becoming faint, I guess, just maybe, I could partner up with those frogs for your sake. Love you. She finished. I love you too, he replied, not even bothering to correct her again as she drifted off to sleep. Where are we going, Sorenisen? Well, you did say you were going on your first C rank tomorrow, right? I thought we should get you some supplies, he answered. But I've already got food and some weapons, Naruto protested. What else could I need? When's the last time you replaced your kunai or shuriken? Sora asked, raising an eyebrow at the boy. Maybe a year or two ago. I can't really remember. Also, the Land of Waves is pretty far, especially when you're only walking. Do you have a sleeping bag for the trip? The boy's cheeks flushed slightly. Maybe. Sora chuckled. Come on, I think the shop is over this way. I'll even buy you some new toys. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation, and since Naomi's off training with Kurenai-san's team, she can't stop us from getting any fun stuff. I've already got a couple of ideas on what to get. A sly grin forming on Naruto's face. I like the sound of that. After another minute of walking, Sora spotted their destination. Intricately carved above the wooden door was the image of a dragon moving towards the sun. A bell rang as the two stepped inside. They had come during off hours, so he wasn't surprised to see that there weren't any other customers around. "Welcome to the Rising Dragon." A voice chirped cheerfully, "Can I help you?" Sora turned and smiled warmly at the girl. He walked up to the counter, Naruto following behind him. Even though he hadn't been to the shop in years, he still remembered that the shop had the best quality and selection of ninja supplies in the entire village. It was a little more on the expensive side, but Sora believed it was better to spend more money and not need something than to spend less and wind up. "Yes, I'm looking for a few general supplies for this boy here," he answered, putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Replacement shuriken, kunai, a sleeping bag, those sorts of things." "Of course." She turned her head behind her and raised her voice towards the door behind the counter. "Niji, can one of you grab me a starter kit from back there?" "Yash. Of course, Tendon." An exuberant voice replied from behind a door. "Is there anything else you require?" "Don't encourage her, Lee," another voice chided. "We're not her servants." "I heard that, Niji. You two agreed to help me while my dad was out of town, remember?" "We would never forget the oath we made to you," Lee proclaimed. Niji sighed. "Just give me a second to find it. I don't want Lee to tear down the store." "I challenge you, Niji. The first one to find the supplies is the victor. And the loser must do 500 one-fingered push-ups." "No," Niji replied flatly. All three of them?" Sora thought. "I didn't expect the entire team to be here." "Sorry about that," Tenten said, rolling her eyes as she turned back to him. "Was there anything else?" She paused, seeming to focus on Naruto for the first time. Then she pointed at him, starting to look worried. "Wait a second, I know who you are now." "You do?" Naruto said, beginning to look away. "Sorry. You're that kid who's always vandalizing everything," she said, her expression turning into a smile. "I remember seeing you run away from the guards a few weeks ago. Not a bad job with that redecoration of the monument, but if you even think of doing anything like that to my family's shop, I'll kill you," she warned, her smile turning deadly. "It's okay, I don't do that much," the boy said, breaking out in a grin. "But if you liked what I did last time, I've been thinking about." Sora cuffed him lightly on the head. "No more pranks on the monument." "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to the mountain again. I was only gonna. Or the Hokage's tower." "Never mind." At that moment Niji opened the door behind Tenten and walked into the room. "Here you go," he said, dropping the box onto the counter. "Again, you have bested me, Niji. However, I will surpass you one day, my rival," Lee announced, striding into the room behind his teammate. "As soon as we have finished aiding Tenten, I will train to make up for my defeat." Out of the corner of his eye, Sora noticed Naruto scrunch his eyebrows in confusion. Niji scoffed. "I wasn't competing with you and we aren't rivals. Someone who fate has determined will never be my equal, can never be called my rival." Sora sighed inwardly. "I can't wait until the Chunin exams. I couldn't stand Niji when he was like this." "Niji!" Tenten scolded. "Don't talk like that. Lee is our equal and more importantly our teammate." "I do not insult his skill, Tenten, nor do I take pleasure in the situation. It is simply the will of fate." Tenten waved a hand up in frustration at the reply. "Whatever you say, Niji." "Niji-kun, was it? You should be careful about surrendering yourself to fate," Sora whispered, causing the boy to look at him. "If one blames all of the misfortune in their life on destiny, there will come a point where they will no longer be able to move forward." He closed his eyes, letting out a deep breath. "And if I had left everything to fate, we would all be dead 14 years from now," he added to himself, though he couldn't say it out loud. Niji glared at him with narrowed eyes. "And what would you know of misfortune?" Sora gave him a sad smile. "More than I would hope for any of you children to know." The boy continued to eye him and was about to open his mouth again when Tenten interrupted him. "Don't mind him," she said, shoving Niji out of the way. "He doesn't have any manners." Sora shook his head. "It's fine. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have intruded in the first place." "No need to apologize," she assured him. "Either of these idiots could use a lecture from time to time. Anyway, she began, clapping her hands together. Is there anything else I can help you with? Actually, I was looking for. Now I remember you. Naruto suddenly said triumphantly, snapping his fingers and causing the two to face him. Huh, said Tenten. Naruto pointed towards Lee. You're the guy who fought Soranesen a few weeks ago. I wasn't sure because you got so much smaller, but it was definitely you. He nodded confidently. Sora? Who's that? Lee asked puzzled. Sora raised his hand with a smirk. That would be me. I assure you I have never met nor fought with this man in my life, Lee told Naruto. But it had to be you. Who else has eyebrows that big or clothes that weird? I believe his name was Guy, Naruto-kun, not Lee, Sora informed the boy. Ah crap, Tenten ummed, dropping her face into her hand. You must be the one Sensei mentioned the other day. I am so sorry about him. Oh, Lee exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Yes, Sensei described your battle to us. He said it was a true display of the power of youth. Yeah. Sora managed to say, the spar was very, youthful. It was so youthful that I could hardly believe it. Yeah, that's it, he finished with a weak laugh. Truly, I wish I had been able to see it with my own eyes. I'm still confused, Naruto said, squinting at Lee. Why do you look like a smaller version of that bushy-brows guy? I don't know what you mean. I don't look much like Guy-sensei, though I appreciate the compliment. Naruto frowned at him. Are you joking? He asked. Of course I'm not, Lee paused. Oh, I see you meant my clothes, right? This uniform was specially tailored to allow for free movement and protect from wind resistance during a fight. Guy-sensei gave me one as a reward for all my hard work. But your hair? Naruto insisted, pointing at Lee. He flashed a thumbs up and beamed our Naruto. It's cool, isn't it? I'm not surprised you like it. If you'd like I can show you how to do. Yours this way too. Naruto's eyes opened wide. I think I'm fine right now. Let me know if you ever change your mind. Right. Naruto answered half-heartedly. Tenten, I will go sort the entire storage room now. Lee shouted. Then he ran back through the door he'd come through before. Naruto looked like he was at a loss for words, and Sora laughed. Tenten giggled, evidently as amused by the exchange as he was. Don't mind Lee, he's always like that. But I'm surprised, she added, looking at Sora. Not many people can hold their own against Guy-sensei. Niji shook his head. While he appeared stoic, there was still a slight pull on the edge of his lips that betrayed the fact that he was amused by the situation as well. True. Even if he is eccentric, Guy-sensei is incredibly skilled. I'm impressed by your abilities, though I still think you are foolish for not understanding the power of fate. Your beliefs will be your undoing if you meet with someone blessed with skills beyond your own. Niji, Tenten warned. Niji looked away. I apologize for my impertinence. I simply do not want anyone to struggle needlessly when it is avoidable. Especially not someone with the ability to match Guy-sensei. He turned around and headed towards the door to the back of the shop as well. I'm going to go make sure that Lee doesn't destroy anything, he announced, waving his hand in farewell. Tenten fumed as the door closed behind him. That boy is so arg. She looked at Sora and bowed her head. Sorry. I do my best to keep him and Lee in line, but it can be hard sometimes. What was that guy's problem anyway? Naruto grumbled. She sighed. Niji isn't a bad guy. He's just had too many things go wrong for him in his life. But I understand if this is giving you a bad impression of this shop. Tenten apologized with a bow. I shouldn't let them talk to customers, she muttered. It's really all right, Sora reassured her. To be honest, I'm grateful for the conversation. Usually I can't stand shopping. He paused. And I wasn't offended by Niji-san. I know what it's like to have a hard life and I don't resent him for being bitter. I appreciate your kindness, she thanked him, inclining her head. Still, I hope he gets better someday. Oh, don't worry, he will. I'm sure of it. Tenten smiled at him. Well, if we haven't run you out yet, I'm happy to help you. You said there was something else you needed, right? Oh yeah, I'd almost forgotten about that, Sora replied as he unlatched his two knives sheaths from his belt and laid them on the counter. I need a whetstone to sharpen these, but the metal is specially treated so I need something superior to the normal ones. I see, Tenten said. She reached out to one of the knives, but paused. Do you mind? When Sora gestured his approval, she picked the knife up and studied it. She traced the images carved into the blade's scabbard with her finger for a moment. This piece is beautiful. The fox design especially. She complimented before pulling the blade free. Whoa, said Naruto in awe. When I saw you use those against Bushibrow-sensei, I thought they were just regular knives or kunai, but those are way better. After a moment of inspecting the knife, Tenten's eyes widened in astonishment. This isn't just better than a regular knife. I'm not sure if I've ever seen craftsmanship of this quality. She experimentally slashed the blade through the air a few times before sheathing it. I'm jealous. If you don't mind me asking, where did you get these? The question brought forth old unbidden memories. A woman sparring with him, teaching him the basics of the weapon he'd resolved to master. The same woman's smiling face as she hugged him and congratulated him on his marriage, giving him a box with two flawless daggers inside. Running towards her, trying to stop the attack he knew she couldn't avoid. Being too slow to stop it from killing her. He was always too slow. He looked away. It was a gift. From a good friend of mine, he said after a moment. Must have been one talented friend, Tenten said, turning the sheath around in her hands as she continued to admire its decorations. I've learned some basic smithing and would love to craft weapons someday, but I'm not sure I'll ever be talented enough to create something quite like this. Even my father couldn't make something this fine, and he's been making weapons all his life. Maybe, but then again maybe not. You may surprise yourself, Sora told her. Especially since you were the one that made these in the first place, he thought wistfully. Oh, I never said I'd give up, she replied with a smirk. Anyway, it's about time I actually did my job instead of admiring your weapons. We keep the really valuable stuff in the back, she explained. Just give me a sec. Tenten disappeared into the back room that Niji and Lee had gone into earlier. A few moments later, she emerged with a medium-sized rectangular bar wrapped in cloth. This is the best grade of sharpening stone you'll find in the entire village, she promised, handing him the bar. Sora accepted the bar, unwrapping the cloth from the stone. After a few moments of inspecting it, he nodded. This looks perfect, he said with a smile. Thanks, I've been meaning to get one of these since I got here, but I could never find the time. Of course, you won't find a better ninja shop in Konoha than the Rising Dragon, she said proudly. Now is that the last of what you needed? Actually, Sora answered, putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder, I promised to get Naruto some equipment besides the basics. Oh, that's right, Naruto said excitedly, but I don't have any idea what I should get. Sora ruffled his hair affectionately and began to grin mischievously. Don't worry, he assured Naruto, like I said earlier, I've already got a couple of ideas. I can't believe I let you two go to a shop without me, Naomi said, rubbing her eyes tiredly as. She sat across the table from her husband at the Yakiniku Q barbecue restaurant. Okay, very slowly, tell me what you bought for him. Well, after he got all of his basics, I didn't want to get anything too flashy, Sora insisted. First off, I got him some smoke bombs. Smoke bombs, she said flatly. Well, at least they're not dangerous. But what could possibly be the point in buying smoke bombs? I don't think those would be very useful for this mission. Smoke bombs make for great entrances. You just burst through the smoke and be instant recognition. Naomi rolled her eyes. I can't even believe I have to ask this, but you realize that's not what smoke bombs are for, right? You use them to escape enemies, not announce yourself to people. Well, yeah, of course I do. But that's why no one expects you to use a smoke bomb for an entrance. It's brilliant. Well, you're right that most people wouldn't expect it, so I guess I have to give you that. Did you get him anything else? Well, there was one other thing. I might have gotten him some explosive tags. Sora said sheepishly, avoiding Naomi's eyes. Naomi dropped her face into her palm and sighed. Yes, I definitely regret letting you two go anywhere without me now. I hope he doesn't get himself killed using those things. Maybe I should just steal all of them until someone has actually taught him how to use those things without blowing himself up. Hey, don't do that, Sora pleaded. He was so happy to get them. Don't worry, he's responsible. Naomi raised an eyebrow. When it counts? He added hesitantly. Naomi blew a loose strand of hair out of her face. Fine, she relented. I guess I shouldn't worry so much. And I do trust you both. She paused. When you don't go shopping together at least. She looked him straight in the eye. Still, should he really bring those things with him? Or in other words, is it worth risking a change in what Naruto does during this mission by giving him more equipment? Sora nodded, understanding her underlying meaning. I gave him some basic instruction, but I made him promise not to use either the smoke bombs or explosive tags unless he absolutely needed to. He probably won't have to use them, but there's no harm in giving him the option if he needs it. I see. He gave those tools to him in case our own presence in this timeline has an effect on the mission. It looks like I have to give him credit for preparing for any possibility. Naomi smiled. I suppose that's fair. Like I said, I trust you, so I'll respect this. Just, please try not to give him explosives next time, okay? Sora rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed. Sorry, I guess maybe I did go a little overboard. I'll make sure to be better about it next time. I already said it was okay. Besides, I can't say I'm that surprised. You've always been impulsive like this after all, so I'm used to this sort of thing by now, she said with a laugh. So how was the rest of your day? I miss anything. Good. Sora shrugged. Not much. I met Gai-san students while I was at the tool shop. They seemed like an interesting bunch. Is that so? She said quietly. Nijinizan? How about you? He asked, moving the conversation away from her cousin. Nothing too exciting. I met Kurinai-san's other two students, Kiba-kun and Shino-kun, though I'm sure you could have guessed that. It's an odd experience, helping to teach that team. Sora nodded. I know what you mean. At that moment, a waitress came and set down their orders at their table. They thanked her and she retreated. You know, Sora said as she began to cut her meal into smaller pieces, if you wanted barbecue, you only had to ask. I could have made this at home. She paused, taking her eyes from her plate to look at him. I feel bad making you cook all of the time, she replied simply. You cook a lot, he insisted. That's just because ramen is the only thing you ever want to eat, she countered, shaking her head. Face it, Sora, I'm a terrible cook. We both know it. The only thing I can make that's actually edible is ramen. You cook literally everything else, she reminded him. That's what happens when you grow up as the heir to a powerful clan. No one makes you learn how to cook things for yourself, she thought in annoyance. At least I learned how to do everything else I need to get by. I swear if I didn't constantly repair all of that man's clothes, he'd be walking around naked by now. You say that like there's something wrong with always eating ramen, he replied. There is for people who don't want to eat the same thing for every meal. Huh, something must be wrong with them. She sighed at him, right? Because clearly they're the ones who aren't normal, she agreed sarcastically. Anyway, it isn't just about the food. I also think that sometimes it's nice to leave the apartment and be like regular people for a little while. Regular people, huh? I guess we haven't really had a chance to be regular in a while, have we? It does sound nice. She smiled, but before she could say any more, she noticed something out of the corner of her eye. And there's the other reason I wanted to come here. I'm glad I remembered the right restaurant name, she thought. Sora noticed as well, and waved as Asuma and his students came into view. Sora-san, Naomi-san. It's good to see you two again, Asuma said as he walked up to their table with his genin in tow. Asuma-san, she greeted with a nod. And these are your students, I take it? That's right. These are Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, he answered, introducing each in turn. It's nice to meet you, Sora said. After everything I keep hearing from Kakashi and Kurinai, I've been meaning to talk to you some more. I was especially curious when I heard you had a wind affinity, Sora-san, so I wanted to trade some tips with you since I'm a wind user myself. But, he looked around the room, I don't think a crowded restaurant is a great place for a conversation. Shikamaru yawned. People are already starting to give us odd looks, he confirmed. Also, we're hungry, sensei. Choji complained. You're hungry, Ino corrected. I'm on a diet. And even if we were somewhere better, Asuma continued with a sigh, I doubt these three would leave me alone long enough to have a conversation with you anyway. Sora chuckled. It's okay. I'd be happy to trade some ideas for wind techniques with you, Asuma-san. I haven't met anyone else in the village with a wind affinity, so that actually sounds really helpful. We're both leaving on missions tomorrow, though, so it may have to wait for a while. Asuma grinned. So you're finally starting on missions, then? I understand. Good luck. I hope we'll speak again when you two return. We will, Sora confirmed. With that, Asuma nodded and herded his team further into the restaurant. Naomi giggled once they were out of earshot. Looks like we're getting popular. You're right, he agreed, though I'm not really sure why. They're probably curious, she replied with a shrug. It's not often that skilled ninja just show up unannounced at a village and offer their services with no strings attached. But if nothing else, at least it makes life more interesting to talk to everyone instead of hiding away at home. Sora smirked. It definitely does make things interesting, but I get the feeling that this is only the beginning. The next day, Sora knelt in the living room, preparing his traveling supplies as Naomi did the same at his side. So I guess this is where things really start for us, isn't it? His wife nodded. It is, she answered curtly. Are you ready? Naomi paused, then nodded slowly. I think so. It's not that I'm really worried or anything. I just regret that I'm going to have to force my way inside. She sighed. Unfortunately, it can't be helped. Maybe the guards will listen to you and let you inside without a fight? He ventured hopefully. Maybe, she conceded, but I won't hold my breath. Naomi glanced to her side at Sora. What about you? She asked. Are you sure you'll be okay? Sora looked away, hesitating for a moment. Honestly? I don't know. It was so long ago, but I've never really forgotten the way Haku and Zabuza died. They might have been my enemies, but still. Naomi laid a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. I know you'll do what you can to help them. Sora gave her a small smile. I just hope it's enough. He stood, hefting a knapsack full of supplies over a shoulder. Naomi stood as well and cupped a hand over his cheek. I know you've lived through this before, but be careful, okay, Naruto? Sora smiled warmly and leaned in to kiss her. After he pulled away, he noticed that she was blushing slightly. It's funny that she still does that sometimes, even after all these years. You can count on me, he promised. Good, because if you die on me, I'll never forgive you, Naomi warned. Sora grinned. I'll keep that in mind. He grasped her hand and gave it a squeeze, then the pair walked towards the door ready to go their separate ways. I understand why all of the summoned animals live hidden in the middle of nowhere. I really do, Naomi thought, but sometimes I wish they would pick places that weren't so hard to get to. She rubbed her eyes. I guess I should be happy it only took me a couple weeks to get here. If I'd been traveling to Mayaboku, this would have taken at least twice as long, and that'd only be if I'd remembered the right paths to take. It had been an exhausting trip, but Naomi had finally arrived at her destination, the Valley of the Kings. Or rather, she had arrived at its entrance. Her final destination was, in fact, on the other side of a treacherous and unstable mountain range. So unless she wanted to risk getting killed scaling the mountains, her only option was through a cave that served as the only reasonable entrance to the valley. Naomi let out a deep breath and forged inside the cave. It was an incredibly confusing and complex cave system, and if she hadn't been taught the way through years before, she wouldn't have had any hope of navigating it. Even still, she fumbled a few times and had to retrace her steps before she could move forward. After the better part of 2 hours, the cave finally began to widen as she neared her goal. As she moved forward, however, the silhouette she'd been expecting appeared to block her way. A human, a low voice growled, "You should not know of this place." The creature that stalked into view stood at a height that was slightly taller than her own with majestic gold fur. He padded over to stand right in front of her, his teeth bared threateningly. "What are you doing here?" it asked. To her credit, Naomi didn't flinch or back away. She knew that would only make things worse. After all, lions didn't respect weakness. "Hello, Cotter," she said simply. Cutter snarled. Nor should you know my name. I will ask one last time, human. What are you doing here? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, she answered with a sigh. I'm here to speak to someone. Step aside, Cutter, she warned him. The lion roared. Do not presume to order me about, human. I will give you this one chance to leave. If you do not take it, I will gut you for your insolence. Naomi shook her head. You're welcome to try, she said softly. So be it, Cutter said. He took a few steps back, then pounced at her. She dodged to the side. You always were too stubborn for your own good, she admonished him. The lion snarled and lunged at her again, this time his claw grazing her right arm as she jumped away. She continued to dodge, careful to avoid his paws and teeth. It's a good thing I've fought with Cutter before, she decided, otherwise this would be a lot harder. She flipped away from him and took a stance as he turned to face her, activating her Byakugan at the same time. As soon as Cutter was within range, she struck out. 8 trigrams 64 palms, lion dance. She flexed her hands, and chakra in the form of a lion surrounded both of her arms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Lion dance, final step, 64 palms, she finished, driving both of her hands into the lion's chest as the chakra surrounding her arms exploded forward. Cutter was blasted into the cave wall and dropped to the ground with a thud. Dimenu, he said weakly as he struggled and failed to stand back up. Naomi walked past him and raised a hand in farewell. It was nice to see you again, Cutter, she told the lion. Don't worry, I know the way. After that she continued onward, walking boldly into the lion's den. So far, so good, Sora thought as he studied his past self's team fighting against Zabuza. Although Sora was intently focused on the battle, he was watching it in a way that he still wasn't accustomed to. Instead of watching from the safety of the treetops, Sora was hidden in some shrubs behind the cover of 10 meters of trees with his Byakugan activated. Naomi had been correct in her prediction that he would become proficient enough to keep the eye activated for long periods of time by the time he took on this mission. That did not mean that he was even close to mastering it, however. Within a few minutes of Sora's activation of the Byakugan, he began to experience splitting headaches. Further, he had yet to learn how to use the near 360 degrees vision to its full potential and had difficulty noticing some of what occurred around him if he was focused on something else. This was because even if he could technically see something that was happening near him, his mind still was unused to processing everything that occurred within his large sphere of vision. Naomi assured him that these problems would solve themselves over time, but with all of his knowledge of Team 7's history in Wave, Sora wasn't too worried about it at that moment. He knew that even if his current ability with the Byakugan was relatively weak, it was still a great asset to have for his current mission. Although the battle seemed to be going well, Sora was still a little concerned. He couldn't be certain as he didn't exactly remember many of the specifics of the fight, but what he did see made him feel as if things were slightly off. He could see it in the way that the Genin seemed to act just a hair earlier or later than he thought they should. In how Sasuke seemed to stay closer to his teammates, a little bit less willing to charge off on his own. It was possible that his and Naomi's actions were the cause of these discrepancies. In fact, he was beginning to believe that their mere presence had an effect on those they came into contact with, regardless of their intentions. The way one thinks in battle, those brief flashes of memory, advice, and experience that constantly go through one's mind, must be what's changed, he decided. And those differences are what are changing the actions that my teammates are taking during this fight as well. Thoughts were, by nature, fleeting things. The frantic thoughts that flitted through one's mind during combat were even more transitory. Because of the sheer magnitude of ideas that constantly raced through one's head at any given time, a few differences here or there would have very little impact on the outcome of any situation, especially if it was a battle. Since the changes he noticed only caused such minuscule variations, Sora wasn't sure if they would even have any real effect on the outcome of events to come in the first place, but he had to admit that, for better or worse, those changes were still there. Still, I barely notice anything different right now. We haven't really interacted that much with Team 7, so that makes sense. But if we keep spending time with them, he wondered, will that create even more of these small changes, or is this the extent of how our presence alone can influence things? Sora rubbed his eyes, and to add to that pile of questions, I still don't know why we never got reinforcements when we were fighting such dangerous missing Nin. I saw Kakashi-sensei send messages a few times when no one was looking, so why didn't anyone come help us in my time? All of the other changes are so small, I'm not sure they're even there. Could we really have affected a decision as important as Sensei asking for help on a dangerous mission without even realizing it? Sora sighed, maybe I'll learn more after this fight now that they've come into contact with Zabuza. It's just too DMN complicated to try and figure this all out by myself in the middle of this mission. As far as I can tell, this fight is going almost exactly like I remember it, so at the moment it doesn't really look like it matters that much anyway. Maybe Hinata can help me figure it out when I get back. Hopefully she's all right. Sora pushed his doubts to the corner of his mind and continued to watch the scene unfolding before him. I'm tired of this forest and its trees, Leah decided. They're far too constrictive. The lioness quietly prowled through the undergrowth of the dense forest that covered the southern part of the Valley of the Kings, waiting for a chance to strike at the human. Unfortunately, even after the past half an hour, no opportunity had presented itself. That didn't stop others from trying, however. For members of her pride had already noticed and brazenly attacked the human. None had achieved much success. Somehow, this strange woman seemed to be able to see them before they even struck. It was almost as if the human had eyes in the back of her head. But Leah was far too clever to make the mistake of attacking foolishly like the others. So she followed her, cool and calculating. Suddenly the human let out an audible sigh, turning towards Leah's direction. That's not going to work, you know, the woman said with a raised voice. Leah paused in confusion. Who is she talking to? Can't have possibly noticed me. Come out, Leah, the woman called. She did notice me, and somehow she even knows my name, Leah realized with a start. Leah had noticed that the woman acted as if she knew the other lion she'd fought, however Leah had assumed that it's some sort of trick. The lioness continued to wait for a few moments, just to be safe, before walking out of her hiding place to confront the human. How did you know? And for how long? She purred. The entire time, the human answered, and I saw you. Impossible. I made no mistakes, you should not have been able to see me. The woman just gestured to her eye and Leah noted the prominent veins sticking out around them. I see everything, she said with a smirk. It doesn't matter how well you hide. Leah paused and then cautiously padded forward a few more steps. Even if she was lying to Leah, this human was not to be underestimated. Her defeat of the previous lions was evidence enough of that fact. I'm going to kill you now, she informed the human bluntly. By all means, the woman shrugged, you're welcome to try. She turned on her heels and began to walk in the direction she was heading in before at an unhurried pace. Leah pet her head. Is this human mocking me or is she just arrogant? Leah questioned. Though she was annoyed, she followed her instincts which warned her against immediately attacking. Leah padded after the human. Unwilling to let the insult go completely unchallenged, she spoke again. You turn your back on an enemy? You must be either very confident or very foolish. I can still see you, Leah. Do not think that I've lowered my guard. Like I said before, you're welcome to try to attack me like the others did. The human shook her head in a rueful manner, and for your information, this human has a name. I am Uzumaki Hinata, she began before pausing in thought, though perhaps it would be best if you called me Naomi for now. To Leah's surprise, a small grin crossed the woman's face, and even though everyone has been threatening to kill me, I must admit that it had been nice to see all of you again. Especially you. Stop speaking in riddles. I have never met you before, nor have any of the others, Leah growled. I apologize. I didn't mean to upset you. Naomi said quickly. Her tone became wistful. I know you've never met me and don't know who I am, but still, I've met you. Or at least a girl very much like me would have met you if I did not come here first. This human disturbed our home, attacked anyone who got in her way, and sounds like a madwoman. Yet for some reason she speaks as if she's still our ally and apologizes for angering me. I do not understand. Confused by Naomi's odd statements, Lia continued to follow after the woman for a few minutes. As Lia was still skeptical of Naomi's true intentions, she was careful to continue searching for any openings she may be able to exploit if she needed to attack. "Where are you going?" Lia finally asked once her curiosity became too much to ignore. "To talk to your brother," Naomi replied curtly. The lioness snorted. "You're looking for Zane? If you seek our alpha willingly, you truly are a fool after all. If I do not kill you first, he most certainly will," Lia warned. Naomi chuckled. "Again with the death threats? Sometimes I forget how blunt you can be." She shrugged. "We both know that since he's your leader, your brother will speak with me so long as I don't attack him first. If nothing else, he has a responsibility to learn how I know so much about your pride." Naomi turned to look at her. "So we're clear, I don't actually plan to fight you too. I really did just come here to talk." "Tell that to Kadar and the others," Lia shot back. "I told them not to attack me," Naomi said, shaking her head. "If it makes you feel better, I avoided hurting any of them too badly. They'll be fine within a day or two." After some hesitation, Lia nodded. Since she hadn't had time to check on any of her friends after they were defeated, Lia had been worried about their injuries. Honestly, despite Naomi's seemingly kind words during their conversation, the lioness had not expected this human to be so merciful to those who attacked her. Naomi stopped halfway towards the part of the valley that Lia's brother lived in and began to smile. "It looks like he caught wind of me faster than I expected." Lia stopped a few meters behind Naomi, frowning for a few moments until she noticed a large shadow moving towards them. The lion that appeared before the pair was completely different from the ones that had recklessly attacked Naomi before. He was strong, of that there was no doubt, but there was something more to him that had nothing to do with raw power. He had a talent for command and an air of regality that Lia had seen few others come even close to matching during her lifetime. "Human," Zane addressed Naomi, foregoing any pleasantries. He turned his gaze to the lioness. "And Lia? Are you unharmed?" She nodded in answer to his question. "I am. I thought it best not to attack like the others." "A wise choice," he agreed. Zane stepped closer to Naomi before speaking again. "Human, you have trespassed in our home, a place none should know about. Furthermore, you have fought and incapacitated my brethren. These actions are enough to gain a measure of my respect. However," he leaned in closer to Naomi, baring his teeth, "I would know how you have gained this knowledge and why you are here." Lia was impressed when Naomi did not back away. It would have been a sign of weakness, true, but she knew a few who were brave enough to stand their ground against her brother. Naomi's head bobbed in acknowledgement and there was a burst of smoke. In the place of the silver-haired woman from before was a completely different person. Lia could not tell all of the changes from behind the woman, but she could not help but notice the dark blue hair that now graced Naomi's back. "Very well. Introduce myself, I am Uzumaki Hinata, though for now you would be better off calling me Naomi," the woman began. "Since I know that none of us enjoy wasting our time, I'll get right to the point. The reason why I know so much about your pride and of the location of this valley is that I signed a summoning contract with you." Zane eyed her. "We have not forged a contract with any of your kind in decades. Nor would you for a few more years if I had not come here myself. I signed a contract with you about 6 years from now in the future." Lia shook her head. "And so what? You're trying to tell us you can predict the future?" "No," she said. As Naomi turned to face Lia, the lioness was startled by the stark white eyes that weren't visible until she'd released her transformation. "I'm from the future." "Ridiculous," Lia thought. "That entire explanation is absurd. There would be no reason for us to create a contract with a human in the future, and that's not even taking into account the impossibility of you traveling through time in the first place. A few months ago, I would have agreed with you about this entire situation being impossible," Naomi said with a sigh, "but for better or worse, here I am. Even if the specifics are a bit complex," she added. "As for the reason the lions would form a contract with me, let's just say that many things change when the world is falling apart." Lia was about to respond to Naomi when her brother held up a paw to silence her. To her surprise, Zane didn't scoff at the impossibility of the human's declaration as she had. He brought his head in front of Naomi, stared at her for a few long moments, and whispered, "Prove it." For several long minutes nothing else was said. As she was still behind Naomi, Lia couldn't even read the woman's facial expressions. After another few moments, however, something Lia would have never predicted happened. Zane's eyes grew wide and he slowly backed away in shock. "This is Tao?" Zane struggled to form a response. "I take it this proves my point?" Naomi asked, though her voice sounded slightly different than before. It sounded more animalistic, almost like Lia's own voice. "It does. It would have been impossible for you to take that form without our help." Lia frowned, Zane surprised. "And he believes her?" What in the world did she? Naomi turned to face her, and Lia was frozen by shock as well. The woman's eyes, which had previously been completely white, were now entirely gold, with the exception of a solid black pupil in their center. Covering the bottom of each of her eyes was a distinctive, light blue, markings in the shape of a crescent. Lia backed away. "What the hell are you?" she asked, bewildered. "I think you know," Naomi purred. She sniffed the air for a moment, taking advantage of the enhanced sense of smell Lia knew the human now possessed. "Is that the scent of fear in the air? Come now, there's no need to be worried." "It is not you that worries me." "Human," Lia countered. "It is what your existence means for my pride that scares me." Naomi lowered her eyes. "It means a chance at survival. Trust me, someday you will be thankful I came here." Lia shivered. "Perhaps, but for now it appears that I must believe you, so I won't be killing you. Not today at least." Naomi smiled at her before Zane's commanding voice brought their attention back to him. "It seems that we have much to talk about," the lion told them both. "Come with me and you can tell us your whole story, Naomi," he finished, calling the woman by name for the first time since they'd met. As Zane walked away, Naomi turned her attention back to Lia. Suddenly, a feral grin appeared on her face. "Well, let's go get started, partner," she said with a wink before following after Zane. Lia pet her head, confused once again as she watched Naomi walk away. "Partner?" Sora crept quietly through the trees, tailing Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura as they headed towards the bridge on the day that Zabuza was planning to ambush them. Though Sora was tracking them with his Byakugan, he would be unable to do so when they reached the bridge. His range simply wasn't large enough yet. Still, by using Zabuza's mist as cover, he should be able to get close enough to watch the fight without being spotted, even if the bridge did have relatively few places to hide. He had been watching Team 7 for the past week, keeping an eye on them before their rematch with Zabuza and Haku. Overall, the week had passed much as he'd remembered it, with Kakashi recovering from the first battle while the three genin training. The only real difference Sora noticed was Naruto's willingness to share Sakura's tree-climbing advice with Sasuke. It seemed that Naomi's words about teamwork after her spar with Sasuke had even managed to reach Naruto. Not that sharing a single piece of advice was reason enough to think that the two boys were suddenly friends. Despite the fact that Sora hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary, though, something was still bothering him. He had the feeling that there was something he was missing. Something important. Because of this worry, Sora was being cautious, perhaps overly so, but he didn't want to take any more chances than necessary. That was the reason why he'd left a pair of shadow clones to watch over the resting Naruto, and to make sure he arrived at the battle on the bridge in time if some unforeseen incident slowed him down. "I'll be glad when this is finally over," Sora thought. "I just can't seem to shake this foreboding feeling." Sora continued to follow the three members of Team 7 until the edge of the forest. To avoid being noticed, he gave the team of ninja a head start to move farther down the bridge before he himself entered the mist. Just as Sora was about to drop from his perch, a voice rang in his mind. "Naruto!" Kurama suddenly shouted within his mind. Sora frowned. "Kurama? What's wrong?" "Focus on your vision to the right, idiot." "What? I don't know what you're talking." Sora froze mid-sentence as he saw what Kurama was talking about. This was when the realization hit him. He'd been a fool. Sora had been so wrapped up in his knowledge of the future that he never really considered that there may have been important parts and aspects of events that he didn't know about. He now understood why Team 7 never received reinforcements from the Leaf when they'd fought Zabuza. It wasn't that Kakashi was irresponsible or because Konoha didn't have anyone to spare, it was because the messages never arrived. They'd been intercepted by the hooded figure hidden within the trees, who was watching as Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura drifted further into the mist. Sora had been so focused on his friends that he hadn't noticed the figure in the far edge of his vision until Kurama had called out to him. He gritted his teeth. Just because I can see everything around me doesn't mean I have the skill to notice and keep track of it all, Sora reminded himself. The figure began to slink forward and Sora realized that he planned to hide in the mist to observe the battle as well. After all, if he was planning to attack them, he would have done so in Sora's original timeline as well. I don't know what's going on here, but since I don't know how he'll react when I interfere, I can't just sit around and ignore this, changes to the timeline or not, Sora decided. I'll have to take him down as quickly as possible. Besides, who knows how many headaches this BSRD caused us in my time. Maybe if I can capture this guy here, it could even give me an edge. Mind made up, Sora quickly made 5 shadow clones to watch over Team 7 in case he was too preoccupied with this spy to do so himself. He flew from his perch, quietly rushing to stop the figure from getting out of the forest where he could keep a potential fight hidden more easily. Sora reached the figure in less than 10 seconds, dropping silently to the ground behind them. The redhead deactivated his Byakugan, then he flipped out his daggers and surged forward, determined to incapacitate the figure before they could react. Just as he got within striking range, however, a pair of spears shot out of the figure's back. Sora twisted in the air and used a burst of wind to throw himself to the right moments before he would have been impaled. Sora skidded along the ground as he was blown away from the counterattack. He looked up, and his eyes widened in surprise. Those aren't spears, they're bones. The figure turned around slowly, removing the hood from his head. Sora studied the man's face, recognizing him, but what really caught his attention the seal on the man's chest, just below his neck. Sora's eyes narrowed. Sasuke had told him the name of this man once before. Kimimaro. So that Snake Orochimaru is the one behind this, he growled inwardly. Kimimaro didn't bother to speak as he produced a bone from his palm and moved to attack. Is he faster than I remember? Sora wondered as he dodged the spear-like bone jutting out of Kimimaro's right palm. Then a vague memory surfaced in his mind. That's right, Sasuke said he was sick when I fought him, didn't he? That explains it. Dance of the Willow, Kimimaro whispered, producing another bone from his left palm and bringing it around to attack from the side. Sora gritted his teeth as he parried the bone with one of his daggers. It seems like he's stronger too, this might be difficult. Sora cursed his luck. His first real fight since he'd traveled back in time and he was forced to go up against Kimimaro, a close combat specialist with incredible offensive and defensive capabilities because of his Kekkai Genkai. Normally Sora would have been confident that he could defeat Kimimaro, even if the man had only been killed by an illness in Sora's original time. Unfortunately, this situation was far from normal. Because he was erring on the side of caution, Sora wouldn't use his Rasengan, Sage Mode, or Byakugan unless someone's life absolutely depended on it, which deprived him of some of his strongest techniques. While he could attempt to create shadow clones like in his first fight with Kimimaro, he doubted they would do much good since they couldn't use his wind walking technique. The sheer amount of chakra he would have to give each of the clones to continuously use the technique, coupled together with the fact that having multiple clones constantly generating different wind currents would interfere with Sora's own wind bursts, simply made it too dangerous and impractical. Still, Sora had an advantage. While he had wanted to avoid attention until now, he was planning to reveal himself on the bridge at some point or another to swing events in his favor, whereas Kimimaro was most likely under strict orders to avoid being seen at all costs. It wasn't much of an edge since he only wanted to interfere with the fight on the bridge, not bring Kimimaro there, but still it was something. Kimimaro spun, shooting a bone out of his elbow towards Sora's head, coming within a few centimeters of his face. Then he raised his knee, creating another weapon as he aimed for Sora's midsection that Sora parried away. Kimimaro continued to move like this, his body flowing smoothly from one attack to the next, though he was unable to land a clean blow. As Kimimaro drew his palm back for another attack, Sora jumped backwards, readying his knives, then blasted himself back towards his opponent with a gust of wind. Kimimaro reacted almost instantly, creating a thick bone between his two hands to block the strike. Sora did not back down, however, and as he closed in, he poured his wind chakra into his daggers. Steel met bone, and for a fraction of a second, Kimimaro's block held. Then Sora's knives began to cut through Kimimaro's guard, and he was forced to jump away just as his bone was sliced apart. Those bones are strong, Sora thought, eyeing Kimimaro. Looks like I'll have to put in more chakra next time. Kimimaro stood calmly and seemed to study Sora for a moment. You're stronger than I expected, he said, speaking for the first time. Who are you? What is your purpose here? Sora scoffed but kept his guard up, still wary of the man. How much of a fool do you think I am? I'm not going to answer any of your questions. The man simply nodded, seemingly unoffended. I see, very well then. Still, I do not have time to waste, so I will end this battle here. The tattoo on Kimimaro's chest began to glow and spread across his body. As soon as Sora realized what Kimimaro was doing, he shot forward, trying to take advantage of the small opening. Kimimaro was too quick, however, jumping backwards as his left arm slumped to the side and his other hand reached over to pull out a short sword made of bone. Just as Sora caught up with him, Kimimaro parried Sora's attack with his new sword. The man was faster and stronger than before thanks to the release of his cursed seal. Dance of the Camellia, Kimimaro said, as he launched a counterattack. Kimimaro's blade shot out at Sora, who knocked the sword away with one of his knives. Kimimaro pressed his attack, his weapon moving so fast that it almost seemed to flicker as he continually stabbed at Sora. Sora changed tactics, jumping backwards. Righten, he began as one of his knives began to spark with electricity. Futon, he continued, a current of wind began to twist around his other blade. Storm! Sora yelled, slashing forward with both of his knives in the direction Kimimaro. Twin arcs, one of electricity and another of wind, flew into Kimimaro, who was barely able to block with his sword, knocking him backwards. Sora didn't let up as Kimimaro regained his footing. He continued to hurl deadly crescents of wind and electricity at his opponent. Kimimaro was forced onto the defensive and he backed away, dodging and blocking the attacks, though he was still clipped by a few of them. After nearly a minute, Kimimaro was finally made a mistake. The man was caught in the midsection by one of the arcs of wind and he was thrown into a tree, his sword flying out of his hand. Seeing an opportunity, Sora ceased his long-ranged attacks and he ran towards Kimimaro, reaching him just before he recovered. Sora slashed downward at Kimimaro, but his blade was caught on one of the many bones that suddenly shot out of Kimimaro's body with no warning. Dance of the Larch, Kimimaro said. Though he'd managed to avoid a finishing blow, the man was hurt. He was bleeding and singed in several places. It appeared, however, that he had avoided any significant injuries as Sora could see a shield of bone covering his innards, visible underneath the tears in his skin. I underestimated you, Kimimaro admitted, but this ends now. Kimimaro's curse mark began to glow once again as it spread even further across his body, causing Sora to back away cautiously. Kimimaro's body began to change, his skin darkening to a purplish-gray and prominent markings appearing around his eyes. His eyes themselves changed as well, the sclera becoming black while his irises changed to a golden color. Finally, his body began to contort slightly as large bones began to jut out of his back and even more noticeably, a large tail began to grow from the base of his spine and extended until it was 1.5 meters long. He's releasing his seal again? Sora thought, "Demenit. The fight on the bridge will be ending soon and I don't know if a few clones can stop it without anyone dying. There's no more time to deal with this BSRD anymore, but I can't just let him get away." Dance of the Clematis. Flower, Kimimaro said, a drill-like weapon forming around his hand. Then the man began to charge. Sora made a choice, took a deep breath, and readied himself. I hope I'm making the right choice, he thought as he sheathed his daggers. Sora began forming hand seals and the air began to swirl around him, its currents moving faster and faster. It may not have been the way he'd have preferred, but one way or another he was going to end this. Your future is death, Kakashi declared, his Raikiri crackling in his palm. Kakashi ran, sprinting across the gap between him and Zabuza in mere moments. He moved out his hand to deliver the killing blow. Then something happened. A mirror made of ice appeared out of nowhere, and a boy, Zabuza's companion, stepped out of it. Kakashi thought. He tried to slow down, but it was too late. Kakashi was already moving so fast that he wouldn't be able to change his momentum in time. Suddenly, Kakashi was pushed back, slowed down by an unnatural gust of wind. Then 5 men appeared out of the mist. Kakashi was moving so fast that his Sharingan was the only reason he even noticed the men at all through the thick mist. 4 of the men grabbed Kakashi's arms while the last man pushed Zabuza's companion out of the way of Kakashi's attack as he was being slowed by the others. Even with 4 men holding his arms, Kakashi continued forward, his Raikiri smashing into the ice mirror, though he did not reach Zabuza. If Kakashi had not already been trying to stop himself earlier, he doubted Zabuza would have survived, even with 4 men slowing him down. The copy ninja jumped far backwards instinctively, mind reeling in an effort to catch up with what had just happened in the past few seconds. That, a familiar voice said with a slight huff as the 5 men moved into Kakashi's line of sight, was too close. It can't be. Kakashi looked around, trying to see past the mist to focus on the man who had spoken. Recognizing the speaker and, now that he had come to a stop, finally noticing that all 5 of the men around him were identical, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Sora-san? What the? The moment his attack had been deflected, he'd been expecting another enemy, not an ally. He certainly hadn't been expecting his new friend to appear of all people. Kakashi was even more surprised that Sora had stopped his attack when he had been heading towards someone who was obviously an enemy. The entire situation was confusing and a little suspicious. There should have been no way for Sora to know that he had been trying to stop himself from hurting the child who had protected Zabuza. Questions later, Kakashi, Sora said, cutting him off before he could speak again. The man had an air of nervousness about him. You need to get everyone away from here. We don't know how well the original is doing against him. Against who? What do you mean? Just as the clone opened his mouth to speak, a sword cleaved through him and another clone, turning them both into puffs of smoke. Crap! One of the clones yelled as the 3 survivors leapt to stand next to Kakashi. With their focus on a dire-sounding conversation and the mist obscuring their vision, neither Kakashi, nor Sora's clones, had noticed that the jutsu that had been binding Zabuza had ended. Good job, Haku, Zabuza said. Now get up. Yes, Zabuza-san, Haku replied. His voice almost sounded guilty. Still, despite the trace of emotion in his voice, the boy struggled to his feet. Even though Kakashi was only able to make out a vague silhouette of Haku, he could tell by the boy's posture and ragged voice that he was probably injured, most likely as a product of the boy's fight with Naruto and Sasuke. A surge of worry overtook Kakashi and he was hit with a strong desire to go check on his students. If Haku was here, what had happened to Naruto and Sasuke? Still, he couldn't risk turning his back to Zabuza. If the man managed to get past Kakashi and the clones, his students were as good as dead. Zabuza pointed his sword at Sora's clones. I don't know who you are, but thank you for being stupid enough to save my precious tool and stop Kakashi's attack. I stopped his attack because that kid jumped in front of you, one of the clones countered. Anyway, we have a bigger problem on our hands. We need to. He was interrupted by a howl of noise. It sounded as if a hurricane had appeared out of nowhere. All of the clones cursed at once. We're too late, one of them said quietly. Before Kakashi could even begin to guess what the clone was talking about, a large pocket of mist near the forest was blown away as a twisting mass of wind erupted from the trees and flew towards the bridge. As the wind drew closer, Kakashi noticed that it was in the vague outline of a dragon and that it, even more surprisingly, held a hulking form in its jaws. As it neared the bridge, the dragon made of wind flew high into the air before turning downward, crashing itself and its victim into the bridge, creating a large crater and throwing up bits of wood and stone. As the dust began to settle, a red-haired figure darted past the crater and came to a stop next to Kakashi and the 3 clones. Hey there, Kakashi-sen, Sora said. Sorry I'm late. Sora took a moment to assess the situation, glad that he'd managed to arrive when he did. From the memories he'd received from his destroyed clones, It seemed that while they'd been able to save Haku, they hadn't been able to actually stop the fight itself. So if nothing else, at least throwing Kimimaro into the fight would stop Zabuza and Kakashi from trying to kill each other for the next few minutes. As the mist around them began to fade away, Kimimaro slowly rose and began to look at his surroundings. Kakashi got into a defensive stance as he got a closer look at the inhuman form that had just crashed into the middle of the bridge. Another enemy? Kakashi asked coolly. Yeah, don't go near him unless you have to. He's dangerous, but if we work together it shouldn't be a problem. And maybe you and Zabuza won't want to kill each other afterwards, he added to himself. Who the hell is that? Zabuza asked. The man looked like he didn't want to risk another attack just yet. Another of you Leaf Ninja? I just smashed him into a bridge, what do you think? Sora snapped. Maybe if you hadn't been so busy swinging your sword around, I'd have told you what I know about him by now. If he's not with Zabuza, then where did he come from? Kakashi asked, ignoring their fighting. Kakashi-sensei, a despondent voice called, interrupting the conversation. And, Soranizan? Is that you? Everyone glanced over to see Naruto walking towards them. Naruto? Kakashi asked, are you all right? The boy shook his head. I mean yes, I'm okay. Sasuke, tis. Naruto seemed to struggle with his words. He's dead, Kakashi-sensei. He died protecting me from Haku. Kakashi's eyes widened. Sasuke? He whispered. He turned to look at Haku and Zabuza, but the boy simply looked away. However, Sora noticed Kakashi's gaze was focused on Zabuza. He clearly blamed the swordsman for Sasuke's apparent death instead of Haku himself. Sora noticed that Kimimaro was frowning as his eyes seemed to linger on 3 figures off to the side, one of which lay unmoving on the ground, covered by a sobbing young girl. It appears that you are telling the truth, boy, Kimimaro finally said. Something within Sora's mind clicked and his eyes widened. Until now, he'd been so preoccupied with fighting Kimimaro that he hadn't had enough time to really consider why the man was even there in the first place. Of course, he's here to observe Sasuke, Sora thought. It was so obvious. He should have figured it out earlier. At the moment, however, Sasuke appeared dead to all who saw him. Since Kimimaro had been exposed and believed his target was dead, Sora could easily guess the man's next course of action. He's just going to try and kill everyone here, Sora realized with a chill. Kimimaro moved an arm into the ground. Sora! Kakashi yelled, running towards Sakura and the others. On it! Sora picked up Naruto and leapt away from Kimimaro. At the same time, his 3 remaining shadow clones went to help Kakashi carry Sasuke, Sakura and Tazuna away from the battlefield. An unexpected explosion sounded from behind him. Sora looked back and saw a small plume of smoke swirling around Kimimaro's position. Did I get him? Naruto asked from beneath his arm. Well, at least he didn't blow himself up with those explosive tags, Sora thought with a smirk. Nice try, but I think it'll take more than a small explosion to bring that guy down. Dance of the Seedling Fern, a voice rang out in confirmation. The bridge began to rumble and Sora was forced to concentrate on dodging as a multitude of bone spires began to erupt from the ground. He bobbed and weaved, using the ground and even some of the spikes themselves, to keep himself and Naruto out of harm's way. I hate this guy, Sora complained as one of the spikes came within a few hairs of the boy he was carrying. These techniques are ridiculous. After a few more tense seconds the attack came to an end. Sora slid to a stop and scanned his surroundings. The entire bridge was covered in the spires, though thankfully they didn't impact his line of sight too much. From what he could see, aside from 2 of his clones, everyone had made it through the attack relatively unscathed, even Zabuza and Haku. Unfortunately, Kimimaro was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Sora heard a sound and turned around, coming face to face with his opponent. What the hell? He thought as Kimimaro slashed towards him with a pair of swords. He dodged, careful to avoid dropping his younger self, and looked up just in time to see Kimimaro meld into one of his spikes. He can move into and out of those spikes, Sora shouted, look out. He dropped Naruto beside him. Stay close to me, he commanded as he started scanning the bridge, watching for an attack that could come from any direction. Where is he? Sora wondered. After a few tense moments, memories flooded him as his last shadow clone, the one that had carried the supposedly lifeless Sasuke's body to safety, was destroyed. Thankfully, the boy himself was unscathed, and Kimimaro would focus on attacking his opponents before turning his attention to someone he thought was dead. Another few seconds passed, and Sora heard the clang of steel from his left. Turning, he saw Zabuza defending against an attack with his massive sword. After the exchange of a few more blows, Kimimaro retreated into one of his spikes, regaining the element of surprise. This same scene continued to play out over the next 10 minutes as Kimimaro randomly attacked different members of the group from unpredictable directions. He would suddenly appear, stabbing with a drill, slashing with a sword, or even shooting parts of his finger bones to try to kill his opponents. He showed no mercy, attacking even the young Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna, though he attacked the three less often than the rest of the group since he probably saw them as weak links. As the battle dragged on without either side gaining much of an advantage, Sora began to grow more and more concerned. While Kakashi and Zabuza were both capable ninja in their own right, they were both so damaged and exhausted from their own battle with each other that they had difficulty keeping up with Kimimaro since, despite all of the punishment he'd taken, the man's bone armor had saved him from having much more than a few minor injuries that barely slowed him down. Furthermore, the two men were burdened even further because they had to protect those around them. While the fact that Kimimaro had ignored Sakura and Tazuna for the most part meant Kakashi could defend the two from the occasional attack without too much difficulty, he was severely limited by the fact that he had to look out for two people at the same time. Haku, on the other hand, was much harder to defend. He was so injured from his fight with Sasuke and a Kyuubi-empowered Naruto that he had trouble even dodging Kimimaro at all, having to be saved by Zabuza more than once. Sora wasn't certain why Kimimaro focused on the boy, since his injuries were obvious, but perhaps the man knew that Haku actually had the skill to prove a possible threat to him, even if it was only minor threat in his current state. Either way, the man had taken advantage of Haku's weakness, instead of largely ignoring him as he did Sakura, Naruto, and Tazuna. This isn't good, Sora muttered to himself, watching as Kimimaro faded away after an attack on Kakashi's group. Unless we end this soon, someone's going to. Haku! Naruto yelled from his side. Sora's head whipped around just in time to see Haku fly backwards, pushed away from Kimimaro's incoming drill-like weapon by the flat of Zabuza's great sword. This act, however, put Zabuza in the path of the attack instead, and Kimimaro was so close that Zabuza wouldn't have enough time to reposition his sword to properly parry the blow. He directed a final, desperate slash at Kimimaro, and while it left a deep gash, it wasn't enough. Sora thought in horror, watching helplessly as Zabuza was run through. What the hell did I do that for? Zabuza wondered as he fell towards the ground, his sword dropping out of his hand. He didn't feel any pain as he hit the floor. In fact, he could barely feel anything at all. Zabuza was dying. He could already feel himself slipping away. At least he'd managed to force his monster of an opponent back, he noted with satisfaction as he saw the mysterious ninja retreat. So this is it, huh? It was funny. After all of those years only looking out for himself, first as a ninja of the mist and then later as a sword for hire, he would meet his end protecting someone else. Someone he had claimed to be his tool, no less. He still wasn't sure why he did it. Perhaps it was that moment, just minutes ago, when he was certain Haku would die protecting him from Kakashi's attack that sparked the protective desire in Zabuza. Perhaps he had always cared for Haku enough to die for him. All he knew was that his body had moved of its own volition before his mind had even had a chance to register what was happening. It didn't really matter now. As his sight began to dim, he noticed Haku kneeling by his side with tears in his eyes. The boy was yelling something, but by this point Zabuza couldn't even begin to make out his words, let alone respond to them. Sorry Haku, but it looks like you're on your own now, Zabuza silently apologized. Just as his thoughts themselves began to slow, Zabuza decided something. He had no regrets in giving up his life for Haku's. In fact, he was happy to die in his place. Perhaps now, at least, the boy would be able to find a life of his own that didn't require him to fight and kill for someone else's selfish desires. What a soft fool that kid turned me into, Zabuza thought, and I didn't even notice until now. The man howled with laughter inside of his head at the realization. A small, unseen smile appeared under his mask as the world finally faded away. A minute, what the hell was I thinking? Sora cursed at himself. He knew there was no way Zabuza could have survived that attack. Not when it had ripped a hole right through the middle of his chest. The worst part was that Sora could have easily prevented his death if he hadn't been so worried about hiding some of his abilities. I may not have had enough time to go into Sage mode, he thought, but if I'd just used the Rasengan against Kimimaro, or even my Byakugan once that Behe had begun appearing out of all those spikes, maybe I could have. Sora cut himself off with a forceful shake of the head. There's no use thinking about this now. Besides, I need to keep the bigger picture in mind. I can't just go around revealing my secrets just to save one or two people I barely know. I need to stay focused. I need to remember why I came here in the first place. And then Sora noticed a slight distortion in one of the spikes near Kakashi, bringing him out of his reverie. Time seemed to slow as Sora took in the scene. Halfway across the bridge from him, Kimimaro was just beginning to emerge from one of his pillars of bone, with Sakura in his sights. He saw Kakashi turn in surprise and begin to move towards her, shouting at the girl to run, but he knew the man wouldn't be able to get to her in time. A memory flashed through his mind, a pink-haired girl, dead in Sasuke's arms. Sora hadn't even been able to help comfort her as she passed. He'd never forgiven himself for it. Unlike when he'd watched Kimimaro's deadly attack against Zabuza, Sora knew that there might be enough time for him to save the girl, but only if he did something incredibly stupid and was extremely lucky. He clenched his fists and made his choice. It wasn't as if he could bring himself to make any other decision anyway, regardless of his plan or the consequences of his actions. One death was more than enough. He wouldn't let Sakura die too. He couldn't. Not again. Sora gritted his teeth and blasted himself towards Kimimaro with a violent gust of wind. Most fights, Sora's wind-walking technique had the potential to be far more versatile than the Hiraishin, as it enabled one to move in any direction they wished without any preparation. However, this advantage came at a cost. While the Hiraishin may allow one to teleport across the battlefield to a specific seal without expending much energy, that same distance could be much more taxing through wind-walking because, unlike the technique his father had perfected, wind-walking didn't actually teleport its user to a pre-chosen area. Instead, it moved them across that distance physically. This high-speed movement took a heavy toll on one's body, and controlling the necessary wind currents for the technique required a great deal of energy and skill. This was the main reason that Sora limited himself to short bursts of movement. It wasn't that his technique didn't allow one to move farther or faster than the small bursts Sora used it for. In fact, he knew that he could theoretically move kilometers with his technique in one burst. No, the real problem was that no one's body, not even his, could be made to endure moving at such a high speed for very long. If he pushed himself too much, he could easily kill himself. To make matters worse, the technique was so draining that he could have trouble fighting after using it recklessly, even if he did manage to survive moving a far distance. Finally, the speed of his movement during these bursts restricted the way he could safely attack. This was due to the fact that he needed to slow himself before striking if he wanted to avoid injuring himself with the recoil from hitting someone at his maximum velocity. All of these explanations flew briefly through Sora's mind, as if the logical part of him was trying to remind him of the danger of what he was attempting. He ignored it. It only took a couple meters of travel before pain began to shoot through his body, the sheer speed of his movement beginning to take its toll. After another few meters, his bones began to crack and he could feel his chakra draining away at an alarming rate, though his stamina was great enough that he could ignore it for a short while longer. Sora ignored all of these signs, concentrating on the figure that was drawing closer to his former teammate, a drill made of bone covering his opponent's left arm. Sora created a gust of wind from the opposite direction to quickly decelerate his movement, causing him to feel like he'd slammed into a brick wall. He could feel small fractures in his left arm and the cracking of a few additional ribs. Sora ignored this as he skidded to a stop right between Kimimaro and Sakura. Instead, he let his reflexes take over, creating a ball of energy in his right hand. "Get away from her," he yelled, kicking off the ground and moving his arm towards his opponent. Kimimaro seemed to stare at him for a fraction of a second, looking as if he couldn't believe that Sora had crossed half the battlefield in the blink of an eye. He soon pulled himself together, however, and raised his weapon to block Sora's attack. For a moment, Kimimara's weapon held, but after a few seconds it began to crack and weaken. Finally, Sora's Rasengan burst through Kimimara's defense. Sora let his momentum carry him forward and he took the Sound Ninja's left arm off at the elbow before coming to a stop a few meters away. "Raikiri!" a voice yelled from behind him. Sora glanced back in time to witness Kakashi's finishing blow to an exposed Kimimaro, hitting him in the stomach. After Kakashi's attack sparked away, the Sound Ninja took a shaky step forward, teetered for a second, and then fell backwards onto the ground. A few moments later, his curse seal transformation began to drain away. Kakashi's attack probably wouldn't quite kill the man. He knew a valuable prisoner when he saw one, but it would ensure that Kimimaro was out of commission long enough to stabilize his condition and secure him for transport back to the village. After what their opponent had managed to survive so far, Sora was glad that Kakashi wasn't taking any chances. He smiled in grim satisfaction for a moment before falling to a knee, clutching his side. "Thanks Uzumaki-san, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura said, face white. Kakashi smiled at her, and then glanced around at the other survivors of the group before turning his attention to Sora. "Are you all right?" Kakashi asked, still standing over the downed Kimimaro. Sora nodded. "Yeah, just a few cracked ribs and fractures. I'll be okay," he confirmed as he pushed himself to his feet. "Just getting a reminder of exactly why I only use wind walking for short bursts. Most of the damage I've taken was from that stunt I just pulled." Kakashi watched him for a few more seconds. He looked as if he was about to voice the question they both knew he had on his mind. Thankfully, however, the man simply nodded, pushing his curiosity aside for later. Sora looked over to where Zabuza's prone body lay and shook his head somberly. "For what it's worth, Zabuza, I really am sorry things turned out this way," he thought, feeling guilty. He let out a sigh and went over to stand next to Kakashi. "So what do you think we should do with him?" Sora asked. "We can't just keep him here until you finish your mission." "You're right. Once they've recovered, I'll send Sakura and Naruto with you to take him back." Kakashi turned to look over at Sasuke's prone form. "I think I should get them away from here." This was too much for a few genin to handle. "He's not dead," a quiet voice told them. The pair turned around to face Haku, who was being supported by Naruto and looked even worse than he had just a few minutes ago. Disbelief and a hint of hope showed in Kakashi's expression, while Sora feigned the same. "What do you mean?" Kakashi asked skeptically. "I mean that I didn't kill him. There was no reason to," Haku admitted. He gestured to the side at a slowly moving Sasuke. Sakura covered a gasp before anxiously running towards her teammate, Tazuna following behind her in case she needed help with the boy. Kakashi let out a deep breath. "Thank God," he whispered. "But," Haku whispered, pointing at Kimimaro, "I will kill him." "No," Kakashi said forcefully. "We're taking him to Konoha for interrogation. He killed Zabuza-san. Zabuza, he died because of me. Because I was weak. If this man lives, how can Zabuza-san be avenged?" Haku took half a step towards Kakashi, but then stumbled, falling to his knees in exhaustion. "Zabuza-san." Naruto put a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, Haku, you'll get through this. I'm your friend, I'll be here for you," he said, trying to comfort the boy. Kakashi looked to be sympathetic, but did not budge from his position. "Please, Haku," Sora pleaded, "please be strong." "It seems that even now," Kimimaro suddenly rasped, drawing the group's attention, "my failures continue to be compounded further." He ignored everyone else and focused on Sora. "Will you now tell me who you are?" Sora sighed. He supposed telling the man his name didn't matter much now that Kimimaro was defeated, especially considering the fact that it was fake. "Uzumaki Sora," he said finally. "I see. In Uzumaki, your clan is like mine, dead or scattered to wind." He seemed to stare at Sora as if he was considering something. "And you? As we fought, I realized that you're like me. I can see in your eyes that you're someone who has lost everything, who cherishes the few things that still give them purpose." Sora stared at the man, feeling a twinge of pity. Yes, perhaps you can understand me. A grim smile came to his face, but even though you've defeated me, you will never stop him, Kimimaro finished in a confident tone, closing his eyes. Unfortunately for you, you shall gain nothing more from my failure. Dance. He began, causing everyone to jump away from him. Of the Zinnia? The group backed up even further in preparation, readying for a final attack. However, nothing came. Instead, a simple spike of bone burst through Kimimaro's chest, right where his heart was. The man let out a sharp breath and then fell still. After a few moments, Kakashi sighed as he slipped his headband back over his Sharingan. Crazy BS dirty. I guess it would be too much to ask to bring him back home alive, wouldn't it? Sora kneeled next to Kimimaro's corpse, producing a large scroll from his Haori. I can seal his body away at the very least, he informed the Jonin as he began to form a few hand signs. Maybe that will give us a clue as to who he's working with. As he finished sealing the corpse into the scroll, he took a second to glance over at Haku again. Naruto was still next to the boy, trying to coax some sort of response from him, but Haku barely seemed to care, gazing off towards the area where Zabuza had died. Even Kimimaro's death didn't seem to bring any sort of satisfaction to him. He was simply sitting still with a look of desolation on his face. So, Kakashi said, gaining Sora's attention once again, do you agree with him? About us being the same? Sora shook his head as he stood up, smiling slightly. I've lost many things, Kakashi, more than you might guess, and I do understand his feelings, but no, he was wrong. I haven't lost everything I care about. And while I do feel I have a purpose, I don't fear losing it like he did. I chose my path because I believe in it, not because I fear having no path at all. A slight grin appeared under Kakashi's mask. However, before he could speak further, a loud clapping sounded in the distance. Sora squinted in the direction of the sound, laying eyes on a large group of men as the last of the mist cleared. Well done, the pudgy little man that was the source of the clapping said loudly. Now if you don't mind, I'm going to have all of my friends kill all of you now. I can't believe you're making me travel all the way to your village with you, Lia complained a few hours into their journey back to the village. My brother already allowed you to form a summoning contract with my pride, so you could just call me from anywhere. That makes this a waste of my time. Walking all the way back by myself would be too lonely, Naomi answered teasingly, not bothering to look back at the form following close behind her. It was a lie, of course, but she saw no reason to tell Lia the truth anytime soon. So? I don't care. I'm not here to entertain you, and I don't even like you. Naomi shrugged. She's just as blunt as I remember. She knew that most of the hostility was because the lioness didn't fully trust her yet, but she also knew Lia would warm up to her eventually. That was, after all, what had happened the first time. I guess that's too bad since you're stuck with me anyway, Naomi teased, chuckling to herself. You smile and laugh more than I'd expect from someone who claims to come from such a terrible future. Naomi slowed to a stop and looked up, staring at the darkening sky. She hadn't even noticed that night had begun to fall. And what did you expect? A woman who could barely hold herself together. Well, Lia trailed off, not expecting the question. I have been that way at times, Naomi admitted, remembering when she'd seen her father and sister a few weeks before. You see, the old me, she couldn't handle the things that happened, the things I went through. I was forced to change because of the war. Even so, that scared, timid little girl will always be a part of me, and sometimes she affects what I feel. Still, she turned to meet Lia's eyes. I won't let that girl's fears control everything I do. Even after I'd lost most of my friends and my entire family, I didn't allow myself to fall into depression. I couldn't let myself just spend the rest of my life wasting away. I guess I'm this way because I want to prove that I can still be happy, you know? I have to remind myself that I haven't lost everyone, that I still have something more to live for than old memories. She smiled sadly at her companion. It may just be a naive delusion, but forcing myself to not dwell on the past, to smile and laugh even when times are sad, it helps keep me going, it gives me hope. Lia shook her head and shouldered her way past Naomi. I didn't really ask for a monologue, but I guess if you need to talk to someone, it may as well be me, Besides, it did explain some things. Anyway, enough of this nonsense, you're starting to depress me. Naomi chuckled. Sorry, I didn't mean to ramble like that. It's fine. At least now I know you aren't some crazy woman. She paused. Well, not as much of a crazy woman as I thought a few minutes ago at any rate. Naomi smiled to herself and began to follow after the lioness. Naomi? Leah asked suddenly. There was a hint of compassion in her eyes as she turned to look back at the woman. She hesitated. Never mind. Let's go. Naomi's smile deepened. She cares, but she's too stubborn to admit it. Yes, just like I remember. A companionable silence fell over the two as they continued walking into the night. So you're alive, huh, kid? I guess it's my lucky day. Now I can pay you back for what you did to my arm, you brat. Gato sneered, walking a few meters into the open and waving his bandaged limb in the air. Gato! Haku growled, rising to his feet. So they finally came out, a cold voice said. Haku glanced over and saw that it was the red-haired man who spoke. Sora, he'd called himself earlier. It took them long enough. They've been hiding back there for the past 10 minutes. I'm guessing Gato is the one who can't seem to shut up. He in charge? Yeah, Kakashi answered. So you noticed them too? Of course. Wait, what? You both knew they were there this whole time? Naruto complained. Kakashi nodded. It's hard to hide 40 people climbing onto a bridge, he explained. I didn't hear them. He shrugged. We were in the middle of a fight. I'm not surprised you didn't catch the signs. Don't worry, you'll get better in time. The townspeople are probably on their way too, Sora added. I saw some kid organizing them on the way here. That must have been Inari, Naruto exclaimed. I was glad he finally stood up for himself, but I didn't think he'd bring the whole town together right after I left. Maybe it was, Sora said. I didn't catch the kid's name. Either way, they'll probably be here soon. Haku ignored the rest of the conversation as he focused on Gato. Why are you here? Well, I had come to kill you and that oaf, Zabuza, after you finished that little job I gave you. But it turns out you were too useless to even get that right, Gato explained with a chilling smile. But since you're all going to die, I suppose it doesn't really matter much either way. You are not worthy of speaking Zabuza-san's name, Haku hissed, narrowing his eyes. You aren't even worthy of killing in his memory. But I will make an exception this one time and end your pathetic life, you disgusting worm. He took a shaky step towards the group of mercenaries, but was stopped by a firm hand on his shoulder. He turned and found it was the red-haired man that was holding him back. Haku tried to shrug off the man's grip, but he was unexpectedly strong, keeping Haku to where he was. Leave me be, he protested, glaring at the man. This is my fight. Sora merely shook his head. Normally you might be able to take care of these men without any trouble, but right now you're covered with injuries and can barely stand. You'll only get yourself killed trying to fight them all by yourself. Then I'll at least take Gato with me, now let me go. Haku countered as he continued to struggle. There's no reason for you throw your life away, Haku, no matter what you might think. No reason? My life is meaningless now. I have no reason to care whether I live or die. You don't. Sora cut him off with an icy glare. This isn't a suggestion. You will stay here. If you want to argue about your idiotic death wish, then you can do it after we deal with Gato and his men. Haku slumped. He was forced to accept that he wouldn't be able to break free of the man's grasp. He simply didn't have enough strength left in his current condition. Having trouble there, brat? Gato mocked in amusement. Are you so useless that you need your enemies to protect you now? Haku turned to Gato, bristling at the insult, but did not give the man the satisfaction of a response. What's wrong? Out of insults for me already? As Gato began to laugh, Haku noticed a glint from the corner of his eye, and a split second later, Gato was on the ground, howling in pain as he clutched at where a kunai had pierced his leg. Finally, does that annoying toad ever shut up? He's almost as bad as the dobe. Haku turned to see the dark-haired boy, Sasuke, limping towards them with an almost imperceptible smirk on his lips. The pink-haired girl and the bridge builder were right behind him, likely worried that Sasuke was moving so soon after recovering from his supposed death. As he came to a stop among the group, Sasuke studied his surroundings, eyes flitting between the large spikes that remained from the earlier battle on the bridge. How long was I out? What happened here? He murmured before glancing up at Sora. And what the hell are you doing here? Sora just waved his hand dismissively. It's a long story. Kakashi shook his head, taking a few steps forward. We can discuss it later. Keep in mind that we still have a mission to complete and enemies to take care of, he said, gesturing broadly to the group of mercenaries who seemed unsure of how to act while Gato was writhing on the ground. He took a moment to appraise his students before speaking again. Usually, I'd sideline the three of you from fighting at all, considering how injured you all are from the last 2 ambushes we dealt with. Fortunately, since it looks like Gato doesn't have anyone left that's more useful than this bunch of thugs, I'll let you help so long as none of you run in with a death wish like our friend over there. He finished, eyeing Haku, eliciting a small frown from the boy. The ninja turned back towards the horribly outmatched crowd of mercenaries, sighing as if fighting them was little more than a chore. Without looking back, Kakashi began to give orders. Naruto, make as many shadow clones as you can. Sasuke, pin them down with fire jutsu if you have the chakra left, but give a warning shot first to scare some of them off. Sakura, stay back and throw kunai or shuriken at anyone that tries to move forward. And Sora. He turned to meet the man's eyes. Can you do me a favor and make sure no one runs in like a reckless idiot? I've had enough of my students nearly dying for one day. Sora grinned. Of course, he said with a nod. Thanks, Kakashi said, beginning to walk towards the mercenaries again. His students maneuvered forward a few meters, but followed their teacher's instructions and remained a safe distance back. The mercenaries held their ground and began to raise their weapons, cockily shouting insults at the Leaf Ninja as he drew closer. Once Kakashi was within a few meters of Gato, who was still on the ground outside of the protection of his men, a few of the mercenaries finally had the good sense to attack, if for no other reason than to preserve their paycheck. 4 of the thugs scrambled forward to hack at Kakashi, only for their weapons to sail through open air as he lazily dodged each attack. Giving his opponents no time to recover, the Jonin drove his elbow into the head of the lead attacker, then spun around to kick another man in the knee, breaking the joint. He turned, evading a wild swing from the third man, before grabbing the mercenary's arm and throwing him into the final man. No, stay away from me. Gato pleaded. One of you beasts help me, he shouted to his men, who were all staring at Kakashi, their faces in shock. His commands shook his thugs into action, but none of them were close enough to help Gato in time. Kakashi simply picked the man up by his shirt and threw him away towards the other side of the bridge. Shadow clone jutsu, Kakashi said nonchalantly, creating a dozen copies of himself. Now, he told his students. Haku watched impassively, not even bothering to try breaking free from Sora's grasp to join the attack. Not that it mattered much. Some of the mercenaries began to back away the second Kakashi downed 4 of their comrades. By the time he and Naruto had made an army of themselves and Sasuke had shot a fireball into the air, they were all running for their lives. Well, that was easy, Kakashi remarked. As he walked back, Kakashi grabbed Gato from where he'd landed and dragged the man behind him. When he arrived, he tossed the whimpering businessman in front of Tazuna. He's yours. You and the rest of your countrymen can decide what to do with him. Tazuna stared wide-eyed at Kakashi. But why? This wasn't a part of our contract. Doesn't need to be. Just call it payment for giving us somewhere to stay for the past couple weeks. You don't know what this means for my people. He caused so much pain for us. To have a chance to bring him to justice. The bridge builder bowed his head in respect. I cannot thank you enough. At that moment, Haku began to hear shouts from beyond the bridge, and saw many of the townspeople running towards them at a harried pace. All of them were carrying pitchforks, sickles, sticks and other makeshift weapons. As they arrived and registered Gato's prone form, all of their expressions changed from apprehension to looks of gratitude and wonder. Haku barely paid attention to the conversation going on around him, only noticing bits and pieces, the townspeople cheering, Naruto laughing, congratulating a child, but telling him he was too late to see the action, Gato cursing as the townspeople dragged him off to whatever punishment they had in store for him. I don't think they'll kill him, you know. A voice said. Haku looked up, realizing for the first time that almost everyone had left. He hadn't even noticed Sora letting go of him. The only people still on the bridge were Kakashi, Naruto, and Sora. What? Haku asked in confusion. They were talking about jailing and punishing Gato, but no one mentioned actually executing him, Sora explained. Ah, I see. And that doesn't bother you? Should it? Haku asked. You were threatening to kill him the second he showed up. He hesitated, unable to find a good response. Sora shook his head. You never really cared about killing Gato, did you? Haku closed his eyes and sighed. Not him specifically, no. Without Zabuza-sen, my life has lost all meaning. Now all I care for is an end to it. He opened his eyes. Dying to bring justice to an evil man seemed better than asking one of you to kill me. Gato just happened to be here. Sora scrubbed a hand over his face. And I suppose that with Gato gone, you want us to kill you now? He fixed Haku with a look. Why do you believe you have no reason left to live? A tool without someone to wield it is useless, Haku answered. You really don't see it, do you? Kakashi interjected. See what? That no man would die for something he only saw as a tool. Kakashi said, shaking his head. What are you trying to say? Haku demanded, voice tightening in frustration. That Zabuza cared about you, Sora explained. That even if he never admitted it, he saw you as more than a tool. No, you're wrong. Then why did he protect you? Why did he give his life for you? I don't know. Haku shouted. He fell to his knees as tears began to form in his eyes. I don't know. He whispered, but it can't be true. If Zabuza-san really did care about me, it would just make everything worse. It would mean I was a failure as a tool. It would mean I'm even more to blame for his death. Would mean that I've lost even more than I thought I had. Haku stared at the ground, unblinking. What would you have me do? You keep lecturing me, but why should I even bother to keep living? There was a pause. I don't know, Sora said finally, a regretful tinge to his voice. I wish that I did, but I don't. You need to find that answer yourself. No one else can decide what gives your life purpose. But I'll tell you this, dying is a waste and is an insult to Zabuza's sacrifice. If you truly want to honor him, then you should find your own path and move forward. The suggestion that he was wasting Zabuza's sacrifice stung Haku, but there was a hard truth to Sora's words. Haku sighed deeply. Perhaps you're right, he admitted. I owe Zabuza-san more for all he did for me than giving up. He shook his head ruefully. But even if I thought I could move forward, even if I believed I could find a new purpose, I'm not strong enough to do what you ask. You don't know what my life was like before Zabuza-san saved me. Without him, I'll be alone for the rest of my life. It's not that I want to die, he admitted, it's just that I prefer death to a lifetime of loneliness. But you're not alone, a voice corrected. Haku looked up in surprise to see Naruto standing over him. The boy had been uncharacteristically quiet to the point where Haku had nearly forgotten he was there in the first place. I told you before, didn't I? I'm your friend. The boy gave a small smile and held a hand out to Haku, and friends don't abandon each other. Haku just looked at Naruto for a long moment. He'd known the boy had offered to be his friend, but he hadn't been able to truly bring himself to believe it was true. To do so would have just opened him up to the risk of being hurt. What? Haku asked dumbly. I said that I'm your friend, Naruto repeated, grabbing one of his arms and hauling him to his feet. And no matter what happens, you always will be. Haku trailed off. He couldn't find the words to say. This is the part where you thank the kid and stop trying to throw your life away, Kakashi offered. Sora's right, you know. It really would be a waste. He added, looking over to where Zabuza's corpse still lay. Thank you. Haku said sincerely. Try. Sora said, earning a look from Haku. I won't lie and say it will be easy. But please at least try to move forward. Maybe he's right, Haku conceded, coming to a decision. I'll try. It will never be the same without Zabuza-san, but maybe. He said, glancing at Naruto, Maybe I do have reason to hope. You could come to Konoha with us, Naruto offered. Then he seemed to remember himself and looked up at Kakashi. He can, right, sensei? Usually we don't take ninja we've just been fighting into our village, but considering his circumstances. Kakashi shrugged. Well, the third might be willing to give him a chance if we vouch for him. Kid's got some talent, so that would work in his favor too. But was your enemy barely an hour ago. And now you're not. We aren't above recruiting people we've fought before if they haven't hurt the leaf too badly and don't pose a serious risk. Trust me, it's not like you'd walk in and that would be it. First you'll need to be tested, have your background history reviewed, and be cleared by our interrogation team, then you'd probably be put on probation for a couple years. Still, it's not a bad deal overall. So, Naruto asked, extending a hand toward Haku, what do you say? Haku looked at him for a moment, his hand twitched and he began to raise it, but then he remembered something. If I seek purpose, I must find it myself, he remembered. Haku lowered his hand and shook his head, but smiled at Naruto all the same. Thank you for the offer, but there are still some questions I must find answers to, answers I do not think I can find simply staying in Konoha. He looked over at Sora. For the time being, I must walk my own path. The red-haired man nodded respectfully toward him. Are you sure? Naruto asked sadly. I am, Haku said, but I would like to take you up your offer someday, if it stands. It will, Kakashi assured him. You're sure you'll be fine by yourself? Sora asked, a bit of skepticism in his tone. I won't like it, the boy admitted, but knowing I won't always be alone, that I have a place to return to, that I can hold on to hope, that is enough for now. It is more than I ever had before Zabuza-san found me. If you ever need anything, just let me know, you can always count on me, Naruto promised, laying a hand on his shoulder. I know that now, Haku said with a chuckle. I have one last thing I must do. Haku bowed to the three ninja around him, then walked over to Zabuza's body. He grabbed Zabuza's giant cleaver off the ground and used a length of rope from his tool pouch to tie it onto his back. Then he bent down and gingerly picked Zabuza up. Haku turned and gave one last nod at his newfound friends before beginning to walk away. He would be lying if he said he wasn't still devastated by Zabuza's death, and even if he found a way to move forward, he doubted the wound from the loss would ever completely heal. Surprisingly though, he felt lighter, more at peace, than he would have ever believed possible in this situation. It seemed to Haku that the hope Naruto had given him, simply by claiming him as a friend, helped to give him the resolve to keep walking forward. Perhaps this wasn't the end he had thought it to be just a short time ago. Perhaps it was just a new beginning. Either way, Haku took solace in the knowledge that he would not face this future alone. It really is beautiful here. I hope it doesn't suffer as much damage as it did the last time, Naomi reflected. She sat perched on the Hokage monument overlooking the village. The spot had been one of her favorite places to go when she was younger, but she hadn't had a chance to come back since she and Sora had arrived in the village. Considering that Leah had gone home shortly after they'd arrived at the village the day before and Sora still hadn't returned from the Land of Waves, Naomi had decided that now was as good a time as any to come here and gather her thoughts. She had been troubled by the fact that the Hokage was only going to tell a select few people about the invasion during the Chunin exams. She knew it was necessary, of course. Tipping their hand to Orochimaru would only cause him to change his plans to attack at a time they couldn't predict. Furthermore, the man was bound to have more spies in the village than Kabuto, who was the only one she and Sora actually knew of for certain. Still, just because it was the best course of action did not mean she liked it. It wasn't all bad, though. She'd chosen to fight in the actual invasion at least, rather than against Orochimaru, just in case something got out of hand. While her taijutsu would be useful in the smaller skirmish against the traitor, she could make much more of a difference in the larger battle against the sound and sand forces with her genjutsu. Besides, she trusted Sora and the third could beat Orochimaru so long as nothing too unexpected came up from their effect on the timeline. Sensei always did say that a bigger group just meant there were more people to trick, Naomi murmured. She proved it too. In the end, she reminded herself, shivering slightly as she remembered the last genjutsu Kurenai had ever used. Even though Naomi had worked with her teacher to create the technique, it had always unnerved her, though she herself had never actually used it. Sometimes she worried it was too cruel of an attack, even for an enemy. Most of the time, however, the woman just wondered if the technique was worth the danger it exposed its user to. She wondered if they would have lost Kurenai that day if they had never made that cursed genjutsu in the first place. She protected so many people in the end, though. I'd have done the same thing in her position. Besides, she'd scold me if she ever knew I was concerning myself with what-ifs right now. Naomi shook her head, smiling fondly at the idea of the jonin lecturing her. Even though she had long since made peace with the admittedly small, indirect part she'd played in Kurenai's fate, she couldn't help but think of her teacher at times. The woman had been the closest thing Naomi had had to a mother since her own had passed away when she was a child. Naomi turned her gaze to a secluded compound, away from the center of the village. Even without activating her eyes, she was sure she could guess some of what was happening behind its high gates. It had been her home for the first half of her life, after all. She continued to watch the Hyuga estate, losing track of time as she daydreamed about the people who lived there. Finally, a soft noise shook her out of her reverie and she turned to find someone looking at her, obviously surprised. "I'm sorry," her younger self stammered. "I didn't know anyone else was here." "I'll leave you alone," she said, backing away. Naomi chuckled. "I'm fairly certain there's enough room on this mountain for the both of us, Hinata-san. Come sit." She patted the ground beside her. "Honestly, I could use the company." Hinata seemed to consider the offer for a moment, then scampered forward and sat down next to the older woman. While Naomi had seen her younger self before, even going so far as to help train Hinata and the rest of Team 8 at Kurenai's request, she wasn't quite sure what to say, since she hadn't actually been alone with the young girl yet. "So what brings you here?" Naomi ventured. The girl trailed off. "I just wanted to get away from the Hyuga compound for a little while." Naomi was silent for a few minutes before glancing to the side. She noticed Hinata sneaking peeks at her while twiddling her thumbs. "You don't have to tell me why," the woman assured. She knew her younger self wouldn't appreciate nosiness. Not that she needed to ask, of course. She could easily think of a few explanations for why the girl might have come here. "Thank you." Naomi hummed non-committally, satisfied to simply sit and continue to watch the village. "How did you become so strong?" Hinata asked suddenly. An odd question. "But you're actually asking how you can become stronger, aren't you?" Naomi shook her head. "I apologize, but I'd rather not say." Hinata looked away, an expression of hurt on her face, but Naomi held up a hand to silence her before the girl could jump to conclusions. "Please do not misunderstand," Naomi said. "I have nothing against you." She paused for a moment before speaking again. "There was nothing specific thing I did, no training regimen I followed, to become strong. I became stronger because I had to. The circumstances that made that necessary, I would not wish that burden on you." Naomi turned away from Hinata, waiting patiently for a response. Then, could you help me instead?" the girl asked timidly. "To become stronger, I mean." "What?" Naomi frowned to herself. "Well, that's not what I expected," she thought, looking at the girl. "Why would you want my help? You barely even know me." The girl looked down for a long moment before responding. "Kurenai-sensei has been a great help, and I've gotten stronger since she started teaching me, but it still isn't enough. I need to do more." Hinata looked up at her. "You don't treat me like most people do, like I'm a disappointment that isn't worth the effort to teach. I think you can help me become stronger than I could just by myself. So please, if you aren't too busy, would you help me train sometimes?" I suppose it would give me a good excuse to knock some sense into the girl. Naomi grinned at her younger self. "When would you like to begin?" It had been a few days since they had left Wave, and although Kakashi doubted his students could notice it, the atmosphere between him and Sora had been tense ever since their last battle. While the Jonin was normally fairly suspicious, he usually avoided asking invasive questions of his comrades. Right now, however, he felt he had no choice. Kakashi had many things he wanted to ask, about Sora's motivations in saving Haku, the man's strange behavior, and more, but most of that could wait. There was only one question he truly needed an answer to right now. Kakashi took one last scan of the campsite to ensure his students were asleep, before walking towards Sora. "We need to talk, Sora-san," Kakashi said quietly. "I guess it was only a matter of time," Sora sighed. "We aren't talking about it, Kakashi-san." "That technique?" Kakashi pressed, knowing that Sora understood what he was asking. "I said we aren't discussing it." Sora growled, rounding on him. "Let me make something clear. I will train your students, I will be your friend, I am willing to fight and die alongside you, and I promise you that I'm not a threat to the village." The man shook his head. "But that doesn't mean I need to give you answers. If I'd been serious about hiding all of my abilities from you, then Sakura-san would be dead right now. Just leave me be, Kakashi, you owe me that much." The Jonin watched as Sora moved back towards their camp, ostensibly to keep watch on another area. He scrubbed a hand over eyes and looked away. Well, that went about as well as could be expected, he thought. If he was being honest, he had to admit that Sora had a point. The man had saved one of his students, even though he'd obviously known that it would raise some questions. What annoyed Kakashi, though, was how improbable this situation was. It would be easy if he could simply be suspicious of Sora of being a thief or a liar, but he couldn't. Unless the man had studied with Jiraiya behind his back, it should be impossible for him to know the Rasengan. Kakashi shook his head. For now at least, he also wouldn't expose Sora's use of the Rasengan to anyone else unless it became necessary. He really did owe the man that much at least, since he'd only used it to save Sakura. It doesn't matter though, he told himself, I also owe it to Minato-sensei to get to the bottom of this. Ally or not, friend or not, I will find out the truth, one way or another, Kakashi promised as he walked away. A messenger hurried into his dim room with a worn look on his face. "Report," Orochimaru ordered. "We've just received word from Kabuto-sama." "Kimimaro-sama? She still hasn't reported in," the messenger said shakily. Orochimaru didn't answer. Kimimaro had never been late, let alone fail, before now. While he doubted that it was possible for his strongest follower to be defeated on a routine mission, the possibility was troubling. "Orochimaru-sama?" the messenger asked hesitantly. "Leave," he hissed. The messenger scurried out of the room, leaving the man alone. My body, he thought with annoyance, if Kimimaro lost my next body without even finding any information on. Sasuke, Orochimaru thought, slamming his hand into the desk in front of him. The ninja struggled to calm himself, trying to determine the next steps he needed to take. While Orochimaru was certain that the Leaf would never obtain even the smallest hint of his attack plans from Kimimaro, even if his follower had been captured, he'd still been relying on Kimimaro's skills to ensure his invasion ran smoothly. Now that he wasn't certain whether Kimimaro was dead or alive, his plans would have to change. He wasn't willing to waste time or rely on chance. He'd certainly have to consider finding additional ninja to resurrect for his battle against the third Hokage, but first, "Guard!" Orochimaru barked. A man appeared immediately, kneeling before Orochimaru. "Send a message to Kabuto, as well as the rest of my laboratories." A wicked smile appeared across his face. "Tell them I'll be needing the prisoners and failed experiments." "Finally!" Naruto exclaimed as they walked out of the Hokage's tower. "Did we have to go see the old man right after we got back? That mission took forever." Kakashi chuckled. "That's part of the job, Naruto. And if I remember correctly, you were the one who asked for the mission in the first place. It's your own fault we've been gone for a month and a half." "Cut the kid some slack, Kakashi-san," Sora said, stretching his arms. "He's just finished his first A-rank mission. Naruto-kun even got a bridge named after him. I'd say either of those are a cause for celebration." "I'd say that's a good reason for a nap," Sakura said, rubbing her eyes. "You two have way too much energy." "I guess it runs in the family," Sora laughed. "It sounds like being an idiot runs in the family too," Sasuke muttered. "Demon, it's Sasuke, what is your problem?" Naruto complained. Sasuke scoffed, but before he could say anything, Sora interjected. "You insult him just as much, Naruto-kun," the man pointed out, rolling his eyes. "At least he deserves it." Sora sighed, ignoring his comment. "Besides, didn't he save your life just a couple of weeks ago?" "I was fine. I could have handled Haku without that BSRD," Naruto argued, closing his eyes and folding his arms behind his head. Yeah, right, Sasuke snorted. You wouldn't have lasted a minute without me there, scaredy cat. Shut up, Sasuke, Naruto yelled. Sora looked like he was about to speak, but Kakashi cut him off with a wave. Don't bother trying to talk sense into them, Sora-sen. I've tried, he said, rubbing his eyes. They'll work through it eventually. I'll never work with him, both boys said in unison, pointing to each other. Right? Sora said in exasperation. Let's hope you're right, Kakashi-san. They were about to leave the tower to go their separate way when Sakura suddenly spoke up. Before we go, if you don't mind me asking, Uzumaki-san, why were you in Wave Country in the first place? You never did say. Sasuke looked up at the man expectantly. He was curious as well since he'd been unconscious during Sora's fight and had only been given a brief overview of what had happened. From what he'd heard though, red-haired man was much stronger than he had let on. Instead of Sora, however, it was Kakashi that answered. I never mentioned it on the way back? I sent a message for backup right after we ran into those Chunin on the way there. I also sent a few follow-ups after that. What? All three students cried. Kakashi shrugged. The mission was easily going to be a B rank, and it ended up turning into an A rank once Sabuza turned up. You didn't think I'd really just let you three walk into that without any backup plan, did you? Kakashi-sensei, you almost make it sound like you can be responsible? Sakura teased. Naruto snickered at the comment and even Sasuke felt a lip twitch upward. Kakashi just raised an eyebrow at the trio. What did you expect? Sorest. It's no wonder they're surprised considering the way you act all the time. Kakashi just shook his head. I have no idea what you're talking about. Of course you don't, Kakashi-san, Sora said dryly. Anyway, he continued, turning back to his students, I asked for a jonin or two, just in case the situation got too dangerous. Turns out it was a good idea considering the mess we got thrown into. He glanced over at Sora. I didn't expect the third to send you though. The third just dragged me into his office one day and sent me after you, Sora said with a shrug. Guess all the capable ninja were busy. Probably, he said. It's too bad. If he'd sent Naomi-san instead, things probably would have gone much more smoothly. You're hilarious, Kakashi-san. I try. The two continued to bicker for a while longer, and while the banter seemed easy enough, something felt off to Sasuke. Almost as if the conversation was slightly forced. He shook it off. He was probably just imagining things. Anyway, it's been a long mission so you should all head back home for some rest, Kakashi said. I'll cancel practice for the rest of this week. Consider it a reward for not getting yourselves killed on your first A rank. Naruto cheered and Sakura began inching over to him as if she wanted to ask him something. Sasuke just snorted and turned on his heel, walking away without a word. He chose to take one of the more deserted side streets home to avoid having to see anyone. After a few minutes, however, Sora appeared beside him, matching his pace. Sasuke ignored him, planning to brush off any comments the man made as he normally would. He waited as the minutes ticked by, but as Sora stayed quiet he began to get annoyed. Is there a reason you're following me? Sora gave a small smile, as if he'd been expecting the question. There's a whole half of the village in this direction. Just because none of your teammates live in it doesn't mean that I can't. That doesn't explain why you have to walk next to me. I'm not interested in wasting my time talking to you. Go away. Noticed Sora shaking his head out of the corner of his eye, but the man ignored the jab. Sometimes it's hard to believe someone like you and someone like Naruto-kun could be friends. That's probably because we aren't friends, he muttered. And didn't I already tell you to leave me alone? Sora raised an eyebrow. You knowingly sacrificed your life to protect him during that mission. You're only alive because Haku-kun didn't want to kill you. I knew I'd be fine, Sasuke said, finally giving up on making the man leave. Besides, it was Naomi-san's advice that put me in that position. I tried to work Naruto and Sakura and all they did was slow me and Kakashi-sensei down. Oh, so you're saying you could have defeated Haku-kun without Naruto-kun's help? Of course, he answered, though he was unable to hide the edge of doubt that entered his voice. Sora chuckled. Beneath all of the griping and negativity, you really do care about your teammates, don't you? I don't care about those idiots, he told himself. If you really knew me, you'd know there's only one thing I care about. Sora just hummed in acknowledgement. Sasuke frowned. He wasn't certain whether the man knew about Itachi already. It wouldn't be much of a surprise considering the fact that his brother's betrayal was common knowledge. After a few moments of silence, Sasuke decided to ask something that had been bothering him. Why did you take my side over Naruto when we were arguing anyway? I didn't take your side, Sasuke-kun. I took my own. You were both being immature. Still more than I would have expected. Shouldn't you support him because you're family? Just because I'm related to someone doesn't mean I'll agree with everything they say. Besides, I wouldn't really know how a family is supposed to work anyway. Sasuke looked at him skeptically. Weren't you born into a powerful and well-respected clan? Sora exhaled slowly. My parents lived far away from the rest of the clan and were killed when I was young. Whirlpool was destroyed and my clan decimated a few years after that. My family was gone before I could even have one, so I've lived on my own for my entire life. The Uzumaki may not be dead, but they're certainly close. Naruto-kun is the first one I've come across in a very long time. His face took on a more somber expression, and I'd say I was the lucky one. Lucky? He shook his head and pressed further. What about your wife? Isn't she a part of your clan? He was quiet for a moment before he answered. Naomi may have married me and took my last name, but it's not really the same as having a blood relative. He shook his head. She did have her own clan though. Actually, of the two of us, she was the one who was born into a powerful clan. I'm sure you'd recognize the name if I told you. She even became the head of that clan after we were married. Shouldn't you two have stayed with them then? Sasuke asked, frowning. Even if she stepped down as a clan head, what reason? Could you two possibly have to leave them and come to Konoha? The man was silent for a few minutes. Just when Sasuke thought the man had decided not to say anything, Sora finally spoke, his voice tight. By the time we left, there was no clan for her to lead anymore. Sasuke involuntarily slowed his pace and came to a stop. Then her clan? Sora nodded. I said I was the lucky one, didn't I? He sighed, placing a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Look, Sasuke-kun, you can think whatever you want about Naomi and I, but trust me when I say we know what it's like to lead hard lives. The day I met them, Naomi-san said they were too weak to protect what was important to them. Maybe this is part of what she meant, Sasuke thought. Sora tilted his head to look into the sky for a while, as if considering something. But Naomi wasn't the only one to lose a clan, was she? So you do know. I try to keep myself informed and it's not as if it's much of a secret. He turned to look the boy in the eye. Some advice for you, Sasuke-kun. Don't be so quick to throw your friends away. And I'm not talking about how trust is needed for teamwork or winning fights. It's just that, even the strongest people need others to lean on sometimes. Someone to help you find your way when it seems like there's nothing left but darkness. I already told you they aren't my friends, he grumbled, shaking Sora's hand off of him. I will kill Itachi and restore my clan. It doesn't matter how dark that road is, I've already survived the worst life can give me. Sasuke glared the man, daring him to argue. To be the next person to tell him that revenge was the wrong answer. Instead the man's expression shifted, as if a mask had fallen away. He no longer had that characteristic laid-back and carefree air that Sasuke had come to associate with Sora. Instead, he just looked lost. It was the look of someone who'd lost everything and didn't know what to do anymore. No, Sasuke-kun. You haven't seen the worst. Not yet. He whispered. Sasuke wanted to rebuff him, to tell him he didn't understand, but something stopped him. He realized that he'd seen the look on Sora's face before. It was the same look that he saw in the mirror in the weeks after his entire clan had been butchered. As unlikely as Sora's claim was, a part of Sasuke worried that the man might be telling the truth. As quickly as the dark expression appeared, it was gone, falling back behind Sora's usual expression. The man shook his head. I have seen and done far too much to lecture someone on whether revenge is right or wrong, Sasuke-kun. Even if I did, it's not like you would listen anyway. Still, You should keep in mind that vengeance and rebuilding your clan are two different things. You might have to choose which is more important to you someday. He paused. He'd never really considered the possibility that one of his goals could get in the way of the other. I can do both, Sasuke insisted. Maybe, but life isn't usually that generous, Sora whispered. Either way, it's your choice. It's not my place to make it for you. With that, Sora slowly began to walk away, but before he could get too far, Sasuke called after him, "If it isn't your place to make my decisions, then why are you trying to give me advice? You barely know me, why do you even care what I do?" he asked indignantly. Sora turned with a sad smile. "You just remind me of an old friend, I guess." He continued to walk down the road again, raising a hand in farewell as he moved out of sight. The boy scoffed and shook his head as he continued on his way home. The conversation certainly hadn't gone as he would have expected it. Instead of pity or judgment, Sasuke had instead received understanding. Though he still disagreed with some of the things Sora had said, he appreciated being treated fairly, even if he'd never admit it. After all, it wasn't often that heard his goals without immediately condemning them. He's almost as annoying as Naruto, but maybe he's not as much of an idiot as I thought. Sora let out a breath as he came up to his apartment. It had been a long mission and he still wasn't sure if he'd made the right choices or not. The only thing he was happy about at this point was having a chance to speak to Naomi. He walked inside and carefully shut the door behind him, leaning against the doorframe to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. I probably shouldn't have even said anything to Sasuke either. Hinata would say that he's already proven he's not trustworthy and he's too stubborn to list, but I can just abandon that idiot. "Hey," Sora began, opening his eyes. "I'm Ho Dash." He froze as he saw the figure standing in front of him. "She's not her." "You're late." Lia growled menacingly. "Oh, hey there, random talking lion in my apartment. It's, nice to meet you." "I know who you are," she snapped. Naomi, or Hinata, or whatever the hell her name is already explained everything. Did she? That's great. It's nice to see you again, Lia. For the first time, that is." "You're late," she repeated, stalking towards him. "I'm not sure what you mean," he admitted, trying to back away before remembering that there was a wall behind him. "That insane woman made me follow her all the way back to Konoha," the lioness snarled. "She told me you would be here when she got back. 2 weeks ago, after I finally thought I was free, you weren't here. For some reason she decided it would be fun to summon me every day for the past week and a half to keep her company." Her eyes narrowed. "I don't do company." Well Dash. Quiet. "I have agreed to my pride's pact with Hinata. I will honor it and answer the call despite my misgivings. But let me make this clear. If I ever have to deal with this again, I will rip your arm off, human." Sora hesitated for a moment. "Actually, you've tried that before." Lia smiled menacingly. "Oh, I doubt it," she said, baring her teeth. "After all, you still have both arms, don't you?" With that, she disappeared, evaporating into the air. "Hey, Naruto," Naomi called, walking into the room. "I guess Lia left already? Too bad." "She's as terrifying as ever," Sora said, shivering slightly. "Oh, don't be like that," Naomi chuckled. "I think she's starting to like me already." "She said she hated you." Naomi waved it off. She said she hated me for years the first time around anyway. It's better to just ignore it." "She still threatened to rip my arm off. Again." "Technically, she actually took a swipe at you last time, even if she wasn't trying." "At least I don't think she was trying." Naomi shrugged. "Anyway, she only threatened you this time, so I'd say it was a successful first meeting." "But Dash." "Relax," she insisted, sliding her arms around his waist. "Anyway, welcome back." She looked into his eyes. "Something's wrong, isn't it? You know Leah's always been like this. That's not enough to make you look like that." "To be fair, she can be scary sometimes," he said with a half-hearted smirk. Naomi just looked at him expectantly. Sora sighed. "Am I that easy to read?" "Just to me," she said, encouraging him with a smile. She took his hand and led him over to the living room, sitting him down on the couch before joining him. He shook his head. The mission, it could have gone better. She leaned her head on his shoulder. What happened? Well, to start, Kimimaro was there? Who? She asked, frowning up at him. Remember the 4 guys some of us chased after when Sasuke left the village? The ones who almost killed Nijinizan? He nodded. Yeah. Kimimaro was their leader and he was way beyond any of the other 4. The guy would have killed me if Lee hadn't shown up. He would have killed Lee if Gaara hadn't saved him. And he would have killed them both if he hadn't died of some disease right before he could kill them. Ah. He was spying on my old team's fight. Knowing Orochimaru, he was probably under orders to keep an eye on Sasuke. I didn't want him to get away or spot me when I went in to try to stop anyone from getting killed, so I attacked him before I realized who he was. Sora covered his face with a hand. I underestimated him. He was a lot stronger than I remembered, so he might not have been sick yet when I fought him. It was taking too long to beat him, so I blasted him onto the bridge with the others so I could keep Zabuza and Haku alive. I thought I could handle it. He trailed off. Naomi remained silent, letting him gather his thoughts for a few moments. He thought Sasuke had died and went berserk with some crazy technique to keep his existence a secret. Zabuza, he died protecting Haku. Sora took a slow breath to steady himself. He almost killed Sakura, Hinata. I fractured my arm and ribs, just to use a wind burst long enough to reach them. Even then I had to use the Rasengan to take him down. The worst part, the absolute worst part was that there was this moment. The moment when I first saw the attack and I wasn't sure I was going to make it. He hung his head, staring at the ground. She was like a sister to me and I almost got her killed a decade before she died in our time. All because I was too busy worrying about hiding my abilities to go all out from the start. What the hell was I thinking? He yelled, clenching his fist. And then, after all of that, I still use one of the most recognizable techniques I know, right in front of one of the 2 people who are supposed to be able to use it in this time. But she's alive, Naomi said quietly. What? Naruto asked, turning to find her staring intently at him. She's alive and that's all that really matters, isn't it? My selfishness nearly got her killed though. And Zabuza, what could you have done? She said sharply. I know you. I know that if you'd had the chance, you would have saved Zabuza-san too. Besides, you know why ninja don't just throw out our strongest techniques at the beginning of every battle? To avoid showing their hands, to make sure they don't just charge into a trap, to always have an edge. In our case, that also includes being discreet about leaving clues to our identities. It would be better if we can avoid having all of Akatsuki trying to kill us or having every village try to hunt us down so they can get their hands on a technique that can literally send someone back in time. Kimimaro could have gotten away. There could have been another person watching that fight. Hell, Orochimaru will probably resurrect him to get information anyway. Naomi shook her head. No, you made the right choice. You only used the Rasengan when you had no other option. Naruto, you saved Sakura-san and Haku-san. Don't let your worries make you think the opposite. Sora was silent for a long time before he answered. I know you're right. I know we have too much to lose to take too many chances. It's just, I guess it never really sunk in that other people could get hurt until now. That our friends could die in ways we can't predict. I know, Naomi said, giving him a hug. No one ever said this would be easy. We just need to do the best we can and try to avoid dying along the way. Sora ran a hand through his hair. I'm worried about Orochimaru though. Who knows what he'll do without one of his strongest fighters? You said Kimimaro was sick later on, right? Maybe it won't really make much of a difference. Hopefully, I just wish I knew when Kimimaro actually got sick. But you were right earlier. There's always the chance that Orochimaru will resurrect Kimimaro to gain information, though he might need a while to prepare or gather whatever someone uses to make the DMN technique work. Then there's Kakashi, Sora continued. He's already tried to confront me and I know there's no way he'll back down till he finds out the truth, even if he doesn't see us as enemies. We're 2 time travelers skilled at Genjutsu and Fuinjutsu, Naomi chuckled. I'm pretty sure we can figure something out. Yeah. Sora shifted and started to get up, but was stopped with a hand at his sleeve. And where do you think you're going? Naomi asked. To make more seals for the apartment or maybe talk to the old man again. There's got to be something I can do right now. Kakashi isn't breaking into our apartment anytime soon, and I think Sarutobi-sama will understand. What you should really do is rest, Naruto, Naomi chided. You were on that mission for a while, I think you've earned a break. I'll be fine, Sora insisted, slowly beginning to trudge to the door. He heard a sigh behind him, and then suddenly he felt about a dozen fast taps on both of his arms. He turned around. What are you? Sleep, Naomi whispered, forming a hand sign. Sora lifted his hands to break the genjutsu, but found that his chakra wasn't flowing properly. Gentle fist? You cheater! Sora complained as his eyes began to droop. If you aren't going to take care of yourself, then I guess I'll just have to do it instead. Sora felt himself being lifted off of his feet. Good night, she said softly. It was the last thing he heard before finally drifting away. Not in any of the old bingo books either, huh? I guess it was a stretch for them to be criminals, Kakashi sighed as he drew another scroll over to him. He'd spent the rest of the day since the debriefing with the Hokage in the library, looking through any of the information he could find on foreign ninja. So far, however, he had yet to find even the smallest clue about Sora or Naomi's history. I've seen him wear a haori like the one sensei used to wear a few times. Maybe he idolized him and copied the technique somehow? Kakashi shook his head. No, that's not something he could copy that easily. Even with a Sharingan, it'd be nearly impossible someone to teach him. I guess it's possible he met sensei at some point, but I don't think. Kakashi? A voice asked, bringing him out of his reverie. He looked up in surprise from the scroll he'd just opened to find Kurenai looking at him. Yo. She raised an eyebrow at him. Are you actually reading something other than those ridiculous books Jiraiya-san wrote? Ridiculous? He asked, frowning. The Aika Aika series is one of the greatest works of art ever created. You must not appreciate true literature. Right? So what are you doing here? And why are you in a corner of the library nowhere near anyone else? He rolled his eyes. I ran away after Guy saw me walking inside. He challenged me to a speed reading contest. A reading contest? Seriously? It's Guy. She paused, then shook her head. Point taken. Anyway, you still haven't answered my first question. What are you doing here? What do you mean? I come here all the time. She sighed. Kakashi, I come here all the time since I actually read real books. I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen you here since I've known you. Heck, Nami-sen has come to the library more than you, and she's only been here for a few months. You've become friends with her pretty quickly, haven't you? Kakashi chuckled. Kurenai gave him a flat look. Considering the fact that nearly everyone else I know is insane, is it really that much of a surprise? He smiled. I guess not. Besides, she likes to help me teach my students sometimes. She even agreed to help train Hinata personally every once in a while after the girl asked her a couple weeks ago, so she's already done more than enough to earn my respect. Have you ever seen her fight? I've seen her doing some light sparring, but not in anything serious. Why? I saw Sora-san fight for the first time during the mission we just got back from. It was interesting, so I was curious about her. I've only ever seen her use a little genjutsu. Hold on, Kurenai said, raising her hands. Why was Sora-san sent on your mission? It took a while, but wasn't it just an easier C rank to protect a bridge builder or something? Kakashi coughed. Actually it might have turned into a B rank, and then into a difficult A rank after that. You've got to be kidding, Kakashi, Kurenai said, narrowing her eyes. Please tell me you didn't take your new genin team on an A rank mission. Kakashi sighed, pushing away his unread scroll. Yeah, I did. Kurenai scrubbed a hand over her face. I'm assuming that since you aren't getting yelled at by the third that everyone made it back. You know you nearly got them killed, right? He looked at her, and for once Kakashi was completely serious. I know. In it, Kakashi, Kurenai cursed, taking a seat at the table across from him and resting her chin on her hands. We've been friends for a long time, I know you. You might act like an idiot for fun from time to time, but I know you take your job seriously, your students even more so. What the hell happened? The client lied to us, Kakashi answered, shaking his head. Some powerful shipping magnate was sending missing Nin after him. A couple of Chunin, the demon brothers, ambushed us on our way to Wave. I think I remember them from the bingo book, but that shouldn't have been much trouble for you. They weren't. I used the ambush to determine their target. I also took the chance to give my students some actual combat experience. Their first real fight against an enemy that won't hold back, but that I could still take down at any time. A bit cold, I guess, but I'd have done the same thing. What did you say to the bridge builder? I threatened to leave right after he admitted lying to us. I probably should have, but Naruto wanted to stay. After that, Sasuke and Sakura agreed to keep going. I caved. He shook his head. Wave was in really bad shape, Kurenai. If they didn't get that bridge, they weren't going to last another year. I didn't want to just leave them all to die. Besides, I knew the kids would probably end up taking the Chunin exams, so any experience in the field where I can keep an eye on them made them more likely to survive the tests. He rubbed his temples. It was still a mid-level B rank at that point, and since I'm strong enough to take out any Chunin and most Jonin without any trouble, I didn't think it would be too difficult. I thought, who hires a missing Nin strong enough to fight me just to kill a simple bridge builder? Once we started moving again, I sent a few requests for backup on the way, just to be safe. Diamante Kakashi, Kurenai grumbled. It's really hard to stay angry at you when you actually make sense. Yeah, I guess with you there, even if it's still a little dangerous, I can see your point, especially considering the exams coming up and the state Wave was in. So what changed? The magnate that ordered the assassination had hired Zabuza. Diamante. I guess that explains how it jumped up so high in rank, she muttered. Yeah. Long story short, the fight ended in a draw and I used my Sharingan so much that I was incapacitated for a few days. I couldn't just send my students back alone because I didn't know if there were any other surprises to worry about. We were backed into a wall and didn't have any choice but to beat Zabuza and his apprentice if we wanted to go home without abandoning the entire country. I see now. Sorry, Kakashi, it looks like I judged you too quickly. He held up a hand. Don't apologize. I really did almost get everyone killed. There were a few times when he cut himself off. He didn't want to think about how close their team had come to losing both Sasuke and Sakura. Never mind. Anyway, if I'd thought things would get as bad as they did, I would have called for an ANBU squad. We just got lucky. Kurenai frowned, seeming to remember something. You said you saw fight Sora-san, right? Did he come right before your second fight with Zabuza? Kakashi stilled, debating how to answer the question. Summoning jutsu, he whispered, cutting his hand and placing it on the floor. A cloud of smoke appeared before fading away to reveal a small pug. Pakin, is there anyone else anywhere near here? The dog sniffed for a few seconds before shaking his head. No one. Keep a lookout and let me know if anyone starts getting close. Got it. Kakashi? What's going on? Kurenai asked. We had one more issue during the mission. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. How many problems did this mission have, Kakashi? And why are you being so paranoid? Kakashi eyed her for a few seconds before answering. We could have beaten Zabuza without Sora-san's help. The problem was that he caught someone spying on us and blew him right onto the battlefield near the end of our fight. The guy Sora-san found also turned out to be stronger than Zabuza and immediately started trying to kill everyone around him. So let me get this straight, Kurenai said, shaking her head. Right when you are about to kill one of the strongest ninja the mist has ever produced, an even stronger ninja shows up before you have any chance to recover? Technically. Sora-san was there too. Right. And how exactly did you even begin to manage that? How are you not dead right now? I had my hands full just trying to keep my students alive, Kakashi admitted. Zabuza actually sacrificed himself to defend his apprentice, which was a surprise. Sora-san, though, I was too busy to see that much of what he did, but watching him, the speed, the finesse, it was almost like watching Minato-sensei fight. You're not saying that his wind-walking technique makes him as fast as the fourth, are you? No, the bursts he uses aren't instant, Kakashi confirmed. But they're fast. Near the end of the fight, the spy attacked Sakura. I couldn't reach her in time. Sora-san was 10 or 15 meters away. I was sure she was gone, but then, before I could even begin to move, he was there, attacking the spy out of nowhere. Minato-sensei's Hiraition needed a seal or specialized kunai. Sora-san's technique didn't. If they switched places, I'm not certain if Minato-sensei could have saved her unless his seal was already set in advance. That's hard to believe, Kurenai said. I thought there were limits to that technique of his. I never saw him move that far when he sparred with Guy. There definitely are, Kakashi said, running a hand through his hair. He actually fractured a few bones with that stunt, and I'm sure it cost a large amount of chakra. It's definitely dangerous if you don't use it properly. If he hadn't been there though? Yeah. Sounds like it was tense. Kakashi nodded. Wait, that's why you're here, isn't it? You're trying to learn something about those two, aren't you? Kurenai smirked at him. Weren't you the one that said it wasn't our place to dig into their past? Why are you doing this now? They haven't done anything but help us. You especially, from the sound of that story. He shrugged. I'm not suspicious of their motives if that's what you're thinking. I'm more curious than anything. And there's also the matter of Sora-san using the Rasengan, he added to himself, though he didn't mention it. Well, Kurenai said, pushing herself to her feet. You do that then. Enjoy stalking our friends, she said dryly. I'm not stalking anyone. Whatever you say, Kakashi. Kurenai, there's one last thing I wanted to mention. She groaned. You're not going to tell me there was another complication with your mission, are you? Kakashi didn't answer, looking away. You're joking. How could it possibly get any worse? That spy we killed? He had a curse mark, which means Orochimaru was probably the one tracking us. Be careful from now on. The woman was silent for a few moments before she answered. Next time you tell me about one of your missions, Kakashi, Kurenai said, slowly rubbing her eyes, can it please be about something less stressful like your genin catching a cat or something? I'll keep that in mind, Kakashi chuckled, opening up another scroll as his friend walked away. Sora studied the forest clearing cautiously. In the darkness of the early morning. He'd been at it for the past 15 minutes and still wasn't able to catch more than a glimpse of Naomi. After he'd nearly missed Kimimara's presence in Wave, Sora had decided that he needed to accelerate his training with the Byakugan. He realized that relying on his enhanced eyesight would be more of a liability than anything else if he couldn't trust himself to notice the important details when it mattered. Don't treat it like normal eyesight, a voice seemed to echo from every direction. It's not about how much you can see, it's about how much you can ignore. Distinguish and identify what's relevant and block out everything else. But most importantly, the echoes vanished abruptly, leaving only a single voice whispering from right behind him. Never forget to watch your back. Sora jumped in surprise, spinning around to see Naomi smirking as she moved a palm towards him. There's no way, how did I miss her? He was able to raise his arm just in time to parry her attack. While the training Naomi had put him through for the past month hadn't exactly been easy per se, it had still been manageable. That is, it had been manageable up until Naomi had decided to teach him the basics of the gentle fist and then forced him to spar without using any of his other techniques to practice it. Unfortunately, he had come to discover that he had little talent for either differentiating tenketsu or for the actual style itself. He kicked out at Naomi, feeling his foot connect for a fraction of a second as she began to launch backwards, only for it to go straight through her without warning. Look more closely. There are always slight differences between what's a genjutsu and what's real. Use the Byakugan to recognize them. Another voice called behind him. I should have known. No wonder I didn't notice her get behind me. That was the advantage of using genjutsu to create illusory copies instead of shadow clones. Sora remembered as the illusion faded away. The caster could make the copies appear to be anywhere instead of having to generate them beside the original. To add to that, if the genjutsu user was skilled enough, they could make their enemy feel the impact of their attacks against the illusion and have that same illusion react accordingly, fooling their enemy into believing that they were attacking their opponent instead of a simple copy. The only real disadvantage was that it took an immense amount of concentration to maintain a genjutsu that precise, limiting the complexity and strength of the user's other attacks and making it easy to disrupt if someone attacked the genjutsu user themselves. Unfortunately, That wasn't particularly helpful when Sora didn't even know where his opponent was. Sora turned to see a giant fireball hurtling towards him. Oh, come on. He threw himself to the side, feeling a scorching heat as the flames raced past him. Suddenly the attack disappeared, leaving nothing in sight. Again! Thought as he frantically began to search the clearing. Sora noticed a flicker somewhere in his vision and looked up to see his wife falling towards him. Good, she grinned, you're starting to catch on. He raised his arms to defend himself as Naomi drew closer. 8 trigrams. She whispered. Well, that was fun. Naomi chirped as they slowly made their way back to the village. Sora glanced sidelong at his wife as he trudged forward. You're enjoying this, aren't you? She smiled at him. Maybe just a little bit, Naomi admitted. It's kind of nice to see you have to struggle to learn something for a change. He gave her a flat look. No offense, she added quickly. It's just that, well, I guess it just makes things seem more normal is all. Like we're 2 regular ninja doing regular training for regular missions. He grimaced, maybe. But struggling is a bit of an understatement, don't you think? I can barely do any of the moves correctly, let alone control my chakra enough to hit a tenketsu when I do. Please, Naruto, Naomi rolled her eyes. We've only been at this for a month, the first half of which was spent with me showing you basic moves and hitting each of your tenketsu one by one. Don't remind me, he mumbled, that was so boring. So you could get an idea of the effect each individual attack has on your opponent, she finished without missing a beat. When you add in the fact that you're still just beginning to learn to move and fight with your Byakugan active instead of just looking at things, you should be proud at the progress you're making. This is the way things work when you can't just learn something with a giant group of shadow clones, remember? Sora sighed but didn't argue. She had a point after all. Because Sora and his friends had become so accustomed to the ridiculous pace at which he could learn something when he used shadow clones, the situations where that approach didn't work could be a little jarring sometimes. Learning a new fighting style was a perfect example. When Sora was trying to learn or create a ninjutsu, it was relatively simple to use shadow clones. Since the technique either worked or it didn't, he could just brute force his way to mastery. Something like taijutsu, on the other hand, was a completely different story. There was generally one correct and efficient way to use a taijutsu style and a multitude of sloppy ways to use. Due to this, Sora had quickly come to realize over the years that using shadow clones to learn taijutsu, among other things, was more likely to burn the incorrect technique into him 100 times over than to teach him what he was actually supposed to be doing. As the result of this lesson, Sora hadn't expected to learn the gentle fist in a day. His training years before to learn to use his combat knives had been much the same, he just hadn't expected it to be this difficult. That the style required one to focus on precision and complete chakra control only made it harder to learn. It could be a humbling experience at times. I guess you have a point, he said finally. It's just that I'm not sure if I'm cut out for using the gentle fist. Even if I am, I doubt I'll ever master it. The Byakugan is hard enough. Sora rubbed his temples, trying to soothe away the dull headache the conversation had reminded him of. While he was slowly becoming more proficient at using his left eye, that didn't make the experience any more enjoyable. Though he fared far better now than he had the first few times, the tremendous increase in perception that came with activating the Byakugan still left him somewhat nauseous and feeling like his head was about to split open. That feeling was only multiplied when he tried to actually move or fight at the same time. Even if the headaches went away like Naomi promised, he doubted he'd ever be able to become truly comfortable using the eye. There was just something unnerving about being able to see in every direction at once that he couldn't shake off. Like I've told you before, the Byakugan just takes experience. Eventually you'll get used to it to the point where you can move, talk, and keep an eye on your surroundings at the same time, she assured, turning her eyes towards him to emphasize that she was currently doing just that. As for the gentle fist, Naomi continued, even if you don't master it, it can't hurt to learn whatever you can. To prove her point, she raised her hand and formed a swirling ball of energy in her palm. You never know what will happen in a battle, even the slightest edge can save your life. Wasn't that what you said when you taught me this? She asked as she let the technique dissipate. It's been true more than once. If I can learn the Rasengan, then you can learn the gentle fist. He looked over at her, smiling appreciatively. Sometimes I worry that you put too much faith in me. She chuckled softly. Well, I haven't been wrong yet, so I'll take my chances. His smile widened. So how's your training going anyway? Naomi looked at him questioningly. With Hinata, that is. Oh, you meant that? I've only worked with her few times, you know. Kurenai-sensei is her real teacher, not me. The whole situation is weird enough to deal with as it is, she sighed. But it's helping? Naomi bit her lip as she considered how to answer. I think so, she said finally. I've been working with her a little on some of the basics of genjutsu, and I'm trying to show her some ninjutsu too, though that isn't really my strong suit. Taijutsu, well, that's trickier considering the fact that I'm not supposed to know the gentle fist. I just wave it off as something I can't help her with. To tell you the truth, I don't think I'm doing that much, but Kurenai-sensei seems to think it's helping her. Honestly, all I want is for Hinata gain a little more confidence. If I can do that, then it doesn't really matter whether I teach her anything useful or not. She glanced over at Sora. But, are you thinking about doing the same thing? I don't think so, he shook his head. Jiraiya-sensei will show up soon, and since Naruto already has Kakashi-sensei, I doubt he needs a third person teaching him something new right now, especially when anything I could actually teach him would either raise suspicions or take too long to master. I'll just keep an eye on him and help out when he needs it. Sora trailed off as a thought came to him and then laughed. Naomi frowned. What is it? Nothing, he assured her. It's just that funny how confusing it can be talk about them. Starting to have trouble telling me apart from a 12-year-old, are we? Naomi teased. Sora rolled his eyes. You know what I mean. It's just that it's weird. Talking about our younger selves like they're different people. They are different people, Naomi pointed out. She closed her eyes and smiled slightly. Well, kind of. But I understand, it's not like I'd ever expected to have an actual conversation with myself before this mess. They let the topic drop as they continued to walk in companionable silence for the next few minutes. Since the two chose to train so far from the village, they still had some time before they reached the gates. So are you sure you want to go to this meeting? You don't need to come if you don't want to, Sora said as they began to near the entrance. You mean am I sure about seeing my father? She shook her head. It was really only the first time that got to me. I'll be fine, Naruto. He studied her for a few moments before nodding. I guess it's better if you come anyway. He brought his hands up to rest behind his head. You've always been better than me at dealing with keeping secrets and avoiding suspicion. He grimaced but continued, speaking of suspicion, you're sure your dad won't see through our transformations, right? Positive. It's not as if we always have our Byakugan active. As it is, my clan tends to avoid using them out in public out of courtesy to the villagers' privacy. Using them in the Hokage's tower? That wouldn't even be tolerated. The possibility that one of us would notice some secret that we shouldn't is just too great. Without his Byakugan, my father shouldn't be much of a danger. At least that's a relief. She smirked. Don't think that means he'll just trust us though. He's even more stubborn and rigid now than when you got to know him a few years from now. He was worse. Sora asked skeptically. I wouldn't say he was worse. He was just, well, colder I suppose. More distant. The death of my mother was hard on him, but it wasn't until the death of my uncle that he completely closed himself off and threw himself into managing the Hyuga's affairs. He did start to change after the Chunin exams, though I never really found out why. Nijinizan told me he spoke to my father shortly after his match, so I suppose, Naomi stopped and smiled to herself, and I'm starting to get carried away now. Sorry, I've always been curious about it. Anyway, the point is that you don't need to worry, but you still shouldn't let your guard down with, she cut herself off with a frown. Sora looked at her for a few moments and groaned when she continued to stare in the direction of the village. It's them again, isn't it? Naomi's frown deepened as she nodded. There's a few ninja in Anbu masks skulking around the village entrance. I think they're the same ones as usual. DMN, he swore. You'd think they'd be tired of finding out nothing new by now. Why the hell can't Danzo leave us alone? That's what happens when you go and help kill one of the 7 swordsmen and a spy for Orochimaru, Naruto, Naomi reminded him. Powerful people notice. Just be happy they don't know anything important, otherwise they'd try to look for us every day. That doesn't mean it's not annoying and an unnecessary risk. He sighed. At least they didn't try to look for us before we went to train this time. I guess I'll just ask the old man about it when we see him. I suppose it can't hurt, Naomi agreed. At that, Naomi released her Byakugan and they walked into the clearing surrounding the village entrance. The pair quickly greeted the village guards and walked inside, heading in the direction of the Hokage's tower while also taking care to keep track of anyone who might be following them. Ah! Naomi spoke up suddenly. There's Kurenai-san over there. I'm going to go say hi, why don't you go on ahead? It shouldn't take too long. Sure, I'll see you at the tower, Sora promised. He took a moment to watch as Naomi walked over to greet her former teacher. He cracked a smile at the sight then continued on his way. Should I lace the illusion into sound? Kurenai pursed her lips as she considered the current page of her notebook. No, that could backfire on allies too easily. Wonder. Hi there, Kurenai-san, a voice suddenly interrupted. Kurenai glanced up from the small book she was writing in. Oh, hey Naomi-san. She looked back at the book, jotted down a few more notes, then closed it. I didn't expect to run into you anytime soon. Don't you usually go off to train around this time? Sora and I have some business to take care of at the tower, so we finished up a little early, she explained. What do you have there? Kurenai brightened and held her notebook out for her friend to get a better look. Just a hobby, I guess you could call it. Sometimes I have interesting ideas about new genjutsu I might be able to make, so I write them down and try to work them out in my spare time. It doesn't always pan out, she shrugged, but every once in a while I can cobble together something usable. Ah, I see. Sounds sort of fun. Kurenai chuckled. When it works it can be, though it can get really frustrating. Actually, would you like to take a look? She said, offering the woman the notebook. It's not often that I get the chance to talk high-level genjutsu theory with someone. My teacher always said it was an underappreciated art. Naomi grinned, taking the proffered book. Now let me take a look. Naomi began to flip through the pages. Not bad. Ah, this one looks promising. Let's see here. She suddenly stopped short, staring at a single page. Kurenai frowned. Is something wrong? She asked, coming around to look over Naomi's shoulder. Oh, that one. I'm still not sure if that's even possible, but it's such an interesting idea that I keep toying with it. It doesn't really matter. I doubt I'd ever use something like that anyway. Naomi stayed silent. Kurenai looked at her with concern. Are you all right? Naomi shook her head. I apologize, I'm fine. I just blanked out for a moment is all. She returned the book and smiled. I think some of these ideas look really promising. Maybe we can work together on a couple together. I'd like that. Hey, if you're free later, do you want to? I'll see you later. Kurenai held out her hand. Hey, wait a second. I wanted to ask. She trailed off, watching futilely as the woman hurried away. Okay, well, bye, I guess. She shrugged and opened her book again. Naomi forced herself to keep an even pace as she walked towards the Hokage's tower. Arriving at her destination, she nodded curtly as she brushed past the door guards, then immediately proceeded to look for a secluded area. Finding an empty hallway, she slumped against the nearest wall, closing her eyes and letting out the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding in. She bowed her head. So you'd been playing with that idea for that long, sensei? Unbidden, a string of images began to flash through her mind. Violence, fear, chaos, so much death. She scrubbed a hand over her face as she desperately fought to push the memories away. Get a grip, Hinata, Naomi chastised herself. You've gotten past this already, remember? It was hard. It had been a long time since Naomi had allowed herself anything more than a passing thought on the events of that day. Though she no longer felt any guilt over what had happened, it wasn't a time she enjoyed thinking about. It took her a few moments, but she was finally able to calm her nerves and pull herself together. She let out a long sigh as she pushed herself off of the wall. She had neither the time nor the desire to dwell on the past. After taking a few more seconds to steady herself, Naomi left the empty hallway. She moved briskly through the tower, skirting around any visitors or staff as she worked her way to the upper floors. As she reached the Hokage's office, she stopped briefly to speak with the receptionist. After the receptionist announced her presence, she was allowed inside. "Welcome, Naomi-san," Sarutobi greeted, reactivating his office's privacy seals as she walked inside. The Hokage smiled kindly from behind his desk. He seemed to be in relatively good spirits, despite the subject of the meeting that was going to be held within the hour. For his part, Sora was leaning against a wall of the office with his arms folded. He also had a gigantic grin plastered across his face, which from Naomi's experience meant that either something good had happened or that her husband was about to give her a headache. "Hokage-sama," she bowed. "I apologize for taking so long." The man waved away her concerns, chuckling, "It's perfectly fine. And there's certainly no need for such formality with me," he added. The edge of her mouth ticked upwards. "Old habits, you can thank my father for that." "Anyway, you got here just in time," Sora interjected. The old man was just saying that. He paused as they made eye contact. "Are you all right, Hinata?" "I just saw something I didn't expect to," she shook her head. "It's nothing to worry about," she assured him. He frowned but didn't press her any further. The Hokage cleared his throat. "I was just telling him that I'm promoting the both of you to Chunin, effective immediately. Your probationary status will last until a little while after the Chunin exams end, but it's been long enough that promoting you two past Genin won't raise any questions. Besides, I concluded that it was time you two were given a rank beyond that of your present-day selves." Sora's expression brightened visibly. "Isn't it great? We finally get to be Chunin." Naomi failed to suppress a giggle. "That's nice, Naruto." He deflated at that. "You aren't excited, are you?" "Well, considering the fact that I ran the closest thing we had to ANBU until we came back in time, and also that I passed the Chunin exams over 10 years ago." She tapped her chin in mock thought. "No, not really." "Well, I'm happy about it at least," he groused. "And I'm happy that you're finally getting promoted past Genin." "It took you long enough," she teased. Naomi noticed Sarutobi looking at her quizzically, eyebrow raised. "Did you say ANBU? A leader even?" he mused. "I can see how your skill set would make you an obvious choice, but that still seems unlike me." Naomi smiled, shaking her head. "It is. I led the closest that we had to ANBU, not the ANBU that you know. We completed the same sorts of missions, but when everyone you assassinate or sabotage is working for the side that wants to end the world, things are a lot less gray than they would be for the ANBU of this time. Besides," she added, "I wasn't always the only one. There were a handful of people leading separate special ops groups when I first took a command. But over the years, as some of the leaders got picked off, the groups consolidated together. One day I suddenly found myself as the last one left with everyone looking to me for guidance, so I sort of just took charge of anyone that was still left." She shrugged. "It wasn't the best way to receive a promotion, but I did the best I could. To be honest, I doubt I'd make a very good addition to the ANBU as you know them. I may have the skill, but I'm not really the ANBU type. Anyway," she continued, "that's enough about me. I'm assuming you didn't call us here solely for the sake of a simple promotion." "Indeed," he confirmed, leaning forward to focus on Sora. "But first, I believe Sora-san was about to ask me something before you came in?" Sora nodded and then glanced over at Naomi. "I was about to ask him about Danzo," he explained. You did say you wanted to ask about him," she remembered. Sarutobi rubbed his eyes and took a moment to prepare and light his pipe. "I'd feared as much. He's finally started to give you trouble, has he?" Sora gave him a puzzled look. "Wait, you knew this would happen?" "I know Danzo," Sarutobi told them. "Though I neglected to tell you, I've been masking your importance from him since you arrived. You were bound to catch his attention sooner or later, however." Hiruzen took a moment to look each of the pair in the eye. "Now that Danzo has taken an interest in you both, you must be cautious. In his eyes you are unknowns, either potential tools to exploit or enemies to rid himself of. So there's nothing else you can do about him then, Hokage-sama?" Naomi asked. The Hokage smiled grimly. Beyond killing him? I'm afraid not, Sora snorted. From what I know about that you should have killed him years ago, old man. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to kill you yet. Oh, he has tried. A few times actually, Hiruzen chuckled. I thought you knew that already. Sora stared dumbfounded at the Hokage. What the hell? Old man, you can't be serious. I know you try to avoid killing, but how can you just laugh something like off? The situation is complicated, the man admitted. Complicated enough to let him try to kill you multiple times? Just kill him, Sora insisted. Hell, I'll kill him if you want me to, but don't just let him get away with something like this. The Hokage gave them both a look that made it clear the topic wasn't up for debate. Do not take me for a soft-hearted fool, Naruto. If circumstances allowed it, Danzo would either be imprisoned or dead by now. I am not naive enough to think he deserves any more chances. Hiruzen sighed and his expression softened. You may have led an army, but you have a long way to go before you understand how best to lead a village full of people with differing agendas. It sounds a little like clan politics, Naomi whispered. The Hyuga had other concerns by the time I was in charge, but infighting was a constant problem that my father was forced to deal with. Konoha can be much the same, Hiruzen confirmed. How best to explain? You see, Danzo was once one of my closest friends. Even after I'd first become Hokage, he was one of my most trusted advisors. Too trusted in hindsight. Somehow, Danzo changed in the years after my appointment. He grew colder and more ruthless, obsessed with strengthening Konoha, whatever the cost. He made many questionable decisions during that time, decisions I turned a blind eye to, mistakenly believing. He was still the man I had been friends with. However, once he gave the order for Itachi to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan behind my back, I finally realized how far he'd fallen. I lost faith in him completely and ordered his root division disbanded. From what little I can gather on his current activities though, it appears that he has kept the group active despite my orders. I assume you too came into contact with them at some point. Sora nodded. I'm not surprised. Regardless, partially because I tolerated him for far too long and partially because there are many others besides Danzo who share in his beliefs on how to best strengthen the village, Danzo is now, without a doubt, the second most powerful person in this village, at least politically speaking. At this point, he's too entrenched for me to simply have him removed. This has made the entire situation concerning what to do about him quite difficult. The Hokage took a moment to take a long draw from his pipe. But none of this really concerns either of you. Danzo is my problem, not yours. He looked over at Sora's dark expression and shook his head. Don't worry, Sora-san. Despite the terrible things Danzo's capable of, he truly is trying to make the village a better place. The old fool is just so proud that he can't accept that even if he did become Hokage, aside from the hardliners, most of the village would refuse to follow him. In all honesty, Danzo is more of a threat to me than to the actual village itself. That doesn't really make me feel any better, old man. Still, it's the best I can offer, unfortunately. Nevertheless, I will continue to keep him out of your affairs as much as possible. But as I said before, please be careful. I doubt he'll resort to doing anything too drastic against you, but I'd rather not find out whether or not I'm correct. We understand, Naomi told him. Good, the Hokage nodded. Now before we move on to why I wanted to speak with you too, is there anything else either of you would like to ask? Neither of the two said a word. Very well. Hiruzen steepled his fingers together and eyed the pair carefully. You see, over the past month you've provided me with a great deal of information on my former pupil's plans. Now I cannot overstate how helpful you two have been in this regard, but I'd still like to learn even more if it's at all possible. With that in mind, I realize that while we've discussed the coming invasion at length, we haven't taken much time to discuss Orochimaru's activities during the actual exams themselves beyond a few of the broad strokes. I decided it would be best that I ask about this before our meeting with the others puts things into motion. Sora stared up at the ceiling. Yeah, he sighed. I was planning to bring that up earlier, but since what little I know doesn't really have an effect on the invasion, I kept pushing it off. The Hokage raised an eyebrow. What happened? Well, the short version is that Orochimaru ambushed my team during the second part of the exam in the Forest of Death. I'm not 100% certain, but I think it was to test Sasuke. We all survived, he said at the look of concern coming from the third, but Orochimaru still managed to put a cursed seal on Sasuke. Sarutobi's brow furrowed. And from your expression I'm guessing that Sasuke-kun will make a different choice than Anko-san did. A couple months after the invasion he nearly killed Naruto and joined Orochimaru. Naomi cut in. The idiot thought it would improve his chances of getting revenge on his brother. Sasuke wasn't trying to kill me. Sora protested. If he was, then I would have died right then. That doesn't excuse. The Hokage held up a hand to forestall the argument and Naomi bit back her words. He nodded for Sora to continue. Anyway, Sora continued, it's an easy fix. I'll just stop Orochimaru from ever putting the seal on Sasuke in the first place. Problem solved. I've already thought of a few ideas. Naomi listened as Sora continued to go through his plan. Truthfully, she'd been expecting this exact course of action out of her husband for some time. When they'd first come back to the past, she actually might have agreed with him, but as time went on, the more she considered the idea, the more certain she became that shielding Sasuke during the exam was a mistake. She steeled herself. No, she interrupted, shaking her head. Huh. Sora looked over at her in confusion. Saving Sasuke, she insisted. It's a mistake. He stared open-mouthed at her. What do you mean, it's a mistake? Naomi narrowed her eyes. I meant exactly what I said. Saving Sasuke from getting a curse seal? It's a mistake. How could you possibly think that? Sora spluttered. Is it because you think it's dangerous to interfere too much? Look, I know stopping Orochimaru from using the seal on him is going pretty far, but it's not as if he actually really used it during the invasion. I know that. Besides, since you killed Kimimaro already, we can't be certain of everything anymore anyway. Then what? You don't think it's right to take his choices from him? She scoffed. After all we've been through, do you honestly think I'm naive enough to care about whether or not forcing people to not make stupid choices is morally right? Then why? He demanded. Why do you want to force our friend through that? Because he's dangerous, she yelled. I know you never completely trusted him after he came back, but you aren't being fair. I'm being realistic. He gave both of his eyes to save me. After trying to kill you. And just think. All he needed to come to his senses was for the world to end. She gave a humorless bark of laughter. How can you not see it, Naruto? Whatever you might think, Sasuke-kun has shown he'd gladly betray us for any opportunity that might help him kill his brother. He deserves a chance to prove himself, Sora ground through grated teeth. To avoid the mistakes he might make. The ones he told me himself that he'll come to regret. And I want to give him that chance. I'll admit that you're right, I don't fully trust Sasuke-kun and I never will. But make no mistake, Naruto, I don't want for Sasuke-kun to have to go through that again. I just refuse to pretend he suddenly isn't a threat. If you protect him from Orochimaru, do you really think that would solve all his problems? What's to stop Madara from tempting him earlier this time? Or anyone else for that matter? No, Sasuke-kun has to be made to make his choice. Not because I think it will make him a better person or that it's the moral thing to do, but because we can't really trust his intentions otherwise. Before Sora had a chance to respond, the Hokage finally spoke up. She has a point, Naruto, he said, switching to Sora's real name. Sora whirled around to face him. Old man, you can't possibly agree with her. We can't just abandon Sasuke. Hinata-san isn't suggesting you abandon Sasuke-kun, far from it. If what I've heard is accurate, then letting Sasuke-kun actually face his demons may very well be better for him in the long run than simply sheltering him from having to make any choice at all. Sora fumed silently. Just when it looked like he was about to speak again, there was a knock on the Hokage's door. The entire atmosphere of the room changed as everyone put on a neutral mask. To an outsider, it would appear as if there had never been any argument at all. Sora looked over at her. Later he mouthed. Then he turned towards the door. The door opened and a man walked inside, eyes shut as he tried to stifle a yawn. You ready, Hiruzen? Nara Shikaku asked. I get the feeling this is going to be more troublesome than usual. As he opened his eyes, he stopped short at the sight of Sora and Naomi. Immediately the man's demeanor changed. His eyes seemed to sharpen into a look that was coldly calculating as a crafty smile slid onto his face. Well, it looks like you were holding out on me, Hiruzen. Maybe this won't be as boring as I thought. Shikaku sat back in his chair and took a moment to relax, watching the others begin to file out of the room. Overall, the meeting had gone about as well as could be expected. Incomprehension and fear that the village would soon come under attack during the Chunin exam, insistence that the leaf should immediately attack the sand and burn the village to the ground by some of the more hawkish members present, and general skepticism towards the two Chunin who had supposedly discovered the information in the first place. All things considered though, it could have gone worse. The Hokage was right to keep the meeting small. It might limit their ability to prepare, but at least any plans they did make weren't likely to be leaked. Sora was the last to leave, his wife having left just moments before. He seemed to sense Shikaku's curiosity, pausing to look at the commander as he stood in the doorway. Sora, Naomi called, hurry up, we're going to be late. I'm coming, Sora said. The man gave Shikaku one final glance, then left. Sarutobi began to gather up various papers and reports. So, he asked. So what? You always have something to say. I imagine today is no different. The corner of Shikaku's mouth twitched upward in amusement. Even if everything goes smoothly and we win, this is going to be a huge mess. Helpful as always, I see. I'm only stating the obvious, he pointed out. Sarutobi sighed. I know. He finished cleaning his desk and met Shikaku's eyes. You know that wasn't all I was asking about though. You mean the two new ninja you let into the village and whose paperwork you forged? To his credit, Hiruzen didn't even bother to deny it. In fact, he'd probably been expecting Shikaku to discover that much. The Hokage raised an eyebrow expectantly. Shikaku shrugged. I'm the Jonin commander. I make it my business to keep track of any shinobi in the village. Especially when my Hokage first describes them as the two who managed to put all my guards under a genjutsu, place a seal over my office, and would have been the strongest assassins I'd have faced in years if they'd attacked me. Fair enough. I assume you corrected whatever holes you found in the Uzumaki's paper trail. Of course, Shikaku confirmed. I'm the only one who noticed anything was wrong with it. Good. Thank you, Shikaku. Please keep an eye out to make sure it stays that way. As for their entrance, of sorts, just be glad that it was someone friendly who exposed holes in our security. That's the issue though, Hiruzen. How can you be so sure those two are friends of the village? Hell, if you had mentioned those details to anyone else who came to this meeting, there would have been calls for imprisonment at the very least. Which is one of the reasons why you're the only person I've told. Even if I hadn't, we both know you'd have come to me asking about them for some reason or another. Probably, Shikaku admitted, but that still doesn't answer my question. Why do you trust them? I know you wouldn't forge documents and streamline the immigration process for someone who's just broken into your office. You aren't that trusting. Technically, they didn't break into my office. Shikaku gave him a look. The old man pushed himself out of his seat and turned to stare down at the village out of the window. It's not every day an S-class ninja asks to join your village with no strings attached. That day I got two. I made an exception. S-class? Shikaku shook his head. It doesn't matter, I'll take your word for it. Anyway, that's because that never happens. Someone like that comes along? There's always a catch. Besides, even if there wasn't, them being stronger should make you more cautious, not generous. And that's not even taking into consideration whatever connection they had with Orochimaru that let them conveniently discover invasion plans. You don't honestly think that explanation will be enough to convince me, do you? Sarutobi looked back, the ghost of a smile on his face. I suppose not, but you can't blame me for trying, can you? Still, you never really answered my question. Tell me, what was your impression of those two? Shikaku considered him carefully. Strong, he said at last. I could tell that much even before you said they were S-class. Clever and hard to read too, the woman especially. Except for one thing. It was just a feeling, so I don't think anyone else noticed, but something about the way she seemed to look at Hayashi during the meeting still seems off to me. I just can't pin down exactly what it was. Anyway, there's something different about those two, Hiruzen. I can tell that much, even without you giving me the specifics. The others suspect something too, they have to. You've put so much trust in them so quickly that it's almost painfully obvious there's a secret you're hiding. Having the correct paperwork won't solve that. I know, but I can't see much of a way to avoid that. The Hokage seemed to hesitate for a moment, then said, and to your earlier question, Shikaku, well, I must admit I can't explain my exact reasons for trusting them. Not right now, he shook his head. Suffice it to say, though, that there truly aren't any conditions attached to their help. We both can trust them. I'd stake the future of the village on it. Shikaku was surprised by the answer. Strong words. Coming from Hiruzen, he thought, whatever explanation he's hiding from me must be DMN convincing. Then a cold, sinking sensation settled in his gut as a realization came to him. That wasn't just a figure of speech, was it? Hiruzen turned away to stare back out of the window. Orochimaru's attack on the village. Tell me the truth, Hiruzen, is that even the main threat we have to worry about? Again, Sarutobi didn't answer. Shikaku cursed softly. Of course not. What happened to living out your twilight years in peace? Just how many more crises are you planning on making me deal with, old man? The Hokage chuckled dryly. I apologize that you'll be forced to do some actual work, Shikaku. Just try to focus on the invasion for now. After that, you'll have plenty of time to worry about the future. Right. I'll make sure the correct preparations are made. I'm not certain exactly how much I can get done without drawing any attention, but I'll do what I can. Shikaku began to leave, but a thought occurred to him and he stopped in front of the door. Hiruzen, he asked. You said I'll have time to worry about the future after the invasion. Don't you mean we? There was a tense minute of silence before the Hokage finally said, Goodbye, Shikaku. Don't forget to keep me updated. Shikaku nodded, then finally left the room, closing the door lightly behind him. He sighed. This is going to be such a pain, he muttered. The man began to make his way towards his own office. Considered investigating the Uzumakis on his own, then quickly discarded the idea. If Hiruzen trusted Sora and Naomi that much, then the least Shikaku could do was give them some breathing room. He'd leave the pair their secrets, at least for the time being. Besides, now wasn't the time for Shikaku to satisfy his curiosity. If there was to be a battle soon, then he had plans to make. Kakashi watched as wind slowly began to wrap itself around Asuma's knife, a look of intense concentration on the man's face. Don't try to hold it there, Sora advised. You won't be able to control it very well. Just use your chakra to guide the wind onto the blade, then release it towards target. Asuma slashed his blade, releasing the pent-up wind and shooting it outward and into a nearby tree, leaving a large gash where the attack had hit. Sora grinned. Not bad for a first try. Asuma frowned. That was surprisingly easy. I know, right? Everyone is always so focused on either ignoring wind completely and just channeling chakra into a blade, or struggling to control it enough for them to be able to blast huge gusts of wind at their opponent. Sora took out one of his own knives and channeled a bit of wind around it. Both have their uses, but people rarely think to try something in the middle, give the wind a little push to help direct its path, without trying to control it fully. For this sort of thing, chakra blades are about the best anyone can manage in a real fight, but you'd be surprised how useful this one technique can be. I'd never thought about trying to work with wind chakra that way, Asuma admitted, but it makes sense. I guess it's not that surprising there's so little diversity among wind techniques though. Since there are barely any ninja with the affinity in the first place, there aren't that many people to experiment with it. Well, not that many who would share what they've learned at least, he added. Actually, before you moved into Konoha, I didn't even know anyone else in the village who had it. Really? Sorest. Who taught you then? No one. I just used some of the older scrolls in the library for the basics and taught myself the rest. The same as me then. Sora hesitated for a second and seemed to get a faraway look in his eyes. Well, almost the same. Someone did give me a short lesson when I first learned my affinity. The man looked back at Asuma. Anyway, I'm honored to help, Asuma-san. It's the least I can do. Was there anything else you were curious about? You've helped me more than enough, Sora-san, Asuma chuckled. Unless of course you wanted to teach me that ridiculous wind movement technique of yours. Sora paused, thinking for a moment, then shrugged in helplessness. I don't think I could teach it to you even if I wanted to. Even Naomi only sort of understands it, and I've tried to explain it to her a bunch of times. Suddenly a gust of wind blasted around them, and within the blink of an eye Sora had moved a meter to the side. You just sort of ride the wind? He tried. Asuma raised a hand. Relax, I was just joking. I'm happy that you were generous enough to show me what you already have. Generous, huh? Sora murmured. I'd almost forgotten how it was. Kakashi frowned. That's how it's always been though. Even among those in the leaf, most people have always been careful about sharing their more advanced techniques with others. Well, if you ever want to talk technique again, just let me know. That's the best thing about the wind nature, Sora mused, raising a hand. You can pull off almost anything you can think of, so long as you have the control and chakra reserves to handle it. A slight breeze began to pick up around them. The wind shifted, moving in Sora's direction. Asuma whistled. DMN. Kakashi looked closely and realized that the air seemed to cling around Sora's hand, almost like a second skin. After a few moments, Sora let out a deep breath and the wind dissipated. Did you just? Kakashi ventured. He controlled the wind and wrapped it around his hand. Asuma confirmed. It's definitely more than I'm capable of. Sora waved him off, already looking a little fatigued. It's less impressive than you think. It takes an insane amount of chakra to do even that much, so it's not all that useful in a fight. He grinned. I always thought it looked cool though. That's too bad. If you were able to control wind like that in combat. Asuma shook his head. Well, I know I wouldn't want to be the one to fight you. He glanced over at Kakashi. Have you ever seen anything like that before? Kakashi shrugged. Not really. The closest I can think of are the rumors about the Raikage's lightning armor. Lightning alone would be hard enough to control to that degree, but wind. Sora smirked. Says the man with the magic eye? I'd say the ability to just steal people's techniques is better than some parlor trick. Well, I'm the copy ninja. That's sort of what I do. His friend rolled his eyes. I always thought that was a terrible nickname. And I'm assuming you have an amazing one that you're just dying to share. A smile slid onto Sora's face. I thought you'd never ask. Suddenly a voice boomed from across the clearing. Kakashi, Suma, we're training your students over here. When exactly were you idiots planning to be responsible and do your jobs? Kakashi looked over to see Kurenai glaring at their small group. He blinked, momentarily stunned. Oh right, the training. I forgot. This was your idea, Kakashi. How could you forget about it? Sora chided. Don't bother, Sora-san. Asuma rubbed his eyes. The rest of us gave up on using logic with Kakashi years ago. Let's just go before she gets any angrier, he advised, beginning to walk over. Asuma was the one who wanted to walk off and learn wind techniques. Kakashi reminded them, I just came to watch. Asuma shook his head. What did we miss, Kurenai? He asked as they arrived. Kurenai raised an eyebrow at the man with a look of exasperation, but after realizing that he honestly didn't know the situation, she just sighed. She swept her arm in the direction of the clearing that Asuma, Kakashi, and her own students had been training in. It hadn't been going well. The teachers had agreed to have all 9 of their students spar with either a single one of them or the Uzumakis, who would take the fight relatively seriously. The plan had been to teach them how to react in a situation similar to the one Kakashi's own students had faced during their trip to Wave. Currently they were up against Naomi in their 3rd fight of the day. Unfortunately, it didn't look like any of the students had realized that the true point of the exercise was to try to work together to run away and survive, not to try and win. And if half rumors I've heard about the Kazekage's children are true, Kakashi noted, then my students will need to learn to swallow their pride. Especially Naruto and Sasuke. Naomi's turn was taking the longest by far, but only because she seemed completely disinterested in actually trying to end the session. The woman was lounging against a tree, occasionally making hand signs as she watched an odd sort of chaos play out in front of her. With the exception of Hinata, who was sprawled at Naomi's feet, the genin all seemed to be caught within her genjutsu. Some of them ran around with looks of terror on their faces, while others kept attacking empty air. The only one who didn't look bothered was Shikamaru, who was lying in the grass with his eyes closed, though Kakashi couldn't tell if he had managed to break the genjutsu or was just trying to ignore it. Hinata escaped the genjutsu relatively quickly thanks to the Byakugan, Kurenai explained. With so many other illusions to control, I doubt Naomi-san could be bothered wasting energy on trying to hinder her very much. But then Hinata tried to stop Naomi-san from maintaining illusions by attacking her. You can see how well that went. Asuma grimaced. It's too bad Guy didn't come. Maybe this would have gone better with his students helping them. Maybe. But it makes sense for Guy to train his team alone. His students have more experience, so he's training them to actually pass the Chunin exams, Kakashi said. After that mess in Wave, I think it's more important for mine to just learn how to survive without me there to protect them. That's a nice sentiment, Kakashi-san, Naomi's voice cut in from across the clearing. However, she made a quick succession of hand seals and the sky suddenly darkened. Fires sprang up all around the woods, blazing in the trees and burning the fields to ash. Where the students were grouped, a swirling inferno surrounded them on all sides, while winged monsters made of living flames swooped down to attack them. Unless your idea of survival includes them being trapped in nightmarish illusions until their enemies get bored of toying with them, I don't think they're getting much out of this exercise right now. Well, I guess that explains why they're panicking so much, Kakashi noted. I'm surprised none of the others have broken out of it yet, Asuma noted. I know they don't have much experience with genjutsu, but it has been a while. A few tried, Naomi said, but I'm probably one of the best genjutsu users you'll ever meet. There's no way a normal genin would be able to break through my illusions by themselves. Besides, as you can see, I've been keeping them distracted. The woman looked over at Kurenai, who nodded back at her. But I suppose that this is more than enough for now, she decided. Naomi lazily held up a hand and snapped her fingers. After a moment, the illusions melted away. A few of the genin tensed, as if expecting some sort of trick, then relaxed. I guess that means Naomi was cut off as Kiba charged towards her, Naruto creating a group of shadow clones as he followed right behind him. The woman effortlessly sidestepped Kiba's wild attack, dropping him with a quick blow to the stomach. She pivoted, grabbing the first Naruto to reach her, then tossed him into the rest of the group, dispersing them all into clouds of smoke. Naomi, immediately deducing the boy's ploy, turned and grabbed the real Naruto, who was trying to sneak up on her. Spinning around, she threw him into Kiba before he could recover. The boys flew across the clearing, slammed into a tree and slumped to the ground in a tangled heap. I win, Naomi finished, dusting off her hands. She eyed the remaining 6 genin. Unless someone else wants to try? None of them spoke. Good. Kakashi glanced over at the groaning Naruto and Kiba, grimacing. You didn't actually expect that to work, did you? I thought she'd finally run out of chakra, Naruto admitted. In a real fight, a stupid illusion wouldn't beat me. We would have won if she hadn't kept using cheap tricks, Kiba complained. Naomi raised an eyebrow. First of all, there's no such thing as cheating in a fight. Either you win, or you don't. Trying to fight fairly will only get you killed. Second, don't underestimate genjutsu illusions. You'd be surprised how little reality seems to matter when it feels like your skin feels like it's melting. Be happy the worst you got were some monsters. And third, she gave Kiba a flat look, even if I hadn't used genjutsu, you still would have lost. There would have just been more bruises. Basically, she's saying you're both idiots, a voice drawled. Shikamaru climbed to his feet and stretched. What? Kiba and Naruto yelled, beginning to argue. Naomi ignored their bickering, kneeling to check on Hinata while Kurenai dragged Asuma along to lecture the students on how to better deal with genjutsu. Yet another show of genjutsu, Kakashi mused. Naomi-san's good, I'll give her that, but for someone who's supposed to be a taijutsu specialist, She doesn't seem to use taijutsu very much. Maybe it's not something she wants to show us. Or maybe I'm just overthinking things. He glanced over at Sora. Considering the situation that forced Sora to use the Rasengan, I doubt I'll get an answer anytime soon. Not that I have the time to worry about it right now anyway. He sighed. Not going as well as you'd hoped, is it? Sora noted once everyone was out of earshot. Kakashi shook his head. I'd expected them to try to win the first match, maybe the second, but this is getting ridiculous. I'd hoped getting beaten into the ground a few times would be a convincing way to teach them that it's acceptable to retreat sometimes, but I suppose we'll have to spell it out for them. My students at the very least should have learned that lesson from their experience in Wave. It's only natural, they are going to take the Chunin exams in a couple weeks. Of course they want to pass. Maybe giving them the choice to take the exam was a mistake, Kakashi wondered. His friend shrugged. Well, there's no taking it back now. You won't be able to stop Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun at any rate. Besides, who knows how many more chances they'll have to do something like this. I've heard the test can be dangerous, but compared to the real world. He trailed off. I just get the feeling that guy we ran into in Wave isn't going to be the last strong opponent any of us face. And they can use all the experience they can get for when that time comes. I know, Kakashi finished. It looks like all we can do for now is keep preparing them. And hope that'll be enough to keep them all alive. Kakashi paused. So, he began switching topics. What are you and Naomi-san fighting about? Sora tensed. I don't know what you're talking about. You've barely said a word to each other the entire afternoon. He added. You're imagining things. Want my advice? No. Kakashi shrugged. It's almost a little strange. From what I've seen, you two hardly ever get worked up about anything. It's like the things regular people worry about barely even register for you. Makes me wonder what happened in the past that you're always lying about for you to be that way. Sora flashed him a look of warning. He chuckled. My point is, whatever you're fighting about, just try to remember Naomi-san is only trying to do what she thinks is best, just like you are. I know that, but, thanks. I appreciate the thought. Sora shook his head. Not that we're fighting. Of course not. You'd better be careful, Kakashi. Keep talking like this and people might start to think you're capable of being reasonable sometimes. Who? Me? Kakashi asked innocently. The man reached into his satchel and pulled out a book. Never. Hinata slowly trudged in the direction of her home. She had just finished listening to Kurenai go over everything that she and her team had done wrong during their training exercise. It had been a long lecture. She groaned, rubbing her throbbing jaw that still ached from where Naomi had hit her earlier. Hinata knew that her teacher meant well, but it seemed pointless to her. All that their latest exercise seemed to do was reinforce that fact that she wasn't ready for the Chunin exam. She felt like she'd been practically useless the entire time. Even against Naomi's genjutsu, where everyone should have been able to rely on her, she had failed, getting knocked out of the fight almost immediately. Hinata didn't know which was worse, how disappointed she was in herself or how embarrassed she felt at her failure. I wish Naruto didn't have to see me like that, the girl thought morosely. As she turned a corner, she froze, eyes widening, as she noticed Naruto walking along happily with Sora and Naomi. A small squeak escaped her lips before she scampered backwards and out of sight. What are they doing here? Hinata peeked around the corner again, watching them for a few long moments. She felt the tug of longing. Maybe I should talk to them? She wondered. No, I've already made enough of a fool out of myself in front of Naruto-kun for one day. Sighing, the girl closed her eyes. I'd better go home before Naruto-kun notices me. He'd think I was weird watching him like this. Not that this would be the first time. She opened her eyes, taking one last look at the scene, then frowned. Wait, wasn't? Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about that, a voice called out from above. Hinata jumped, stumbling back in surprise, looking up to see Naomi grinning from her perch on an awning. That boy is, if nothing else, rather oblivious to his surroundings. The girl stammered. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Not a problem, Naomi slid down in front of her. Naturally, I'm certain you were just about to come over to say hi. It is the polite thing to do after all. I was just so excited to see you, I couldn't help but come over first. Weiss, naturally. She glanced around, desperately searching for an escape. Unfortunately, my father is expecting me for training, so if you would please excuse me. Hinata trailed off, turning to walk away. Just as she took her first step, she felt something tugging at the hood of her coat. I'm certain Hayashi-sama won't mind too much. Today is your day off from training after all. You must have forgotten what day it was, an honest mistake. She turned back to face the woman, futilely trying to mask her embarrassment. Howdy, Hinata shook her head. I mean, of course, my mistake. Naomi's smile softened. Part of being a ninja is knowledge and secrets. I know more than you might guess, Hinata-san. Even without Naomi saying it, Hinata knew there was truth to the woman's words. It was more than simple knowledge, however. Hinata sensed understanding. Understanding of her fears and of the weight on her shoulders. When Hinata spoke to Kurenai, she felt an empathy and kindness that she appreciated beyond words. But her teacher could never truly understand the expectations of her father and clan, expectations she felt were constantly crushing her into the ground. Naomi, though, somehow Naomi understood. Hinata wasn't quite sure why, but she was certain of that much. There was something that bothered her, though. While the woman always seemed pleasant and courteous, Hinata couldn't shake off the notion that there was something lurking behind her amiable demeanor, something the girl couldn't quite discern. It was almost as if just the sight of Hinata bothered Naomi. Sometimes the girl sensed a hint of frustration, similar to what she had come to expect from her father when he expressed disappointment in her strength. Mostly, though, Hinata thought she felt sadness, perhaps even a little envy from the woman. Or maybe it's just my imagination, Hinata thought. She has been kinder to me than I deserve. Naomi pet her head to the side, though I'll admit I don't know why you're staring at me like that. Embarrassed once again, Hinata waved her hands in front of her in apology. I'm sorry, Tsuhami-san, I was just lost in thought. Naomi winked at her. Ah, well, I can guess what you were thinking about. Or perhaps I should say who you were thinking about, she said, glancing in the direction of where Naruto was. Hinata felt her face begin to turn red. No. I wasn't. What do why you mean? I don't know what you're talking about, the girl sputtered. You're rather unconvincing, you do know that? Hinata tried to form a response, but couldn't find the words. Giving up, she let out a long sigh. Am I really that obvious? Naomi was visibly trying and failing to stifle a laugh. Yes. Yes, you are. Naruto must think I'm a freak then. Oh, he doesn't know. But you just said. I said you were obvious. That doesn't mean Naruto-kun isn't a fool. As I said, he is rather oblivious. The girl felt a twinge of anger at the comment. No, he's not. He's kind and the bravest person I've ever met. Hinata's eyes widened at her outburst. Hurriedly she covered up her mouth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Naomi gently placed a hand on the girl's head, playfully ruffling her hair. Never apologize for speaking your mind. But you misunderstand. I didn't mean that as an insult. Even so, that does not mean that Naruto-kun isn't a bit of a fool. Hinata started to open her mouth to protest, but Naomi silenced her with a hand. No person is perfect. My husband, he is reckless, lacks common sense, and drives me crazy with his stubbornness. The woman beamed at her, but he's also undyingly loyal, would do anything to protect people, is a genius fighter and can befriend practically anyone. He is, without a doubt, the best person I have and will ever meet. What you must understand, Hinata-san, is that love requires you to understand and accept a person, faults and all. Without that, what you're left with is infatuation, or worse, idolization. She poked Hinata in the forehead, and since you barely even know Naruto-kun, what you're experiencing right now is better defined as a crush, not love. The girl swatted Naomi's hand away, feeling angry and a little betrayed. You're wrong, she choked out. I do know Naruto-kun and I love him. He makes me want to be a better person, she huffed. I do love him, don't I? Naomi rubbed her eyes. No, I'm sorry, I'm not saying this well, am I? I didn't mean I'm not trying to upset you or belittle your feelings. The point is that love comes with time and knowing a person. And like I said, whether you want to admit it or not, you barely know Naruto-kun. So why don't you try doing something about that? God knows he'll never notice otherwise. Hinata was taken aback. She wasn't used to receiving advice like this, even from Kurenai. The girl still wasn't sure she agreed with the older woman's statements, but she understood now that she was trying to help. And Hinata did want to spend more time with Naruto. But it's so hard. She felt herself retreating into the safety of her shell. Pressing her fingers together, she said, "I don't know, what if he doesn't like me?" Naomi rolled her eyes. "As adorable as your insecurities are, I need you to recognize that they're holding you back, and not just from your relationships. Your lack of confidence will only get in your way. Better to solve it now than when your team needs you on the battlefield." I wish I could be as strong as you are." As soon as Hinata saw the dark cloud that overtook Naomi's expression, she regretted her words. No, you don't." Naomi paused for a long moment. "Sensei, she once told me that power came at a price. And she was right. The price she paid." The woman shook her head. For most people, they simply think of this in terms of jutsu, techniques, chakra. All of that is true, but there's more to it than that. Time, work, there are any number of prices one might pay, some worse than others. My price was experience. My pain, losses, my friends, my family. Trust me when I tell you it wasn't worth it. I would gladly give up all of my ability and skill to see my little sister one last time. She didn't know what to say. In that moment, the woman looked more exhausted than Hinata had ever seen her. She knew Naomi wouldn't appreciate an apology, so she remained silent. Finally, the woman smiled tightly, masking her emotions once more as she looked Hinata straight in the eye. "But that's enough about my demons. The reason I'm telling you these things is because, believe it or not, I was just like you when I was younger. Don't waste years fearing what might happen every time you make a move, because if you don't try at all, you're guaranteed to fail. If you can learn to put a little faith in yourself," Naomi said, her smile gaining a little warmth, "then perhaps you can become stronger and find a little bit of happiness for yourself. Besides," Naomi glanced away sheepishly, "I also happen to think you'd be a cute couple. I don't think I really believe you were as bad as me, and I don't know if I agree with everything else you said, but..." Hinata returned the woman's smile for the first time. "Thank you for believing in me. Maybe I should try. At least try talking to Naruto, that is. That's all I ask." A hint of mischief appeared in Naomi's eye and she grabbed Hinata's hand. "Well then, now that that's decided, you can start by coming to dinner with us," she declared. "Ah, it'll be fun. Just think of it like a date. Oh, and remind me to work stealth into our next training session. Your eavesdropping skills are terrible." Did you just say a date? Hinata felt her cheeks burning. "I didn't agree to that." "I'm just joking," Naomi assured her. "Oh, okay, well it's more like a double date," she teased, beginning to drag Hinata into the street. "There are 4 of us after all." Hinata desperately began trying to pull her hand out of Naomi's grasp. "Why, you're kidding, right? Please tell me you're kidding." "Who knows?" the woman shrugged. "You'll just have to come and see for yourself, I suppose. Actually, I think I've changed my mind. It's late, so I should probably be getting home. Can you let go now, please? Naomi-san? This isn't very nice." "Naomi-san." Naomi casually began humming a tune. "What was that? You're starving? Perfect, me too." "Naomi-san." Hinata slammed against the wall and fell to the ground, doubling over in pain. This wasn't exactly the training I had in mind, she thought. She looked up just in time to see a fist flying towards her and threw herself out of the way. "Faster," Naomi demanded. She dashed towards Hinata again. As she approached, Naomi's hands shot outwards. Hinata grabbed for them and tried to force them apart. A smile slid onto Naomi's face. Hinata felt the arm she was holding fade away into nothingness as a kick flew towards her head. Hinata ducked, but felt the world turn sideways as a leg swept away her feet instead. Hinata's head cracked against the ground and began to swim. I dodged those attacks," she whispered, slowly struggling to her feet. Naomi shrugged. "You didn't dodge anything. All I did was sweep your feet. The rest were genjutsu." You didn't think illusions always needed to be large or scary, did you? Naomi asked, looking at her with amusement. Her eyes widened. That was genjutsu? You can use it like that? Hinata thought with concern. Naomi rushed her again. A fist flew out towards her head and Hinata swayed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Instead, she was hit square in the forehead, snapping her head backwards. Hinata backpedaled, trying to regain her composure. Your hands, the force, the sound, I still feel that. You're really telling me none of that was real? Hinata demanded. Naomi chuckled. Most genjutsu users aren't strong physically. Most taijutsu users are terrible at genjutsu. But if you master more than one of the 3 branches, you'd be surprised what you can do. That is the problem with the Hyuga. So rigid, so stubborn. So focused on their old traditions and techniques they can never think of anything quite that different. It makes them so much weaker. And predictable. I wonder whether you can avoid that trap. Hinata frowned at the criticism, but had to admit Naomi had a point. While her clan was strong, it often was stifled by its traditions. Naomi continued to look at her, seemingly relaxed, as Hinata eyed her warily. Part of her was beginning to regret asking the woman to train her. She was every bit as demanding as her father, if not more so. The main difference was that Naomi appeared to believe Hinata was up to the task. Hinata was grateful Naomi seemed to think she had potential. Unlike her father, she did not focus on Hyuga techniques over all else. The woman pushed her, rather than disparaging or insulting her. The downside was that the training was beginning to hurt. A lot. You're distracted, Naomi noticed. She slammed a fist into Hinata's chest, throwing her backwards again. Don't be. This time Hinata used the wall to spring herself away from Naomi. She activated her Byakugan and began to form hand seals, molding her chakra for the new genjutsu she had been taught. Molten skin, she whispered. Naomi slowed, then grinned at her. Burning skin? Not bad, you are learning. However, it needs to be a bit more intense. Let me show you. She repeated the same skill. Hinata felt her skin erupt into pain. It felt like her entire body was melting. Her eyes might help her see through illusions, but not all of them. Besides, that didn't exactly help get rid of all their sensations. Her legs began to buckle, but she forced her hands together and the genjutsu. The feelings of heat and pain evaporated, but she was still panting and drenched in sweat. I'm impressed you're still on your feet. Naomi appeared in front of her. Still, that was just a distraction, she whispered, raising a kunai to her throat. And now you're dead. I'm not strong enough to beat you, she whimpered, beginning to shiver. Neither is that boy you're always pining after. But he never seems to believe that. Weren't you telling me you respected that will of his? That he never gave up? Dropping the kunai, Naomi spun, throwing a kick out towards her. Hinata somersaulted away. Not as strong Naruto-kun, she admitted. Still, she produced a set of shuriken from her sleeve, throwing them at Naomi. The woman weaved like water around the attack. Perhaps not. But if you aren't? One day he might need you and you'll fail him. And he'll die. Or maybe it'll your teacher. Or your teammates. Or your sister. If I were you, I'd make sure you were strong enough before that happened. Why you don't know that? Hinata snapped, surprised by the fear and anger in her voice. She brought a hand to her mouth, blowing a large gout of flame towards the woman. Oh, but I do, she answered, canceling the attack with a wall of earth. Of all the friends I've had, of all of the family I've had, Sora is the only one left. Do you think that happened? That it was luck? No, I was too weak. Getting stronger. She let the idea hang in the air. Hinata's eyes widened. That's horrible. She whispered. The world is horrible, a voice behind her said. Hinata jumped, and figure of Naomi in front of her dissipated, as another kunai appeared at her throat. And your distraction just led to another death for yourself. Had Naruto been here, and I'd been an enemy, how long do you think he'd last against me? Hinata stilled. Not long, she admitted. Then learn to save him while you still can. You're not showing all you know, are you? No, but I see. But won't bring anyone back to life. Sometimes you only have one chance. Do you want him to die because of you? My own death I could accept. But Naruto-kun's, something snapped within Hinata. No, she yelled. She began to spin, gathering chakra around herself. She knocked the kunai from Naomi's hands and her power began to throw her away, revolving heaven. For the first time, she was able to push Naomi backwards. The woman regained her balance and gave her a reappraising look. Then she rushed forward. Not yet, Hinata thought, I'm not done yet. 8 trigrams. Naomi's eyes widened in surprise. 2 palms, she said, striking out. As her attacks were blocked, she slid around Naomi's side, continuing her attack. 4 palms. Again she was blocked, so she tried to duck under Naomi's guard. 8 palms. Naomi grinned as she blocked again. 16 palms. Hinata finished, finally scoring a hit against Naomi's chest, blocking a tenketsu and sending her sliding away again. For a moment, Naomi didn't move. Then she began to laugh. Good. Very good. That's it. She looked up and gave her a vicious smile. Now let's move this up a level, she said as a pair of lions sprang to life around her fists. What the heck is that? Hinata thought as the woman attacked her once again. Sorry if I was too harsh, Naomi said, patting Hinata on the back as she continued skiing in breaths of air, but you did a good job. Hinata looked up, glaring at the woman. You knocked me across a training room for an hour. Naomi blushed, looking away. Was she actually embarrassed? She cleared her throat. Yes, well, I've never had a student before. She trailed off, and I'm still not used to pulling my punches. Not after, never mind. Hey, I already said sorry. And hey, you were able to use those Hyuga techniques too, weren't you? Have you been able to use them before? No, I haven't. Hinata smiled with amusement. She wasn't used to older women look so frantic. Thank you for that. Naomi nodded vigorously, still looking a bit embarrassed. So, I'm your student now? Naomi froze, then slowly glanced towards her. Call me sensei and I'll throw you off that mountain, she said, side-eyeing her. I'm not old enough to be a teacher yet. You're only a year or 2 younger than Kurenai-sensei though, aren't you? I suppose. Wait, how do you know that? Hinata pointed to her eye. The Byakugan makes it easy to make a good guess. And I know how old sensei is already. Doesn't matter, I'm still younger, she sighed. I'm not ready to be older anyway, she whispered. I'm nothing close to what my own teacher was. Hinata frowned. Well, I don't know who your teacher was, but I think you seem just as responsible and strong as Kurenai-sensei, Naomi-san. Naomi's eyes widened in surprise. You think so? She looked up towards the sky. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, Hinata relaxing as her pain began to ebb. You know, Naomi said. You're stronger than you give yourself credit for, she said. It was Hinata's turn to be surprised. She didn't know what to say. Knowing you, you probably thought I agreed to teach you out of pity. Hinata found herself nodding along, and earned a light smack on the forehead. Ouch. Well, I didn't, Naomi continued, ignoring her. I did it because you have potential. Also, you remind me of myself. Perhaps that's why I'm so hard on you. Hinata's mouth opened, then closed. Had she ever been told she'd had potential before? Perhaps once or twice by Kurenai, but she'd always assumed it was out of kindness. You appreciate the thought. But I'm still nothing like you, Tommy-sen. You're so smart, beautiful and strong. I'm just me. I can't even tell a boy how I feel about him. Naomi actually began to laugh at that, and Hinata felt herself shrink away. But before she could feel worse, Naomi put an arm around her shoulder and pulled her close. Naomi seemed to read her expression and gave her an amused look. I was everything you were when I was your age. Weaker, even, because I hadn't been able to use my clan's techniques like you just did. My father was constantly disappointed in me, my family thought I was a failure, I was shy and I'd barely ever spoken to Sora, even though I had a massive crush on him. Hinata looked at her, unable to hide her disbelief. There's no way. Naomi ruffled her hair. You'd be surprised how much people can change. How much you can change if you believe it's possible. What changed for you? She asked, her curiosity slipping into her voice. Naomi stilled. Life? She answered. Years ago, I tried to protect Sora from someone. Did not go well. We both lived. Barely. But I never forgave myself for not being strong enough when he really needed me. That was my first turning point. And after the constant battles, after seeing my master, friends and family die, well, you either change or you die as well. Like I said earlier, Sora's all I have left. He thinks I get overprotective sometimes, but I can't help it. I'll do whatever I can to keep the one person I have left. The most important person I have. She looked away, though after all these years, sometimes I wonder if the boy I fell in love with even exists anymore. Though I suppose it doesn't matter. The girl I was, the kind girl, that fell in love with him, she disappeared years ago. Hinata looked at her sadly. I'm sorry to hear what you went through. Though I'm not certain I'd want to watch everyone die just to strengthen myself. To change so much in that way just to gain strength. You don't, Naomi said. But that's why I'm here to help you. To make sure you can change without learning things the harder way. She pet her head to the side. Maybe we should start with Naruto. He seems like a good way to motivate you. Talking about him helped you use those techniques after all. Hinata shivered. Talking about him dying, you mean? It worked, didn't it? Naomi shrugged. We could try another date if you want. Hinata's entire face turning a deep crimson. That wasn't a date. Hinata shouted. You literally dragged me against my will and... She looked beside her to see Naomi struggling not to laugh in her face. You enjoy this, don't you? Oh, very much. You have no idea. Hinata let out a deep breath. Maybe we can take it a step at a time for now, she said. Do you really think there's hope for me, Naomi-sen? Well, you already used those techniques. And you haven't stuttered yet this conversation, have you? I haven't, have I? Hinata noticed. Feeling hopeful, Hinata stood up and stretched. Thank you for your help. Truly. Naomi gave her a kind look. Of course, Hinata-sen. Why don't you head home? I think you've done enough for one day. I can teach you some new techniques the next time I help you train. I'd appreciate that, thank you. Then I'll be on my way. She glanced at the woman. Naomi-sensei, she added, before sprinting away. For a moment, Hinata heard only the sound of her own footsteps. Then Naomi began to yell. Get back here so I can throw you off that cliff. Hiruzen drummed his fingers on his desk. He was on edge about the coming battle and did not have the patience for this bureaucracy. He'd spent the last few hours listening to the droning of some of the facilitators for the exams in the next few days. None of them were high-ranking enough to have been told of the looming invasion, so he had to suffer through discussions around minutiae for the event. It would have been annoying under normal circumstances, but it was an excruciating waste of time given what was to come. It was only his desire to keep Orochimaru unaware of his knowledge that kept him from throwing everyone out of his office hours ago. That concludes our report. Hokage-sama, Hayate finished. Sarutobi had changed Hayate's role after hearing of his untimely death from Sora and Naomi. They weren't certain how it had happened, but the Hokage took action to help avoid it occurring once more. That said, while the man was effective, he was detail-oriented almost to a fault when it came to the exams. It's about time, Hiruzen thought. He nodded at the group. Very well. Is that all? Well, I did want to ask. Kate ventured. Are you certain you do not wish the recent transfers from Uzushiogakure to take part? From what I understand, they are still untested, and some of the long-time genin are frustrated after hearing of their quick promotions. Given that, would it not be prudent to... Hiruzen held up a hand. Unless you want to turn 2 S-class ninja loose into the exams, then yes, I am sure. S.class. Kate swallowed hard. Why are never mind? Of course, excuse the question, Tama. Tell those frustrated genin that if that want a promotion, they need to earn it through their actions rather than complaining about the ranks of others. Again. He sighed. He did not have the time to listen to more complaints about meaningless ranks. They never seemed to end. Besides, they should understand by now that the exam is more about village relations than it is about ranks. And they know it's not the only way to receive a promotion. I am not about to turn these exams into chaos just to please them. Of course, Hokage-sama. I shall make sure your words reach the right ears, Hayate bowed. Hiruzen watched, stone-faced, as the administrators left the room. As the door shut, he pushed himself away from the desk. I need to get out of this office, he muttered. Immediately, 2 ANBU members appeared before him. Alone, he clarified. The pair hesitated. But sir, one ventured. It'll only be a short while, he sighed. Also, I'm stronger than both of you. Now leave me be. After a moment, they nodded and disappeared. Once he was alone, he rubbed his forehead. He was too old to deal with these sorts of headaches. For the millionth time, he wished Minato was here instead of him. At least Minato wouldn't have let Orochimaru get away as he did. Hiruzen sighed, then stood. He didn't particularly feel like being recognized as the Hokage for a few hours, so he grabbed a hooded cloak to obscure his identity and left through the window to avoid any unwanted attention. He landed on the ground and began to wander aimlessly around the village. He still had a lot to consider before the Chunin exams began in the next few days. Again, he wondered whether or not he'd live through the experience. He found the thought surprisingly calming. He'd faced the possibility of death numerous times. If it finally caught him here, as it apparently had in another time, what did it matter? There was a freedom in having a set date to die. Perhaps knowing that Konohagakure could thrive under Tsunade's leadership, and that Sora and Naomi were here to protect the village in his absence gave him the peace of mind to face the future. I wonder, is this how Tobirama-sensei felt as he sent us away to face a small army alone? As he passed through a side street, he noticed Naruto at a ramen stand, laughing and waving animatedly with Irika and Sora next to him. Naomi was walking up to the trio with Hinata in tow. The young girl looked terrified. And was she covered in dirt? Hiruzen chuckled to himself at the ridiculous sight. He saw Naomi's eye flick towards his direction and linger on him for just a moment. She nodded almost imperceptibly before looking away. He eyed her with respect and a small measure of amusement. She's sharper than her father, that one. Never seems to let her guard down either. He stood just on the edge of vision, watching the chaotic scene for a few more moments, then turned down a street and began walking away. Those two are new, a voice above him said. He didn't stop walking. I'd hoped to find some peace and quiet for a few moments. You are the antithesis of that, my boy. Hiruzen sighed as he stepped into an alley and away from any onlookers. And they aren't new. You've just been gone for over a year. Well, it's not my fault you're always sending me out on missions. I don't have many I can trust as much as I do you, Jiraiya, the Hokage answered. The air in front of him shimmered, and his students seemed to walk straight out of the shadows. The man had his perpetual smile on his face, but he was still looking in the direction Hiruzen had come from. You can speak to him, you know, Hiruzen observed. I think he would be happy to know he had a godfather. Jiraiya tensed. I don't even deserve to speak with him. Not after I wasn't here when his parents needed me most. I've told you before that wasn't your fault. Jiraiya shook his head. Minato was like a son to me. What father leaves his son to fight and die alone? He avoided the Hokage's gaze. Besides, you know I've tried helping children before. What happened to Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan? Perhaps if I'd done better, taught them better, well, maybe they wouldn't all be dead now. Naruto's better off without me there. Hiruzen sighed. At least I know he will soon change his mind. Those two, though, can they be trusted around him? Jiraiya continued. I've dealt with enough hidden threats to the boy to know the value he could have to some groups. Hiruzen shook his head. They are trustworthy. They were the ones who warned us of Orochimaru. That aside, I would entrust them with the fate of the village if need be. Jiraiya's eyes widened at that, but he nodded. Strong words, coming from you. If you trust them, I guess that's good enough for me, old man. Just tell me one thing, are they good to him? Hiruzen's expression softened. They are. They show him kindness few in the village have before. That's good. He turned away for a moment, then faced the Hokage once again. As for Orochimaru, he frowned. I never expected this much. Not even from him. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Neither would I. I suppose that is a weakness we share. Trusting Orochimaru as much as we did. It's good we know ahead of time. I do not want to consider what would have happened if we'd been unprepared. Jiraiya looked at him, waiting for the question they knew Hiruzen would ask next. The Hokage pinched the bridge of his nose, and, Tsunade? Yes. She didn't believe me. She told me this incoming attack from Orochimaru was your laziest lie yet and that we could both go to hell. Hiruzen deflated at that. He wasn't surprised, but it still wasn't what he'd hoped to hear. Tsunade always had been too stubborn for her own good sometimes. Just like her grandfather. We'll have to make do without her skills then. Jiraiya shook his head. Actually, her apprentice came to me after and offered to come help, just in case. She seemed to think Tsunade would regret it if she ended up being wrong. And we both know her usual luck on gambling with these things. She told me she'd find an excuse to come before the finals. Hiruzen was surprised by that. Her apprentice? If I remember correctly, that was Dan's niece, yes? Well, if she's Tsunade's apprentice, we can most likely trust her as well. Besides, another competent medic would be welcome. Perhaps she can convince Tsunade to return after the end of this if we're lucky. If we're lucky, Jiraiya agreed, though it's always hard to tell with Tsunade. The Hokage grunted in acknowledgement, and the Akatsuki? No movement yet on that front. Whatever Orochimaru is planning, it doesn't seem the Akatsuki is involved. Well, that's one less threat I suppose, Hiruzen decided. Having to fight them as well could be too much for us. Anything else, old man? Hiruzen shook his head. That is all, thank you Jiraiya, though I should introduce you to our new village members at some point. I've heard a few rumors, but nothing that seemed concrete. Why are they so important to you, anyway? Hiruzen closed his eyes. I'll explain some other day. Suffice it to say that for now I think they could be integral to the village's future. Strong words again, Hiruzen. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. I wonder what secrets you're hiding this time. Hiruzen shrugged. You'll learn the specifics at some point, I'm certain. Just not today. But I can say they're strong enough to surpass Orochimaru. We'll need them going forward. If that's the case, I can see a bit of how important they could be. Well then, I'll keep what you've said in mind. If you'll excuse me? Hiruzen began to nod, but paused. Just, don't pursue any of your absurd hobbies for a few days. You aren't supposed to be here right now, remember? I resent that accusation. Hiruzen rolled his eyes. I would trust you with my life, Jiraiya. That doesn't mean I trust you to not be a fool sometimes. Don't worry, Jiraiya assured him good-humoredly. Do I seem like the kind of man to ignore a crisis to spy on girls? Hiruzen gave him a look. I said nothing of spying on women, he answered. Jiraiya grinned, then seemed to melt back into the shadows. The only trace he had been there was the laughter ringing in the air. Hiruzen shook his head. Will my blasted students ever stop acting like fools? He wondered. He turned to leave. Perhaps now he could get some peace and quiet. He would enjoy it, he decided. He didn't know if he would ever have another chance. Sora sat next to his wife, idly, sharpening one of his knives as the pair watched teams of genin enter the building for the first part of the Chunin exam. They were seated on a roof a few blocks away from the exam center with their Byakugan active, close enough that Sora could still see them with his own limited range, but far enough away as to avoid being conspicuous. Just to be safe, they both made sure to keep an eye out for anyone approaching or observing them, which, given Sora's inexperience with his own eye, meant that Naomi was really the one keeping watch for the both of them. The past couple weeks had been busy, if nothing else. The pair had spent most of their time either being roped into additional training sessions by their former teachers or preparing behind the scenes for the coming invasion. It's odd, Sora said, breaking the silence. Seeing them all struggle so much for this. The students, you mean? He nodded. I'd forgotten how excited I was. How much I cared about this exam. It seems so meaningless now. A lifetime ago. It might as well be, she agreed. We were 12 years old during that exam. 14 years? That changes a lot of things, Sora. Especially if you include 10 years of war. I know. Seeing myself run around like that just makes me realize how naive I was, I guess. Naomi made a sking sound. I understand the sentiment. Sometimes I just want to shake myself. She's not ready, she has to be stronger. Is that why you agreed to help train her? Naomi's eye briefly flicked towards him. Not that she needed to bother. The handful of sessions I've spent one-on-one with her barely qualify as training, but yes. Not all of us had legendary ninja personally train us for years, unfortunately, she added. Besides, my skill set is so specialized now that I basically have to have at least some hand in guiding her training if she's going to follow a similar path. Whether following that path is a good choice or not, she sighed, that's another question. Until I find something better to do with her, though, it's the best I can think to do. Fair enough. Though I didn't realize that being kidnapped and forced to go to dinner was training. I've only done it a couple times, she explained innocently. Let's just say I'm improving her ability to react to unfamiliar situations and create stronger connections. Also, a predatory grin slithered onto her lips. It's rather entertaining. I still don't understand why she seems so nervous about it though. Naomi only raised an eyebrow in response. What? As oblivious as always, I see. What are you talking about? Nothing, she chuckled. Nothing at all. They drifted back into a companionable silence for another few minutes. Finally, Sora glanced over at his wife once more. She seemed so at ease, her leg dangling lazily off the side of the roof and gaze facing towards the horizon. A knowing smile crept onto her face. You'll have to get used to not facing what you're looking at, it gives it away. Turned to face him out of courtesy. There was always something a little unsettling about Naomi's eyes, Sora noted absently. Even with the transformation hiding everything but the upraised veins from the active Byakugan. Not that he'd ever admit it to her. It's a hard habit to break, Sora answered. He rubbed his forehead, trying once more to alleviate his throbbing headache. You'll get used to it with time. And it seems like it's bothering you less already. Barely 30 minutes and I feel like my head's about to explode? Yeah, that's the definition of comfortable, he snorted. Better than falling down after 5 minutes and curling up into a ball, she teased, causing him to grimace at the memory. Now quit complaining, I see Lee talking to Sasuke. Is he challenging him to a fight? You never told me about that. Speaking of Sasuke, a silent moment passed. Naruto, a hint of steel had found its way into her voice. Do you really want to get into this now? Sora knew this was going to be a touchy subject, but they'd avoided discussing it since that time in the Hokage's office and he could still feel some tension between them because of it. He pushed onward. We need to finish discussing this. We're out of time. His wife sighed. I haven't changed my mind. Let Orochimaru put his demon-cursed seal on him and hope for the best. And I think that would be completely unnecessary, not to mention cruel. Naomi slammed a fist into the ground. Even with that eye, you are still so blind. How can you possibly have this ridiculous blind spot for Sasuke after all these years? She snapped. How many times has he tried to kill you? Sora frowned, caught off guard by the sudden venom in her voice. I'm waiting. Still, he didn't respond. All right, allow me to refresh your memory then. There was that time on the roof of the hospital, she said, ticking off one finger. I don't think he really would have killed me then. She ignored him. That time in the Valley of the End, she added, counting off another finger. He decided not to kill me when he could have. She shot him a withering look. Oh? And sending you to the hospital was just an accident, I presume? Besides, he'd said multiple times that he only spared you on a whim out of spite for his brother. Now where was I? That's right. There was the time you tried to rescue him from Orochimaru's hideout, and in his oh-so-infinite gratitude, he almost killed you, Sakura, Sai, and Yamato-san. Where was his compassion then? She yelled, her temper becoming increasingly palpable. Hell, the only reason he didn't do anything was because Orochimaru of all people stopped him. I could get into the time he joined up with Akatsuki and tried to capture Bee and the Eight Tails, or when he attacked the Kage Summit, where he tried to kill everyone and crippled the Raikage, but you weren't there for him to try to kill you, so I guess those shouldn't count. Sora stayed silent. And who could forget the bridge? Tell me. let out a bark of mirthless laughter. That time when he decided the best way to honor his dead brother was to go on a killing spree where, during his attack on Danzo, he tried to kill his own teammate, because, what? She'd been taken hostage? Then he decided to top off his latest round of atrocities by almost killing Sakura, then trying to kill Kakashi and Yu. She shook her head. Look, I hated Danzo. He was a BSTRD that was better off dead. But how can you even begin to justify the rest of that disaster? I'm not saying it was easy for Sasuke, first thinking his brother murdered his entire clan on a whim, then finding out about his sacrifice. But let's be realistic. Sasuke is a loose cannon who contributed to Madara's victory and almost got us all killed. Multiple times. Sora was quiet for a long time. So what do you suggest, Hinata? He finally whispered. We just kill our ally, my best friend in cold blood? Before he does anything? A man who was like a brother to me? No, she said firmly. That's not what I said. I do not want to fight Sasuke, I do not want to kill him, and despite what you might think, I want to believe in him. But remember what our world became. My clan, my family, was annihilated. Naruto, almost all our friends died. Kiba, Shino, Hanabi. I would do almost anything to save just one of them, but I wouldn't put the whole world in jeopardy for them. That's selfish and no way to honor their memories. She shook her head, and they aren't even threats. If Sasuke wants to help protect the village, the world, that's great. I'd love that. But if he tries to put his own petty revenge ahead of everything else? If he gets in our way? She breathed out a wisp of flame and watched as it danced across her palm. I'll burn him to ash without a second thought. With or without your consent. What you don't seem to understand is that Sasuke's friendship and his capacity to be good aren't nearly enough for me. Not when weighed against the entire world. This is not a debate, Naruto, this is a warning. I will not have Sasuke trying to kill my friends or my husband ever again. She clenched her fist, extinguishing the flame. Never again. I know what you're saying, I do, Sora conceded. He shook his head. I can't explain, you can't possibly understand what it feels like to. The slap came like lightning, whipping his head to the side. When he looked back, Naomi was clearly struggling to keep her composure. Don't you ever say anything like that to me again. Her raised hand was shaking. What? You have no idea what I do or do not understand. Sora felt his heart break as he saw the cracks beginning to form. It was so rare for Naomi's mask to slip so far, even with him, that he didn't know what to say. Kiba, Shino, Kurenai, she whispered, voice hoarse. My see compassion, my weakness. Aye. Sora cursed his stupidity. Here he was, telling her she didn't understand the pain he felt, when she'd already been through far worse. Have never told him the whole story, but he'd seen her afterwards. Besides the deaths of her family, there was the only one thing that could shake her this much. He should have known better. He looked away, remembering that day. Hinata. There you are, he called as he dropped to the ground nearby, Hanabi at his side. We were starting to worry. Where's? He stumbled as he got close enough to realize that Hinata was cradling someone in her arms. He recognized their face. No. He looked at the girl beside him. She nodded and activated her Byakugan, Naruto-san. She gasped. Hinata seemed to stare through them. Forgive me, she muttered. Kiba, Shino, sensei, I'm sorry. I didn't, forgive me, please forgive me. He went to wrap his arms around her. Oh, Hina, this isn't your fault. She didn't look up at him. I hesitated. My clan is falling apart, and I fail here? I'm sorry. I was weak. Tell me what happened, tell me how I can help. She pushed him off her, white eyes suddenly wild. Why are not Naruto? Who are you? Is this another trick? Hinata, he said, holding her still. It's me, it's Naruto. Hanabi is here too, see? He gestured to the girl. This isn't a trick, he promised, trying not to wonder what could have tricked a skilled Byakugan user like this in the first place. Hinata seemed to struggle to focus on him, as if she wasn't sure whether to believe him. It doesn't matter why you need to get away. Both of you. I'll get you two killed just like the others. Just like I was warned. What warning? What are you talking about? Suddenly Hinata's eyes seemed to snap into focus. She grabbed a hold of him, a drowning woman struggling for air. I won't let it happen. Not again. Never again. Sora had never gotten more than a few words from his wife about what had occurred, but even that had been enough for him to understand how traumatic it had been. Naomi was never the same afterwards. Despite her protests that she had made peace with what happened, he doubted she could ever truly forget. Could ever truly forgive herself, even if she insisted otherwise. How could he blame her? Sora doubted he could have handled it even half as well. He only wished he could show her that she wasn't responsible somehow. That wasn't your fault, he whispered. Her head snapped up to glare at him. Tell that to Kiba. To Shino. They wouldn't have blamed you. Naomi scoffed. And if they had lived, maybe we could have asked them that question. She began to shake again. You already saw the price of my compassion, of my mistakes. I made a choice, and I chose wrong. Because of me, in the span of an hour, my entire team was dead. I won't let my compassion, my weakness, ruin this chance to make things better, and I won't let it lead to any more deaths. I won't let it lead to yours. I won't lose you too, I can't lose you too. You're all I have left. She finished, voice barely a whisper. Remembered again what Kakashi had told him weeks before. That Naomi was only trying to do what she thought was best. I'm sorry, Sora offered, regretful. I wasn't thinking. A blend of emotions seemed to war across his wife's face as she struggled to regain her composure. It's all right. I shouldn't have snapped. I'm fine now. I'm past it. Sora wasn't convinced. Don't give me that, he pushed. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't want to let her just close up again like usual. Not this time. I shouldn't have said what I did, but that doesn't mean we should keep avoiding this. You're not okay, I know you aren't, but you just keep lying and saying you are. We've talked about the war, your clan. His hand began to inch towards his headband. Your sister, he added, forcing the hand away. But we've never talked about that day, not really. All I've done is watch you suffer or see you wake up from nightmares asking if I'm real or not. I'm here for you, just like you are for me. If you just talk to me about... No! Naomi screamed, surprising the man once more. For a fraction of a moment the mask slipped again, and Sora saw a flash of fear in Naomi's eyes for the first time since they had escaped to the past. Sora averted his gaze, taking the time to quickly check to make certain no one had heard them. Naomi ventured, realizing she'd slipped a second time. I trust you, you know I do. But this is a bad time. We don't have time to discuss this right now. I'm fine. I'm in control. I have it under control, she insisted, though Sora wasn't sure if she was talking to him or to herself. He wasn't happy, but Sora let the matter drop without further comment. Naomi shuddered, and then suddenly the mask was back on. It was as if the moment had never happened. Besides, you're changing the subject, we were talking about Sasuke. The woman sighed. But it doesn't matter what I say, does it? You still can't bring yourself to agree with me. Not about this. It wasn't a question. He looked away, staring at the ground for a long moment, then nodded. You can't save Sasuke from himself, Naruto. No matter how much you might want to. You trust him, don't you? With my life, he answered without hesitation. Then trust him to find his way out of the darkness. Trust that he can overcome Orochimaru's influence. In the end, it's your choice. I can't. She trailed off, looking at her hand, or rather, I won't force you not to interfere. Even if it is a huge mistake. Just consider what I've said. And remember my warning. If I want him dead, you know you can't stop me. Sora didn't speak for a long time. I'll consider it, he answered roughly. Good. She placed her hand on his. I realize this is hard for you. I'm sorry for that. It seems the first test is about to begin, we'll have to move soon. Any word from Kurama on his chakra's recovery? Sora suspected that his wife was simply trying to move the subject towards something less likely to cause an argument, but if he was being honest, he didn't think he could stomach yet another touchy issue. Sora let out a long breath. I asked him earlier today. After the fox finally stopped complaining and cursing. You deserved it for interrupting my nap. the fox insisted, briefly taking control. I told you not to do that. Sora snapped. Naomi just smirked at the outburst, used to such bickering. Anyway, Sora continued, grumbling, I'll be lucky to have even a basic chakra cloak by the time of the invasion. Any amount of tails is even less likely, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Perhaps that's for the best then. If Orochimaru discovered that you were a Jinchuriki, especially the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it could be problematic. Then make sure he keeps his temper in check. Your little jaunt to the past has made my power volatile. It's hard enough controlling my chakra right now as it is, without the boy's emotions getting in the way, Kurama growled. I didn't think his emotions mattered when so long as you weren't trying to take over his body, Naomi asked, a bit of annoyance in her voice. When I have full control, it isn't an issue. But I no longer have full control, and I am a being of pure chakra. Even if I don't try to take control of him, that doesn't mean the power won't leak out. Naomi shook her head, another thing to watch out for then. But he should be able to handle it. Of course I can handle it, I'm not 12 anymore, Sora complained. And you, he told Kurama, why do you feel the need to take over my body to talk to Hinata instead of just speaking in my mind like you're supposed to, you stupid fox? Because I'm the only one of us with any sense, Naruto? Naomi teased, a wry grin forming on her lips. Sora heard a chuckle rumbling within his mind. She has you there. I hate the both of you, Sora complained, though his words held no bite. The man thought his wife's expression still looked a little forced, and he was still worried from their arguments, but he was happy her mood seemed to be improving, even if it was just a little. It's not my fault you, Naomi frowned suddenly. What is it? Release your Byakugan. It looks like Kakashi's heading our way. Shouldn't he be watching his team? What is he doing bothering us? Sora asked, deactivating his eye. Naomi did the same. Don't ask me, he's not my teacher. They sat in silence, waiting for Kakashi to arrive. It didn't take long. Yo! Kakashi said, jumping to their roof. What are two doing here? Watching the exam, the thing you should be doing. Not the best view you've chosen, Kakashi noted. We don't need to see the test, Naomi explained, only who passes it. I suppose there's not much to see for this first test anyway. He glanced at Sora, and I don't need to watch this part of the exam, Sora-san. I know my students well enough to know they can pass this much at the very least. Your faith in them is admirable, Naomi. Especially considering it's a written test. It's not really a... Naomi held up a hand. Right, and how does Naruto tend to perform on intelligence gathering? Not that bad, Sora answered immediately. Kakashi and Naomi looked at him. What? Sorest. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, looking back toward Naomi. As long as he doesn't forfeit, he'll be fine. Right? Naomi laughed. What could possibly go wrong? Kakashi glanced away. I'm sure at least two of them will be fine. Care to tell us why you're here? She asked. No reason, I just thought it'd be good to speak while we still. He wants answers while he can get them, Sora said. Kakashi frowned. What are you? Sora raised a hand and a spinning ball of chakra appeared. Then he let it dissipate as he turned to Kakashi. Kakashi sighed. That wasn't the only reason I came here. I do consider you my friends now, and I always make it a point to bother my friends, since... You're always lazy and avoiding work? Naomi asked. Bother your friends? Sora added. Everyone always enjoys having my company, he finished, ignoring her. Right? Sora said, rolling his eyes. But since we're already on the subject, you do know that you could have said Jiraiya taught you that technique, instead of just ignoring the question. Or claimed that Minato-sensei taught you. The Sannin. Sora was amused by the irony of the suggestion. And you would have just believed that? Or that I was some secret apprentice your master neglected to mention to you? Kakashi paused. I'd have considered the possibility. Like I'm stupid enough to make up that terrible of a lie. Sometimes you make me wonder. Naomi muttered. Hey! Sora groused. Then he said, Jiraiya did not teach me. As I'm certain he will tell you as soon as you can find him to ask. Nor did the fourth. I suppose it wouldn't be that easy. He sighed. Though I suppose Sakura would have died without it, so I won't complain. However, he looked Sora straight in the eye. You do know I'm still going to learn the truth eventually, right? Sora grinned. You're welcome to try. Still, I am interested to learn more about your techniques though. Given our looming dilemma. Someone told you? Naomi cut in, surprised. The Hokage told a few of the Jonin so we could begin to prepare and help push the others to train, but it's a small circle for now. Kurenai, Asuma, Guy, Anko and a few others know as well. We also know where the information came from. Naomi eyed him. Kakashi held up a hand. I don't mean to say I'm suspicious. Quite the opposite. But if we're going to survive this, we all need to work together. I was hoping you'd spend time training with us. Also, even if you won't tell me how, I'd like to know more about what you can do. How much are you really expecting from two Chunin ninja? Naomi asked innocently. I've seen Sora fight. Really fight. He clearly isn't a Chunin, and I doubt you are either. I suspect you're some of the strongest ninja in the village, to be honest. We're going to have to rely on you two for this battle. Naomi stared at him for a long moment. She looked at Sora, who nodded. We'll accept your invitation to train. We could use some practice against different opponents anyway, she answered. As for our abilities, I can tell you some. Sora's focus is ninjutsu, though he's very good both with his daggers and with taijutsu, as you've probably seen. His genjutsu skills are fantastic, Sora asked. And I can answer myself, you know. Limited, Naomi answered, ignoring him. He's quite proficient in fuinjutsu though. Fuinjutsu? Kakashi asked, surprised. I knew you were of the Uzumaki clan, but I thought most of their fuinjutsu practitioners died long ago. That's a rare skill. I'm mainly self-taught, Sora explained, though I doubt I'm going to be sealing anyone away in this battle. Perhaps. Though you never know, Kakashi allowed. He turned back to Naomi, raising an eyebrow. You don't expect me to believe that's everything, do you? Naomi sighed. I answered your question as much as I can, Kakashi-san, please don't push for more. Let's just say that whichever fight he finds himself in, he'll win. Even against Orochimaru. Kakashi's eyes widened at that. That's some confidence you have there. Naomi laughed at that. Not particularly. I could beat him as well. The man's eyes narrowed at that, and then he grinned underneath his mask. I knew you two were special. And I assume you'll just only tell me you're a genjutsu and taijutsu specialist again. I can also summon lions. Lions? That's possible? Naomi nodded. They tend to dislike people, however. There have been very few summoners in history. It's not something that's well known. I see, Kakashi sighed. Well, I suppose that's more than I knew before. Knowing you could both fight Orochimaru is reassuring. Though for a taijutsu master, I have to say, you use surprisingly little taijutsu. I don't need to. My genjutsu is enough to win most fights. Your skills are impressive, Kakashi complimented her. You certainly have an interesting approach to illusions. That's a gross oversimplification. The art of genjutsu is not simply illusions, Naomi began, suddenly full of passion. It's using chakra to influence and affect a mind. For example, if I were to... Kakashi held up a hand. I know. You sound like Kurenai. I swear, she's the only other person I know that can get like this about genjutsu. Naomi stopped short, and Sora could swear there was a hint of red coloring her cheeks. Do I really sound like her? Exactly the same, he chuckled. Anyway, thank you for answering my question. I do realize I am being a bit rude, pressing you on your abilities like this. I'm glad to see you are so self-aware, Naomi said. I suppose I do deserve that, Kakashi sighed. He bowed suddenly, surprising the pair. I also came to thank you too. Without the two of you, we wouldn't even know about this attack. Not to mention you've also helped my students. Some may question where the information came from, but I don't care. Thanks to you, we have a chance. That's all that matters. Thank you, Kakashi-san, Naomi answered. I appreciate it. We both do. Sora smirked. Don't give him too much praise, Naomi. His ego is already big enough. Kakashi took a seat next to them. Sora eyed him. I'm starting to think you're not actually here to thank us. You're just bored. I didn't say I wasn't, Kakashi answered blithely. Sora rolled his eyes. Shouldn't the esteemed copy ninja be doing something more important? It's not like there's much I can do right now, Kakashi complained, and I've never liked that nickname. My master's? Now that one was much better. Well, mine's even better, Sora began. I am the ultimate godly tempest of. Naomi clamped a hand over his mouth. No. But. Sora began. I thought I told you to stop trying to use that stupid name, she chided. It's not at all. She gave him a look. It's not my fault no one listened. They lazy beast just took the name of my technique. Naomi sighed. Would you stop complaining about that? She looked to Kakashi. He's the divine wind. Or Sora of the red wind to our enemies. He loves bringing it up all of the time. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Yet another name based on hair color? Naomi gave him a look. No. Kakashi's eyes narrowed at that, but he let it pass without comment. Well, at least you come up with better names than another of my old friends. But I guess anything is better than naming yourself after a pepper. Though I suppose, the chained demon of Konoha isn't the most gratifying of monikers, he mused. Hers was the heavenly fist, Sora added, pointing to Hinata. They also called her the huntress of, well, I suppose it would be Konoha now, wouldn't it? He didn't ask. And you made that one up, Naomi said. Yeah, but everyone else actually used it, remember? Huh, Kakashi cut in. I think this is the first time I've heard you talk about this. Talk about what? Sorest. Your past. Your old comrades. Naomi stilled, then gave him a wan smile. There's not much to tell anymore. All we have of them are stories now. Kakashi nodded. I know the feeling. We've been at peace since you've come here, but Konoha has lost many good people over the years. And working for the NBU, I've lost many comrades. You were part of the NBU, Kakashi-san? Naomi asked. He nodded. A lifetime ago. I never really was cut out for it though. I had the skill but... He sighed. It's funny, one of my mentors in the ANBU? She knew it right from the start. I wonder what Hitomi would think of me now. Sora saw Naomi stiffen at the name. Kakashi eyed her curiously. You've heard of her, haven't you? Naomi nodded. The blind fist, Hyuga Hitomi. It is not a story you forget. I'm surprised you heard her. She's not often spoken of, for obvious reasons. Which are? Sorest. Kakashi looked at him for a moment, then sighed. Well, since you seem to know bigger secrets in this village, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Hitomi wasn't actually blind. She also wasn't born of the Hyuga clan, she married into it. But still she was special. The only ninja the Leaf has ever produced that could use the gentle fist without use of a Byakugan. Her technique was excellent too. Sora's eyes widened. He looked at Naomi, but she was staring off into the distance. Hitomi Hyuga, Sora mused to himself. Naomi had told him the name of course, but she'd never gone into specifics. That's possible? Sorest. Kakashi nodded. Apparently. I'm not even sure how she learned how to do it, but she was a master of the gentle fist rivaling Hayashi. Meaning it might be possible for those outside the Leaf to learn it as well, Sora realized. Which is why she was attached to the ANBU Black Ops unit, was rarely deployed and was rarely discussed, Kakashi said. Was. She died. Years ago. Details are hazy, but the rumors I've heard? Well, they are not happy, Naomi finished. Kakashi seemed surprised by the answer. True. I'm surprised you know that much, but with everything else you do seem to know? I guess it's not that big a surprise. Suddenly a bell went off in the building across from them. Kakashi sighed and stood. It looks like it's time for me to go check on my students. I hope they did all right, and that they didn't run into. He shook his head, then glanced at Naomi and Sora. I'll see you two later. Sora nodded, and Kakashi jumped away. After Kakashi was out of earshot, he looked over to his wife. Her face was tight. She was barely holding her emotions in check. He laid a hand on her shoulder, drawing her into a hug. She trembled against him and choked out a sob. Then, Naomi took a shaky breath, wiped her eyes, and the mask was in place once more. Hinata, Sora said softly. Please, don't call me that out here, Naomi chastised. I'm all right. Sorry. Do you want to talk about it? Naomi shook her head. There's nothing to say. I suppose I never really told you much about her, did I? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep it secret, it's just. I understand, Sora said gently. Naomi reached to his cheek, then gave him a wan smile. You do, don't you? I suppose I must face old ghosts at some point or another. Let's start moving. This day is still far from over. Naomi dropped to the ground alongside her husband. She put a hand on Sora's shoulder and cast an illusion that only he could hear. Go, her voice told him. Follow the plan and use the proctor cover the Hokage gave you. Keep an eye on Orochimaru. After that, the choice is yours. Just don't forget what I said. He looked at her, an odd mixture of sadness, determination, and concern on his face. I'm fine, she assured him, guessing his thoughts. You will be. He didn't look convinced. He must really have been worried about her reaction. Earlier, she pushed his back gently. We have no time for this, she reminded him. Just go, she whispered. You of all people know how strong I am. Sora sighed. All right, he kissed her on the cheek and stepped away. And Sora? He looked over his shoulder. Do try not to get yourself killed. He grinned. And you of all people know how strong I am. Don't worry, this is nothing compared to before. He gave her a lazy wave and disappeared in a flash of smoke. Naomi glanced around. It looked like the students hadn't begun to leave the building yet. She immediately stumbled out of view, all pretense of calm falling away, and heaved into a bush. Not now, please not now. Please, please, please make it stop. She begged to no one in particular. She shut her eyes tight as terrible memories and images flashed unbidden into her mind. She heard that cold laugh. The one that always haunted her at night. She could never forget it, no matter how much she wanted to. The voice laughed again. You were warned, you had a chance to kill me at the beginning and still you hesitated? Pitiful. So much skill, so much potential, so much power, the voice taunted. And still you hold back, hold out hope. The laugh again. Poor naive Hinata, so strong, yet so weak. Your clanmates dying off by the day, happily running to their deaths, believing in you. What has it accomplished? How many remain? 20? Your friends fare no better. How many more will you bury, I wonder? Quiet. How long until it's your sister's turn? How long until it's that boy of yours? How long until your compassion kills them all? Shut up. She wailed, racing forward. She hesitated again. Only a fraction of a second, but it may as well have been an eternity. Her strike found only air. Such a disappointment. An unseen blade shot towards her chest, stopped a hair's breadth from her heart. Kiba, her savior, pushing her attacker back as Shino raced into view. Both were exhausted from the earlier fighting, barely able to stand. Oh, of course, here comes the dog. What the hell do you think you're doing? He snarled. There was that cold laugh again. The darkness seemed to stretch and envelop around her. Was it real, her imagination, or an illusion? She wasn't even sure anymore. After that, the memories became a jumbled mess. She remembered fighting. And the blood. There was so much blood. She remembered the shadows in the dark, snarling all around them. Blades everywhere. Their opponents so much stronger than she had ever imagined possible. Or was she just weaker? She didn't know. Later, Shino was shouting, his mask broken for once as he tried to shake her out of her stupor. We need to fight, Hinata. So odd, seeing emotions warring across his usually stoic face. Why had she fixated on that small detail in that moment? She shook her head, still rejecting their reality. What about Kiba? What about Sensei? We can still. He's gone. She's gone. They're both gone and you need to accept that. They wouldn't want us dying for nothing like this. Now come on, he yelled, dragging her to her feet and back into the fight. And then Kiba's body was tossed unceremoniously to the ground before them, lifeless. And yet another one falls, her attacker chided. Hinata screamed, rage and sorrow mixing. She didn't even know how he died. All she'd known was that it had been her fault. The entire situation had been her fault. It had to be. She'd failed everyone. There was the laugh again. You'd have a chance on winning, if only you'd make the choice. I told you, power comes at a price. Victory comes at a price. One you seem unwilling to pay. Who then will pay for your choice next? Hinata flew forward again, trepidation forgotten in her anger. Her memory became hazy again after that. She remembered fighting. Fighting desperately. Struggling desperately. And then it was over somehow. She couldn't remember how, or even who had struck the final blow. All she knew was that Shino had saved her life in the end. She remembered that insufferable grin, one of the only ones she'd ever seen on his face, as she struggled to carry him away. Shino, hold on. You'll be all right. You have to be. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If only I'd been stronger. Been more willing to. Not your fault, he whispered, interrupting her. Yes, it. Don't, he coughed up blood. Don't blame yourself, Hinata. I know you. Then you shouldn't lie to make me feel better. Listen to me. Your goodness, your kindness, it's something he stopped, wheezing. We're in short supply of these days. Don't lose yourself over this. We can have this conversation when you aren't bleeding to death. Now just hold on, she screamed, trying to drag him forward. You always were always the best of us. His head fell forward, lifeless. Shino, she cried. She didn't remember what happened next. How long had she sat there, cradling her friend's body? It had been her sister and Naruto who had found her in the end. She couldn't remember their words, or even her own. All she remembered was her promise, never again. She'd sworn to herself as tears clouded her vision, never again. She continued to shake, hyperventilating, and struggling to regain some degree of composure and push the memory away. A familiar voice whispered. Naomi froze. Then she whirled around, producing a kunai from her sleeve and slashing towards the woman behind her. I need to stop it, I need to. Naomi stopped short, her kunai at Kurenai's throat. The woman's eyes were wide. She looked confused and more than a little concerned. She also seemed surprisingly unfazed by the blade resting on her neck. Not that she would have had trouble stopping such a wild strike if she'd wanted to. Naomi shuddered. Karin, it's you. The woman placed a hand over Naomi's and lowered her blade. She didn't resist. Kurenai, are you coming? A gruff voice called from out of view. Suma, Naomi noted. Absently. Go on without me, Kurenai replied nonchalantly. I'll catch up. Grab my students if you see them. Got it, he answered. Kurenai enveloped her in a hug, patting her on the back. Naomi gasped in surprise. Kurenai, she tried again. You don't need to explain anything, the woman assured her. I'm not angry. I'm not hurt. It's all right. I'm here. She stood there silently for a moment, just letting Kurenai hold her and help calm her down. I am all right now, she said after a minute. I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. Some scars run deep. I would know. I have my own share of them. Would you like me to take you home? Naomi shook her head and gave the woman a wan smile. No, it's okay. I was planning to see the students after the first exam and congratulate them. I'd rather not let this get in my way. Kurenai pursed her lips, then nodded. If you say so. I'm already on my way there. Would you like to come with me? Naomi nodded. Yes, I'd like that. Kurenai smiled, taking the woman's shoulder and ushering her back onto the main road. By the time she was back in view, Naomi had fully regained her composure. She looked over towards Kurenai with trepidation. Are you sure you aren't? Kurenai looked at her and grinned. Mad? No, a blade to the neck is just another day for a ninja, isn't it? Besides, it's not your fault I surprised you. Still, she continued. Shouldn't you be angrier? I could have hurt you, C could have. No, you wouldn't have. That's why I didn't need to do anything. I trust you, even at your worst. What are you talking about? You've known me for less than a year. You're far too trusting and forgiving, Naomi complained, trying to look away and hide the flush in her cheeks. Kurenai looked at her and chuckled. From her response, it didn't seem like Naomi was able to hide anything. I wouldn't have pegged you as the shy type. You're starting to sound like Hinata. Naomi's eyes widened in surprise, and then she sked in annoyance, allowing Kurenai's teasing to change the subject. Oh God, I am not like that girl, she huffed. Kurenai arched an eyebrow. You sure? It's not a bad thing. You share a lot of her positive traits. Honestly, I'd be proud if she became half the person you are. Naomi almost skipped a step and glanced at Kurenai curiously. What? Kurenai actually had the audacity to laugh in her face. What do you mean, what? You're capable, brilliant, and skilled, but most of all, you are wise and true. You're everything I hope to see her become in the future. Though, she gave her a knowing look, it appears this is another trait you two share. You don't seem to realize how much those around you respect you. You should work on that. Naomi grumbled. But she couldn't resist a small smile, nonetheless. They continued to walk up to the gates. Just as they were coming into view, Naomi looked over towards Kurenai. Thank you, she told her. HM? For what? For everything, she said. For more than you could ever know, sensei. Kurenai slapped her on the back. We're friends, aren't we? There's nothing to thank me for. Naomi just shook her head. Friends, huh? I guess we sort of are now. Come on, she said, pointing towards the Kakashi, Asuma and the 4 genin teams watching Guy cry melodramatically out of happiness. Let's get over there before Guy scars them any worse. As they drew closer, the entire group looked towards them. Hinata was the first to notice the pair, and she peeled off and ran towards them. Kurenai-sensei, we all passed. Naomi had expected it. It's not like they'd failed the first time. Still, she smiled at the girl, patting her on the head. Congratulations, Hinata-san. Naruto saw her and beamed as she continued over to them. Naomi, I did it. But where were you? You and Soren, I don't want to be Chunin. Naomi chuckled, shaking her head. To be honest, I wouldn't actually care myself. That said, we've both been promoted already. What? How? Naruto demanded. Sasuke scoffed. Of course they have, you idiot. Did you really think every single person got promoted this way? This is just the most straightforward way to prove it. Didn't Kakashi-sensei already say the main point of these exams was to show our strength to other villages? Do you ever listen? Sakura added. Shikamaru yawned, waving the pair off. It doesn't matter, it's still a pain. We only have a few hours before the next phase of the exam starts. Hey, Asuma-sensei, can I drop out yet? No, Asuma answered, not even bothering to spare the boy a glance while he continued to stare at Guy with confusion. Shikamaru shrugged. What a hassle. Naomi allowed herself to fade into the background as the students continued to chat, gossip, and celebrate their first success. After a few more minutes, the group started to move away from the exam building, the teachers deciding to take their students to lunch before escorting them to Fourth training ground for the second phase. As the group walked through the village and Kurenai was finally distracted from worrying about her any longer, Naomi slowed and fell to the back of the group, where was bringing up the rear Sasuke. He noticed her, giving her his trademark glower, but didn't bother to say anything. She had been telling the truth when speaking with Sora. She didn't want to kill Sasuke. But she'd also been telling the truth when she'd said she'd kill him if needed. However, that didn't mean she shouldn't at least attempt to avoid that outcome. I might as well try to talk some sense into him, she decided. A word of advice for the next phase, she told the boy. Work with Naruto and Sakura-san. You'll need to rely on them for this next test. Don't let your pride be what kills you. He narrowed his eyes at her. You don't think I can handle myself? He asked accusingly. Naomi shook her head. It's not that. I've seen you fight and know you're capable, especially for one so young. I just think anyone who wants to fight 3 people trying to kill them by themselves because they think they're the best is a fool. She gave him a knowing look. And the only one here in danger of doing that is you. Sasuke scoffed, I'm not trying to pass the exams. I don't care about my rank. All I want is to test my strength and get stronger. Brother, who was much stronger than me at my age. I need to catch up. And what exactly is the point of all of that if you just die during the test? I won't die that easily. Naomi looked at him, wry amusement on her face. Do you know how many dead friends I have that told me that first? They weren't me, he protested. No, Naomi agreed. They were stronger, more skilled and more experienced than you. Tell me, Sasuke-san. I was told you fought against Lee-san. Do you think you could beat him? He paused. I'm not sure, he said honestly. And that boy from the sand you met? He grunted but didn't answer. That's what I thought, she said with a tilt of the head. But at least you can assess the truth of the situation. You wouldn't run into a hopeless battle alone. Why, then, must you fight your brother alone? She probed. Sasuke hesitated. He didn't seem to know how to answer. I don't know. I guess I never expected anyone else to help me, so I never really thought about it, he said finally. Besides, why would anyone but me choose to fight someone like my brother? He shook his head. Either way, it's my fight anyway. I need to be the one to avenge my clan. Naomi didn't say anything to this, waiting for Sasuke to continue. He gave her an odd look. Sora-san told me something once, he said. After the mission in Wave. Is it true you lost your clan as well? Naomi stilled for a moment, before continuing forward. So he mentioned that, did he? I suppose I can see why. Yes, he was correct. I am the last member of my clan. If I can ask, what happened? She gave him a sad look. They were killed by the machinations of one man and his allies. Half of them died in a single battle along with my father. The rest died over the course of years. We fought back, but it wasn't enough. Not for my clan, nor for the rest of my friends. Then you want revenge on those who killed them, then? Just like me? Naomi considered the question for a moment, then shook her head. I won't deny that killing that man or those who helped him might be somewhat cathartic. However, what would it matter in the end? My father is dead. My sister is dead. My family, my friends, all dead. No, his death wouldn't amount to a single one of them. Naomi sighed. My only motivation is stopping him from taking anything else from me. What point is there in thirsting for revenge and allowing him to control my life even further in that way? She waved a hand. I hate him, of course. And I'd kill someone so dangerous in a heartbeat if given the chance. Could I not? But killing him out of vengeance? I would not work towards something so pointless. I'd prefer to live my life the way I want to, on my own terms, rather than spend years hunting someone down out of hatred. I've already lost enough. I don't need to let anyone take any happiness I could hope to find from me as well. Sasuke seemed surprised by this answer. He seemed like he wanted to argue, but she held up a hand. Take it from someone who's older than you and has killed plenty of traitors and enemies, some of whom had even hurt or killed those close to me. I may never have killed the mastermind, but I've gotten my fair share of the vengeance you seem to chase after so desperately. It doesn't bring your happiness back. It won't fill the void you feel inside. You're better off building whatever new happiness you can, rather than expecting someone's death to magically fix your problems for you. Nothing else in life works that way. Why would this? He still seemed taken aback, but also a bit curious. So, a desire for vengeance isn't what made you strong? He asked. She chuckled and shook her head. Experience and constantly fighting for my life made me strong. Learning from different friends and mentors made me stronger. To be honest, I'm strongest when fighting with Sora, not alone. And I don't mean that figuratively. There are techniques we could only ever use together. If I'd stewed alone about vengeance, I'd never have grown as much. If I'd run out on my own like an idiot, chasing after the person that killed my friends at the beginning, all I'd have accomplished would have been stalling my growth or getting myself killed. You'd be surprised how much more you could accomplish with just a little bit of help or the right teacher, or even if you just have a little bit of patience. That said, she added, her voice turning sharp and predatory as she gave him an icy look, don't think that makes me weak or that I'm just spouting pretty words. I'll do what I need to do to protect who and what I care about. I'll fight who I must. I'll kill who I must. Whoever it may be. Whatever it takes. Vengeance is empty, but some people just need to die. I just make sure it's on my own terms. Sasuke seemed to look at her differently. Like there was finally a hint of respect in his expression. He nodded. At least you don't seem as soft as some of the others here, he offered. Naomi sked. Perhaps. I've seen and lost more than most ninja in the Leaf ever will. But you would do well to not underestimate others here. Your own teacher, for instance. He puts on a happy demeanor, but there are few others in this village who have seen more death and loss than Kakashi-san has. Sasuke looked pensive. After some time, he gave her a slight nod. I'll think about what you've said, he grunted. I don't know if I agree with you about vengeance. But as long as Itachi dies, maybe the rest doesn't matter. Perhaps I should consider a different approach. Glanced at her. I won't allow my pride to be the reason Itachi lives, at the very least. That would be unacceptable. She nodded in acknowledgement at the boy. No more words were needed. She knew from experience that Sasuke was taciturn in these sorts of situations anyway. She began to move back towards the front of the group, with Kurenai and the other teachers. As she drifted out of Sasuke's view, Naomi pursed her lips. Not exactly what I was hoping he'd take away from that, she contemplated, but at least he seems to be considering it. That's better than nothing. It was the most she could do at this point. The rest was in Sora's hands. As the group reached their lunch destination, Naomi excused herself. She'd decided to go over the plans with the Hokage again. They'd done it plenty of times already, but another wouldn't hurt. She gave one last look at the crowd of students and smiled warmly to herself. So innocent, she thought, so oblivious to the danger the future holds. With any luck, this attack will be the worst thing they see. As she passed out of sight, she made a hand sign and flickered away. Orochimaru traced the gravestone with new, lithe fingers. He glanced at his borrowed outfit fluttering in the wind. This disguise is flawless, he decided, and with my knowledge, impersonation will be simple. Not that it mattered all that much. Even if the leaf caught onto him, there was no way they could predict what was coming. He would destroy this village one way or another. There was a rustle behind him, and Orochimaru stilled. Kabuto, he said, glancing back towards the newcomer. How was the first phase? Were you able to pass? He chuckled, tone mocking. The boy smiled grimly at him. Of course, Oitama-sama. Such a test is worthless for me. Orochimaru turned to look at him fully, a sadistic smile on his face. Of course it is. You are far better than the fools here in the Leaf. How goes the mission? What are your thoughts on the Uchiha boy? Kabuto smiled, promising. Though I have yet to see him in actual combat beyond a brief scuffle I caught before the test. I believe he could be a suitable candidate to replace Kimimaro as your new host body. Perfect, continue following him. Ingratiate yourself to him. I will continue as planned. Of course, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto answered, nodding. I will not fail. Kabuto flickered away, and Orochimaru turned back to the grave in front of him. He considered what was to come and frowned. His plan couldn't possibly fail. He knew this. For someone to kill Kimimaro, he considered. They could have been of the Leaf. Well, I must prepare. Just in case. He'd already had the first and second Hokage's genetic material. But there was no reason he couldn't harvest more from other powerful shinobi of the Leaf. He noticed the grave before him was clean and had fresh flowers in front of it. It must have been tended to recently. He smiled cruelly at the name on the gravestone. Below him, I didn't think there was anyone left that still cared so much for you after that incident. Don't worry, I shall give you a new, grand purpose. Orochimaru began to make a mental list of who he should prioritize. He had little time before the next phase of the exam began. Sarutobi was in for a rude awakening. His gaze turned towards the monument looming in the distance. I'm looking forward to seeing you again, Sarutobi-sensei. He laughed. This was going to be fun. Sora sat on a branch overlooking the forest of death. From his vantage point, he could see Anko Mitarashi gleefully threatening anyone unfortunate enough to come close. God, She's even creepier and scarier than I remembered, he shivered. He had known Anko fairly well during the war. Her and Kakashi had become close over its course, so it was practically unavoidable. She was quite capable, though she also had an interesting personality. Though for Sora, she had also died years ago. He watched as the crowd continued to swell, until he saw his in a star target, a tall boy in a straw hat and a forehead protector with the mark of Kusagakure. The boy was flanked by two teammates who were also from Kusa. I never did learn who Orochimaru's teammates were during his infiltration, he realized. When Team 7 had originally fought him during the exam, he'd been alone. However, Sasuke had told him that Orochimaru had taken their place before the exam. He could already see Kabuto, so he knew that Traitor wasn't the one in disguise. It was most likely two of the Sound Four. Not that it mattered to Sora, whoever it was wouldn't even be able to slow him down. Again, he considered Naomi's words. What's the right choice? He wondered once again. He continued to watch calmly as all of the genin participating in the second phase finally gathered. Anko began announcing the rules of the second phase of the exam, but he barely paid her any attention. He was completely focused on Orochimaru and the decision to come. Whatever he decided, he still needed to track Orochimaru. He couldn't allow him to move throughout the village unchecked. Especially not near any of the Leaf's less experienced shinobi. Sora watched the fake Kusa team as they received their scroll and approached their starting point. The start of the test came quickly after that. As the second phase began, the team raced forward. Sora waited a few moments before dashing after them. He followed the team for around half an hour as they moved through the forest. He watched as they moved through the forest as if they were searching for prey. Orochimaru must have been playing along at first, just to throw any potential tails off his scent. Sora had to give it to them. The speed at which they were moving was slow. Slower than a high-level shinobi moved, at least. They were also prone to small mistakes. He would have been convinced they were a real genin team if he didn't have his knowledge of the future. Soon, the team stopped to rest and... Still no change, Sora noted. What's Orochimaru playing at here? The man was tempted to just drop down and ambush them, but he couldn't risk Orochimaru getting away. He was beginning to have doubts. Things seemed too off about this team. There was a slight grating sound, and Sora's head snapped to look in the direction it came from. The noise was too slight to be noticed by anyone who wasn't familiar with it, but he knew the sound well. It was the grating sound of sand. Oh no, he thought, quickly making the connection. He watched as tiny grains of sand, slowly and quietly moving towards the fake Kusa team. This is way too fast, Sora thought. Gaara was a man he respected and even admired. Sora had considered him a close friend prior to his death at the beginning of the war. But at this point, Gaara was murderous and dangerous. He wanted to avoid him as much he could manage until Gaara fought his younger self. Fate seemed to have other plans, though. The sand continued moving towards the false Kusa ninja. Is he making contact with Orochimaru? Does he not realize he's in disguise? There were too many variables. Sora wasn't sure what to make of it. As the sand began to reach its targets, still seemingly unaware, Sora felt a sense of foreboding. And then the screaming started. Sora watched, eyes wide, as the sand covered and suffocated the team in front of him. What the hell? Gaara walked into view, raising a hand, and then making a fist. Suddenly, the sand shivered and collapsed inwards. The screaming stopped and the sand slid away from the bodies. The damage was gruesome. The three ninja never stood a chance. The sand moved around, taking hold of the team's scroll and bringing it back towards Gaara. Kankuro and Temari appeared beside their brother as he reached for the scroll. The same as ours. Useless, Gaara whispered. He threw the scroll back into his sand and crushed it. Worthless trash. Gaara raised a hand and motioned for his siblings to follow him back into the darkness. They obeyed without question. Sora waited a few moments until they disappeared back into the trees and were far enough away to miss him. He dropped to the ground and walked slowly over to the site of the massacre. It was too good to hope that Gaara had just killed Orochimaru for him. He doubted Gaara even had a chance against Orochimaru at this point in time. Still, he had to be sure. Sora kneeled next to the body of the lead ninja. It was frozen in an expression of terror. But it didn't change. Sheet, Sora cursed. He knew it. This wasn't Orochimaru. It never was. If I hadn't been so sure of myself, I could have saved them this time, he thought. He shook his head. It was too late to dwell it now. This was bad. Very bad. He had no idea where Orochimaru was. He also had no idea where Sasuke, the snake's most likely target, was at this point. Things just got a lot more complicated. Sora rose, looking towards the sky. Where the hell are you, UBSTRD? Byakugan, he whispered. A disorienting amount of information flooded his mind. His range was still small. It wouldn't allow him to look very far, especially in a forest this large, but it was better than nothing. It didn't matter where Orochimaru was, or if he was impersonating anyone at this point. He had to find him as soon as possible. He created a group of shadow clones, and they all leapt into the canopy above, fanning out to search for any sign of Orochimaru or team. He also sent one to contact Naomi. He should let her know as soon as possible. After another moment, Sora leapt into the trees as well. I'll find you, Orochimaru, he promised. I'll find you.